Hello everybody, and welcome back to Historicalish. Today we're diving into Ancient Mysteries Volume 3, The Complete Saga. I've combined all the episodes into one full video so you can enjoy the entire series from start to finish. If you're enjoying the content and haven't done so already, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps me out. Now, without further ado, let's jump right into it. Tier 1.
Number 1. Archimedes' War Machines. Now, Archimedes of Syracuse was a Greek mathematician, physicist, engineer, and astronomer who is known for his contributions to mathematics and science. He's also extremely well known for his ingenious design of war machines during the Second Punic War, specifically when the Roman Republic besieged his home city of Syracuse. So just to give a brief historical context, the Second Punic War was fought between 218 and 201 BC and was a significant conflict between the Roman Republic and Carthage. Now, Archimedes lived in Syracuse, which was a city-state in Sicily that became a battleground due to its strategic importance in the region. When Romans laid siege to Syracuse around 214 to 212 BC, Archimedes was called upon to use his knowledge to defend the city. Archimedes designed several war machines to defend Syracuse, leveraging his understanding of physics and mechanics. Some of the most famous include the Claw of Archimedes, or the Iron Hand. This was a crane-like device with a grappling hook that could lift and capsize enemy ships approaching the city walls. It operated from the walls and was reportedly effective at disrupting the Roman naval assault. There's also heat rays, which Archimedes is said to have devised a system of mirrors or polished shields to focus sunlight onto approaching ships, setting them on fire. You might have seen this in the show Mythbusters, and due to it being on Mythbusters, the existence of such a device remains a topic of debate. And if you haven't seen that episode, definitely check it out. He also had his catapults, which he improved the design of normal catapults, which increased their range and accuracy. And there's also Archimedes' screw, which was a device for raising water and not necessarily a war machine, though it is worth noting as an example of his mechanical ingenuity. And there's also some speculation that similar principles could have been applied to create devices for removing water from flooded enemy ships or for other defensive purposes. So the main mystery here is definitely the effectiveness and even the existence of some of these war machines, especially the heat rays in particular. The feasibility of using mirrors or polished shields to set ships on fire has been tested with varying results in modern experiments. While some claim it's possible under ideal conditions, others argue it would have been completely impractical or ineffective given the technology of Archimedes' times. And obviously, much of what is known about Archimedes' war machines comes from later historical accounts, some of which might have been embellished or, made up some of his inventions. The primary sources are often secondhand, and the details can be vague or hyperbolic. Number 2, why did the Picts disappear? The Picts were a confederation of tribes living in what is now eastern and northern Scotland during the late Iron Age and early medieval periods. They are known for their unique language, which has not survived in readable form, and their distinctive stone carvings. The disappearance of the Picts as a distinct group by the end of the first millennium is a topic of historical and archaeological interest, with several factors contributing to their assimilation and their fading of their distinct identity. So a little historical context, the Picts emerge in historical records in the late Iron Age, noted for their resistance against the Roman Britain's attempts to conquer the north. They were described by Roman writers as a formidable people living in fortified communities and leading effective military campaigns. After the Roman withdrawal from Britain, the Picts continued to play a significant role in the region's history, often engaging with their neighbors, including the Gauls, Britons, and Vikings. So there are a number of factors contributing to the disappearance of the Picts. The most significant factor was the gradual merger of the Pictish kingdoms with the Gaelic kingdom of Dalriada. The process culminated in the 9th century when Kenneth MacAlpin became king of both the Picts and the Gaels, leading to the foundation of the Kingdom of Alba, the precursor of modern Scotland. This political unification is often cited as the beginning of the end of the Picts as a separate people group. Along with political unification, there was a cultural and linguistic assimilation. The Gaelic language and culture began to dominate, leading to the gradual disappearance of the Pictish language and many aspects of their culture. By the 11th century, Gaelic had become the predominant language of the region, further erasing Pictish identity. And from the 8th century onwards, Viking raids and settlements also play a role in the transformation of Pictish society. The Norse influence altered the political and cultural landscape of northern Scotland, contributing to the complexity of Pictish disappearance. Some Pictish territories were absorbed into North Earldom of Orkney, which had its own impacts on cultural and power structures. And finally, of course, the spread of Christianity across the British Isles also played a role in the transforming Pictish society. The church played a crucial role in the unification of different groups under a common religious framework, which often accompanied the adoption of new social norms and practices that further blended the Pictish and Gaelic cultures. So the exact process and timeline of the disappearance of the Picts is a subject of debate, but we can kind of put together a rough timeline of when it happened and why it happened. We just can't be 100% certain. Number 3, the Lost City of Veneta. The Lost City of Veneta is one of the most enduring legends of the Baltic Sea region, often described as a prosperous and advanced civilization that mysteriously vanished beneath the waves. The myth of Veneta has been woven into the cultural and historical fabric of Northern Europe, particularly in German and Polish folklore. It's said to have been located somewhere along the coast of the Baltic Sea, with various theories suggesting locations from Denmark to Poland. The story of Veneta is a blend of historical facts, mythical elements, and archaeological interpretations, making it an interesting case of a cultural legend with potential roots in real cities or settlements. So, a little bit of historical context. The legend likely originated from the historical accounts of medieval chroniclers, who described a wealthy city that was punished for its hubris and sinfulness by being submerged by the sea. The earliest written references to Veneta come from the 12th century, and over time the story has been embellished and adapted, reflecting the cultural and historical context of those recounting it. Some historians and archaeologists speculate that the legend of Veneta could be based on actual settlements that thrived during the early Middle Ages, but were later lost due to natural disasters, warfare, or economic decline. Possible candidates include the trading emporiums of the Viking Age and the early medieval period, such as Jomsborg, believed to have been located on the islands of the Baltic Sea. Veneta did become a symbol of lost glory and a warning against the dangers of pride and decadence. It has been referenced in literature, art, and music, often embodying themes of loss, warning, and nostalgia for a golden age. So there hasn't been any definitive archaeological evidence that has been found to confirm the existence of Veneta as described in the legends, although research and excavations in the Baltic Sea region have uncovered settlements that show the area was home to advanced maritime societies. These findings do suggest that the legend could be an amalgamation of memories from several of these towns. So with all of that, the exact location and the actual town that it was is up for debate, and even several coastal cities claim to be the modern successor to Veneta. So they have to be right? Number 4, the Dendera Light. The Dendera Light refers to the image found in the Hathor Temple at the Dendera Temple complex in Egypt, which some have interpreted as depicting an ancient Egyptian light bulb. The temple itself dates back to the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, spanning the time between 305 BC and the 1st century AD. The Dendera complex, located about 2.5 kilometers southeast of Dendera, Egypt, is one of the best preserved temple sites from ancient Egypt and was dedicated to Hathor, the goddess of love, beauty, music, and joy. The light bulb image is found in the Hathor temple, specifically in a crypt that was believed to hold precious items or serve specific ritualistic purposes. If there's ever an unknown room, it's either hold precious items or serve specific ritualistic purposes, and there's no other options. Some proponents of alternative history and ancient astronaut theories suggest that the relief depicts a detailed representation of an electrical light bulb. They argue that this could indicate the ancient Egyptians had access to advanced technology, possibly through lost knowledge or extraterrestrial influence. The bulbs are often described as containing a filament with a snake-like shape connected to a base or a box, which some interpret as evidence of electrical power. Although that is pretty fun to think about, the mainstream Egyptologists and archaeologists interpret these images quite differently. They argue that the images symbolically represent aspects of Egyptian mythology and the process of creation. The filament inside the bulb is interpreted as a depiction of a snake, which is a common motif in Egyptian art, symbolizing many deities or mythological concepts. The base or box is often seen as an illustration of pillars or lotus flowers, symbols of stability, strength, and creation, respectively. What is interesting about this is the crypts in Egyptian temples were not public spaces, but were reserved for priests and specific religious ceremonies. The artwork and inscriptions found in these areas are always highly symbolic, often relating to esoteric religious knowledge and practices. So given that, it's kind of hard to believe that everything else in the room is highly symbolic, while this one image in particular is very literal. Number 5, the true location of Mecca. So Mecca, located in the Hijazi region of modern-day Saudi Arabia, is universally recognized by Muslims as the birthplace of the Prophet Muhammad and the site of the Kaaba, the most sacred structure in Islam, towards which Muslims around the world face during their daily prayers. Although some researchers and authors have proposed alternative theories regarding the early Islamic community's location, suggesting that the descriptions of Mecca in Islamic texts do not match the geographical and archaeological characteristics of the modern city of Mecca. These theories often rely on interpretations of historical texts, inscriptions, and early Islamic coins to argue for a different location in the Near East. Critics of the traditional location of Mecca often argue that there is a lack of archaeological evidence from the time of the Prophet Muhammad that matches the descriptions found in Islamic texts. There are a bunch of different theories actually, so I'm just going to get into kind of the most interesting to me as well as the most popular. First one is the Petra theory. It was proposed by Dan Gibson in his book Quranic Geography, and as the name suggests, proposes that the original holy city of Islam was Petra in modern-day Jordan and not Mecca in Saudi Arabia. Gibson analyzed early mosque orientations and argued that their prayer directions points toward Petra and not Mecca. He claims this alignment changes in mosques built after the 8th century, suggesting a shift in the sacred city's location. He also suggests that depictions of the early Islamic community's surroundings in Islamic texts fit Petra better than they do Mecca, citing features like a stream, agricultural land, and the city's position in a valley. There's also the Northern Arabia or Negev desert theory. Some researchers have suggested that the early Islamic community might have been located in Northern Arabia or the Negev desert, based on the historical and geographical analysis. This one also argues the archaeological and geographical faults, but also claims that the trade routes described in Islamic traditions and the geopolitical landscape fit better with locations in Northern Arabia or the Negev areas that were more central to the trade networks of the time. And then the final one, which is just the general geographic and climatic discrepancies. A lot of people think the geography and climate just don't match up. They often don't have an actual place where it could be located. They just say that Mecca isn't Mecca, but whatever. Some argue that the historical descriptions of Mecca include features such as olive trees, fields, and abundant water sources, which do not align with the arid conditions of the Mecca region. So yeah, there are some counter-arguments like the prayer direction not being completely accurate during the time, also the change in climate from then until now, but yeah. King Vortigern. The figure of King Vortigern is primarily known through medieval chronicles and Welsh literary tradition, where he is often portrayed as a ruler of Britain who invited the Saxons to the island, setting the stage for the Anglo-Saxon conquest of much of Britain. So the historical accuracy of the king is what is the mystery here, which is often debated among historians, and a lot of them suggest that it's a blend of fact and folklore that characterizes the period following the Roman withdrawal from Britain in the early 5th century. His reign is usually placed in the mid to late 5th century, a time of significant turmoil and transition in Britain. Following the collapse of Roman authority, the island faced political fragmentation, economic decline, and the threat of invasions from various groups including Picts, Scots, and Germanic tribes. In this context, he is said to have risen to power, though the nature of his authority, whether he was a high king, a regional warlord, or something else, is entirely unclear. The most interesting aspect of the story is his supposed invitation to the Saxons, led by Hengist and Horsa, to help defend Britain against northern invaders. According to the story, the Saxons were granted land in Kent, but soon turned against Vortigern, leading to the eventual Saxon takeover of much of England. Another legend associated with him is his attempt to build a stronghold, which kept collapsing. Advised by his magicians, he sought a boy without a natural father. This boy, said to be the future wizard Merlin, prophesied the reason for the tower's instability and revealed Vortigern's fate. Gotta love my dude Merlin. Vortigern's existence is documented in various historical sources. However, these accounts were written sometime later after the events they describe and often contain a mix of history and legend. There is limited direct archaeological evidence for his reign or specific events associated with the story in general. The period is characterized more broadly by evidence of Saxon settlement and the decline of Roman-style urban life. Vortigern also appears in Welsh tradition, where his story has been interpreted in various ways, sometimes as a cautionary tale of betrayal and moral failure, which I kind of find interesting. But yeah, maybe I'll be a fake king one day. Number 7, what happened to Axum? The Axumite Empire, also known as Axum, was a powerful and influential civilization that thrived in the Horn of Africa, particularly in what is now Eritrea and northern Ethiopia, from approximately the 1st century AD to the 7th century AD. It's known for its huge obelisks, advanced architecture, and its role in early Christian history. Axum's decline is always a subject of debate, with several factors contributing to its downfall. Axum was a major trading empire that controlled vital trade routes between the Roman Empire and later the Byzantine Empire and ancient India. The Axumites were known for their naval and trading prowess, their adoption of Christianity as a state religion in the early 4th century, and their unique script. The empire was also the issuer of its own currency, a testament to its economic sophistication and autonomy. One of the primary factors in the decline of the Axumite Empire was the shift in trade routes. With the rise of the Persian Empire and the expansion of the Islamic caliphates, many of the trade routes that had enriched Axum were diverted. The Red Sea trade routes in particular began to bypass Axum, leading to significant economic downturn. Environmental changes, including deforestation, soil depletion, and overgrazing, contributed to the decline in agriculture, which definitely was the backbone of the Axumite Empire. These environmental issues were exacerbated by the empire's intensive agricultural practices and urban expansion, leading to reduced agricultural output and food shortages. The Axumite Empire also faced internal political fragmentation and external military pressures. The expansion of Islamic caliphates in the 7th century posed a significant military threat and led to the isolation of Axum from its trading partners. Additionally, the empire's control over its territories weakened, leading to the rise of regional powers and internal divisions. Following these pressures, there was a southward movement of the political and economic center of the region from Axum to the more fertile and secure areas of the Ethiopian highlands. This relocation marked the transition from the Axumite Empire to the medieval Ethiopian kingdoms, which maintained continuity with Axumite culture and Christianity. So the decline of Axum is documented in a limited number of contemporary sources, with archaeological evidence providing insights into the empire's economic conditions, urban planning, and environmental state. The transition from the Axumite period to the post-Axumite era is seen in the shift of settlement patterns, changes in architectural styles, and the continuation of Christian traditions. Number 8, City of Caesars. The City of Caesars, also known as the City of the Caesars, the City of Patagonia, or Wandering City, is a mythical city that was said to be located somewhere in the remote areas of South America, and as you guessed it, specifically in Patagonia. As with every single lost city, it's said to be filled with untold riches, and this one in particular has been part of South American folklore and legend since the time of the Spanish conquest. There have been numerous expeditions in search of the City of Caesars, although no concrete evidence of its existence has ever been found. The legend of the city emerged in the 16th and 17th centuries, a period marked by the European exploration and colonization of the Americas. It was a time when tales of El Dorado and other cities of gold fueled the imaginations of explorers and adventurers who believed that the New World held vast, undiscovered treasures. The City of Caesars was often described as a city rich in gold, silver, and diamonds hidden somewhere in the unexplored regions of Patagonia, beyond the reach of the Spanish colonial authority. The legend was likely influenced by the real experiences and exaggerated tales of European explorers who encountered the natural wonders and indigenous peoples of South America. Their accounts of these encounters were often embellished upon return to Europe, feeding the creation of this mythical city. Some theories suggest that the legend of the City of Caesars could have been influenced by indigenous stories or misconceptions about indigenous settlements, which were then interpreted by Europeans as tales of a wealthy city. It's described in various accounts as a roaming city, one that appears and disappears at different locations, making it impossible to find, which, if it's impossible to find, I'm sure as heck not going to look for it. But also, my question is, if it's impossible to find, how did somebody find it? And then how did it end up? Oh, whatever. Number 9. Emperor Jimmu. Emperor Jimmu is traditionally considered the first emperor of Japan, according to the country's mytho-historical records. His reign is marked as the beginning of the imperial line, with February 11th, 660 BC, traditionally cited as the date of his ascension to the throne. This date is celebrated in Japan as National Foundation Day, and the narratives of Emperor Jimmu are primarily derived from two ancient texts, the Kojiki and the Nihon Shoki, both of which mix mythology, folklore, and historical events. Emperor Jimmu is described as a direct descendant of the sun goddess Amaterasu, Hira-Masu, which imbues the Japanese imperial lineage with a divine quality. According to legend, Jimmu, originally named Kamuyamato Iwarebiko, embarked from the region of Takachiho in the southern part of Kyushu, leading his people eastward in the quest to conquer new lands. This journey, often described as an expedition or a divine mission, ended in the Yamato region, which would become the center of Japanese civilization. As a descendant of Amaterasu, Jimmu's divine lineage established the sacred nature of the Japanese imperial family. Jimmu's journey from Kyushu to the Yamato plain is a foundational myth of Japan, symbolizing the unification and consolidation of the islands under a central authority. The narrative includes battles against native tribes, showcasing Jimmu as a warrior king who overcame opposition to establish his kingdom. So, with all that being said, the historicity of Emperor Jimmu and the events described in the Kojiki and the Nihon Shoki are obviously debated among scholars. Some view these accounts as purely mythical, while others believe they contain kernels of historical truth, possibly embellished over the generations. Archaeological evidence from the Yayoi and Kofun periods provides insight into the societies that existed in Japan around the time of Jimmu is said to have lived, but there is no direct evidence linking these to a historical figure that could be conclusively identified as Jimmu. So yeah, the distinction between mythological and historical elements in Jimmu's story is blurred. While there may have been a chieftain or leader around whom these legends coalesced, identifying any such figure as Jimmu is obviously challenging because of how far back in history it happened and with how little concrete historical evidence we have. But that isn't to say that Emperor Jimmu's story played a crucial role in the ideological and symbolic construction of Japanese identity and the divine legitimacy of the imperial line. So that is an important aspect of it. And finally, number 10, the various relics of the Prophet Muhammad. So in general, relics attributed to the Prophet Muhammad hold immense significance in Islamic tradition, embodying a deep spiritual connection to the founder of Islam itself. This isn't the first religion to claim to have ancient relics, but these relics in particular range from personal items reportedly belonging to the Prophet, such as hairs from his beard, to articles associated with his life events, like pieces of his cloak, or footprint impressions. The reverence for these items stems from a desire among Muslims to feel closer connection to Muhammad's life and teachings. Over the centuries, these relics have been preserved, venerated, and sometimes enshrined in various locations across the Muslim world. So I'm just going to go through the various relics of the Prophet Muhammad. There's the Holy Mantle, which is believed to be a cloak that belonged to the Prophet Muhammad and kept in a mosque in Istanbul, Turkey. It was gifted to the Ottoman sultans in the 16th century and has since been a revered object of veneration during the month of Ramadan. Then there's Prophet's hair. Strands of hair purported to be from the beard of the Prophet Muhammad are among the most widespread relics. They're housed in various locations, including in Kashmir and in Turkey. There's also the seal of prophethood, a physical mark believed to have been on the Prophet's back, signifying his status as the final prophet in Islam. While the seal itself is not a tangible relic that can be preserved, its description and significance are widely commemorated in Islamic tradition. There's the Prophet's footprint. Impressions said to be the footprints of Muhammad are preserved in several places, and these footprints are believed to provide blessings. There's also a tooth. In general, the authenticity of these relics obviously is debated, along not only with the Islamic relics, but all the religions. And I guess there's no real way to prove that it's not, so I guess that's what the mystery is. Number 11, Pithom. Pithom is referenced in the biblical Exodus narrative as one of the store cities built by the Israelites under Egyptian bondage, and it's a site of great historical and archaeological debate. The quest to identify Pithom has led scholars and archaeologists to various locations within Egypt, with Tel El Maskuta in the eastern Nile Delta being the most widely accepted site. However, the identification and understanding of Pithom are not without its controversy and encompasses a wide range of theories and interpretations that delve into Egyptology, biblical studies, and historical geography. Pithom is thought to derive from the Egyptian Per Atum, or House of Atum, indicating a temple or a cultic site dedicated to the deity Atum. The site believed to correspond to Pithom, Tel El Maskuta, lies near the modern-day Suez Canal and reflects the strategic importance in ancient times, particularly for controlling the waterways connected to the Nile and the Red Sea. So to get the primary candidate, Tel El Maskuta, out of the way, excavations at this place has unveiled a settlement with features characteristic of the Ramesside period of the New Kingdom, which aligns with the biblical timeline of Exodus. Notably, the site contains storage facilities and a temple dedicated to Atum, supporting its identification as a logistical and religious center. And like I mentioned previously, the proximity to ancient trade routes and its location along the canal, which links the Nile and the Red Sea, do underscore the importance for trade, military, and administrative activities in the New Kingdom, making it a very plausible candidate for Pithom. The discovery of granaries and storage pits at the site aligns with the biblical description of Pithom and Ramses as store cities, suggesting these were central to the Egyptian state's efforts to stockpile resources. Obviously, it wouldn't be on the list if there weren't alternative theories for this location. Some scholars have proposed different sites for Pithom based on variations in the interpretation of ancient texts and geographical considerations. These include locations such as Tel El Rataba and Tel El Daba in the eastern Nile Delta, with each of its own sets of archaeological findings and historical significance. But locating this city implies the historical accuracy of the Exodus narrative, which is up for debate. Some view the archaeological evidence as supportive of the biblical accounts, while others argue that the story is a later religious and cultural construct. The lack of direct Egyptian records mentioning the Israelites' enslavement or the construction of Pithom adds to the complexity, I will say, of the issue. What is interesting, though, however, is the identification of Pithom also plays into theories about the route of the Israelite exodus from Egypt. The location of Pithom, along with Ramses, is crucial for mapping the possible paths taken by the Israelites as they fled Egyptian bondage. Theories about the Exodus route vary widely, with some suggesting a northern path towards the Mediterranean coast and others advocating a more southerly route through the Sinai Peninsula. So with that being said, we can't really find Pithom without accepting the historical accuracy of the Exodus narrative, which in and of itself is kind of hard to prove. But if we do take that, Tel El Maskuta remains the most credible identification for Pithom, so we'll just stop there. Number 12, Shambhala. Now, before somebody comes after me, it's also spelled Shambhala or Shambhala, but in the list, it's Shambhala. So, with that being said, it is a mythical kingdom that has fascinated philosophers, explorers, and spiritual seekers, and its origins can be traced back to ancient Buddhist texts, where it is described as a land of peace, prosperity, and spiritual enlightenment. Unlike many other mythical places that are often considered as purely symbolic, Shambhala is believed to be a real location, hidden from the modern world, and accessible only to the pure of heart or those with a profound spiritual understanding. The concept of Shambhala has been incorporated into various cultural, religious, and mystical traditions, each adding to its own interpretations and lore, thus contributing to the mystique and variety of theories surrounding its location and nature. So with that, we'll kind of just go through and list a couple of the various theories about the location of Shambhala. The most traditional beliefs place Shambhala in a remote part of Inner Asia, often associated with the Himalayas. Tibetan Buddhism holds that Shambhala is physically located, but hidden, possibly in a valley surrounded by snow-capped mountains, accessible only through spiritual merit or karmic connection. Many interpretations of Shambhala suggest it is not a physical place, but a spiritual kingdom, accessible through meditation and spiritual practice rather than physical travel. This view holds that Shambhala represents a state of enlightenment and inner peace that one can achieve regardless of their geographical location. And then there's also some esoteric teachings that propose Shambhala might be located in a different dimension or an underground realm. drawing parallels with other mythologies that speak of hidden worlds accessible through caves, tunnels, or portals. But to get away from the spiritual stuff, some specific geographic locations have been suggested, including parts of Western Tibet or the Altai Mountains in Central Asia. These areas, known for their spiritual significance and isolated landscapes, do fit the descriptions of Shambhala's hidden nature. And of course, it has been tied with other mythical traditions, sometimes linked with places like Hyperborea, Agartha, or Atlantis even, suggesting a universal myth of a lost paradise or hidden spiritual center existing across different cultures, which, even if they are false, that kind of universal myth of a lost paradise is very intriguing to me. It reminds me of the universal myth of the flood stories, but we've already talked about that, so won't bore you with that. Shambhala's lore is deeply embedded in Kalachakra Tantra, an important text in Vajrayana Buddhism. The prophecy of Shambhala speaks of a future where the world is torn by war and greed, from which a righteous king of Shambhala will emerge to defeat the forces of evil and usher in a golden age of spirituality. This prophecy has inspired generations of spiritual seekers, as well as a number of historical figures who have claimed to be connected to Shambhala or to have received visions of its location. Which I don't know if I'd be trusting leaders who claim that, but to each their own. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Western explorers and mystics became fascinated with the legend of Shambhala, leading to several expeditions attempting to locate the kingdom. Figures such as Nicholas Roerich, a Russian painter and mystic, undertook extensive travels in Central Asia, inspired by the search of Shambhala and contributing to the mythology surrounding it in Western esoteric thought. Obviously, he didn't find it, so moving on. Number 13, the Secret Gospel of Mark. The Secret Gospel of Mark is a controversial and intriguing text within biblical scholarship and early Christian studies. Its existence came to light through a letter attributed to Clement of Alexandria, a theologian of the early Christian church, which was discovered by Morton Smith in 1958 at the Mar Saba Monastery near Jerusalem. The letter mentions a more spiritual version of the Gospel of Mark, referred to as the Secret Gospel of Mark, which has said to contain additional teachings and episodes not found in the canonical Gospel of Mark. So Morton Smith found the letter, which was written in Greek, in the end papers of a 17th century book. According to Smith, this letter, supposedly from Clement of Alexandria to an individual named Theodore, discusses a longer, more mystical version of the Gospel of Mark. This version was allegedly kept secret, intended only for those initiated into deeper mysteries of the Christian faith. The letter quotes two passages supposedly from the Secret Gospel of Mark. The most notable passage describes a miracle similar to the raising of Lazarus in the Gospel of John, involving a young man in a linen cloth whom Jesus raises from the dead. Obviously, since its discovery, the authenticity of the Secret Gospel and the Clement letter has been hotly debated among scholars. Some consider it a genuine ancient text that offers insight into the diversity of early Christian traditions and texts. Others, however, view it as a modern forgery, possibly even by Morton Smith himself, citing the absence of the original manuscript for examination and the stylistic analyses that question its authenticity. If authentic, the Secret Gospel of Mark could suggest that early Christianity had a more diverse set of beliefs and texts than previously thought. It might indicate the existence of esoteric teachings within Christian communities, or a version of Mark's Gospel that was adapted for a specific audience with advanced theological instruction. The letter's attribution to Clement of Alexandria, known for his attempts to reconcile Greek philosophy with Christian doctrine, adds another layer of complexity. It suggests that early Christian leaders might have engaged with secret traditions, or that there were debates about which texts were suitable for public consumption and which were reserved for the initiated. The text cited in the letter shares thematic and stylistic similarities with the canonical Gospel of Mark, but introduces elements that are more aligned with Gnostic or mystical traditions. This has led to discussions about the development of the Gospel text, the process of canonization, and the boundaries between orthodoxy and heresy in early Christianity. Number 14, the Fountain of Youth. The Fountain of Youth is a legendary spring that supposedly restores the youth of anyone who drinks or bathes in its waters. This myth has been around for centuries, and it has appeared in the writings of historians, explorers, and storytellers all around the world. Its origins can be traced back to ancient times, and over the centuries it has been linked to various locations across the globe. The concept of restorative waters can be found in several ancient cultures, including Greek, Persian, and even Indian mythology. Our favorite Greek historian, Herodotus, mentioned a fountain in the land of the Macrobians, which supposedly gave them exceptionally long lifespans. Legends also suggest that Alexander the Great searched for the water of life, encountering a healing river of immortality in his travels, but people have no reason to lie in history, right? Indigenous peoples of the Caribbean and Americas also had myths about waters with special properties, including a belief that the life-prolonging spring in the land of Bimini, which was later associated as the Fountain of Youth. And that brings us all the way to the Age of Exploration, where Juan Ponce de Leon, one of the most famous associations of the Fountain of Youth, claimed to have found it. Ponce de Leon was a Spanish explorer who, in the early 16th century, was rumored to be seeking the fountain in what is now Florida. Modern historians, however, suggest that this connection was a later addition to his story, popularized by 16th century writers to essentially discredit Ponce de Leon's accomplishments. Contemporary documents from his expedition have zero mention for any quest of magical waters. Which brings us to St. Augustine, a city founded by Spanish explorers in 1565, is home to the Fountain of Youth Archaeological Park, where a spring is claimed to be the elusive Fountain of Youth sought by Ponce de Leon. I've actually been here, and while it is more of a tourist attraction than a historically verified site, it definitely symbolizes the enduring appeal of the legend. There are some more alchemical and philosophical symbolism that I would like to touch on. In alchemy and various philosophical traditions, the Fountain of Youth represents the elixir of life, a metaphor for spiritual rebirth and enlightenment. This interpretation shifts the quest from a physical search to an inner journey of transformation. Do with that as you will. The Fountain of Youth also kind of parallels modern humanity's efforts to extend life, combat aging, and enhance health through medical and scientific advancements, and some other darker kind of stuff. I won't get into that, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Number 15, gold-digging ants. So this myth originates from ancient texts, most notably described by Herodotus again. According to Herodotus, there were giant ants in India that dug up gold while burrowing their mounds. So you had stuff like this where I'm like, who were you talking to? Where did you come into contact with somebody that was like, yeah, there are these big ants and they gave me gold? I don't get it. And then he has the audacity to put it, never mind. Again, according to Herodotus, there were giant ants in India that dug up gold while burrowing their mounds, and the local people would then collect the gold, making them extremely wealthy. He describes these creatures as being larger than a fox but smaller than a dog. And these ants, according to him, would dig up gold from the sand in a region he associated with India, likely referring more broadly to areas east of the Persian Empire. The locals would then stealthily collect the gold, taking care to avoid the swift and dangerous ants. So the actual location described by Herodotus is obviously ambiguous, leading scholars to speculate that he was referring to regions in Central Asia, particularly parts of what is now Pakistan, Afghanistan, and even the Himalayas. Over time, various theories have proposed that the ants in question were actually marmots or other burrowing animals common to these areas, which could have been seen by travelers collecting gold from sand deposits. One prevailing theory suggests that Herodotus' account may be based on misunderstandings or exaggerations of secondhand reports. The term ant might have been a mistranslation or misinterpretation of the local word for another animal, such as the Himalayan marmot, known to burrow in gold-bearing sands. And then some interpretations suggest that the story could be metaphorical, representing the dangers and challenges of gold mining in remote and difficult terrains, or the wealth of the regions beyond the Persian Empire embellished through storytelling. Another theory states that ancient traders and travelers might have encountered local practices of collecting gold particles from river sands using the fur of animals like marmots. Observing these practices, they could have crafted the narrative of gold-digging ants, blended observation with myth. But just from doing research from this, in my extremely unqualified opinion, I just think it was marmots. At least giant ants would be more terrifying, and marmots would be less. So yeah. Number 16, Princess Tadukippa and Nefertiti. These are two figures from the ancient Near East whose lives have always been intertwined and have intrigued historians and archaeologists. Nefertiti is one of the most famous queens of ancient Egypt, known for her beauty and the mystery surrounding her reign and disappearance. Princess Tadukippa, on the other hand, is a lesser-known figure a princess from the Mitanni kingdom who played a role in the diplomatic marriages that were common in the 14th century BC. And like I mentioned, there have been some speculative theories linking Tadakippa and Nefertiti, though these do remain unproven and are obviously subjects of debate. Nefertiti was the chief wife of Pharaoh Akhenaten, formerly Amenhotep IV, who reigned in the 14th century BC. She is best known from the iconic bust discovered in 1912 by the German archaeologist Ludwig Borchardt, which is now housed in a museum in Berlin. Nefertiti and Akhenaten are noted for their religious revolution, wherein they promoted the worship of Aten, the sun disk, above all other gods, marking a significant departure from traditional Egyptian polytheism. Princess Tadakippa was the daughter of King Tushratta of Mitanni, a kingdom located in what is now northern Syria and southeastern Turkey. Her name comes to prominence through the Amarna letters, a collection of diplomatic correspondences found in Egypt. One of these letters includes a message from Tushratta to Akhenaten, offering Tadakippa in marriage to strengthen the alliance between Egypt and Mitanni. This marriage took place in the context of complex diplomatic relations among the major powers of the ancient Near East, including Egypt, Mitanni, Babylon, and Assyria. Some theories speculate that Princess Tadakippa, upon marrying into the Egyptian royal family, could have become known as Nefertiti. This hypothesis suggests a transformation or renaming upon her integration into Egyptian society, a practice not unheard of in ancient times, especially with Akhenaten changing his name from Amenhotep. Proponents argue that this could explain some of the mysteries surrounding Nefertiti's origins, as Egyptian records do not provide any details about her early life. The mainstream scholarly consensus does not support the theory that Tadakippa and Nefertiti are the same person. Historians and Egyptologists typically treat them as distinct individuals, each significant within their own cultural and historical contexts. In one of my previous videos, I did dive deeper into this theory. I do think it's fascinating, and in my opinion, answers a lot of questions surrounding Queen Nefertiti, but apparently those answers aren't good enough for mainstream historians, and obviously they know a hell of a lot more than I do. Number 17, Talos of Crete. Talos of Crete is a fascinating figure from Greek mythology, embodying the ancient Greeks' blend of mythology, technology, and magic. Talos is often depicted as a giant bronze automaton or a living statue created by Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths and craftsmen, or by Daedalus, a skilled craftsman and inventor. The mythical guardian was tasked with protecting the island of Crete from invaders and pirates, circling the island's shores 3 times daily. Talos was given to Minos, the king of Crete, to act as a guardian of the island following its conquest. According to myth, Talos protected Crete by hurling rocks at approaching ships or invaders, preventing enemies from landing on the island. One of the most detailed accounts of Talos comes from Argonautica, an epic poem that describes the adventures of Jason and the Argonauts. In this narrative, Talos encounters the Argonauts during their quest for the Golden Fleece. The most famous story involving Talos is his defeat by the witch Medea, who accompanied Jason and the Argonauts. There are different versions of the story, but the most common tells of Medea deceiving or hypnotizing Talos and then removing a bronze nail from his body. According to mythology, this nail was crucial for his vitality. It kept the ichor, the divine fluid served as the blood of the gods and immortals, within his body. Once the nail was removed, it all flowed out and Talos died, allowing the Argonauts safe passage. Talos is often cited as an example of the advanced technological concepts imagined by ancient Greeks. He can be seen as a precursor to modern robots and other automatons, showcasing the blend of technology and magic in Greek mythology. So the main mystery here is whether or not it existed, but there isn't really any evidence to suggest it did exist, but I do think it is interesting to show the Greek mindset and the ability for them to come up with all these crazy ideas that, aren't too far from the truth nowadays. Number 18, the Lost City of Thinis. The Lost City of Thinis is a significant yet elusive site in ancient Egyptian history, believed to have been a powerful cultural and political center during the early dynastic period of ancient Egypt. Thinis is credited with being the hometown of the first kings of a unified Egypt, making it a key location in the country's formation and early development. Despite its importance in ancient Egyptian history and mythology, the exact location is still a mystery. So Thinis played a crucial role in the early historical narratives of Egypt. It is often mentioned in ancient texts as the birthplace of Menes, the pharaoh who is traditionally credited with unifying Upper and Lower Egypt around 3100 BC. This unification marked the beginning of the Pharaonic Age and the first dynasty of Egypt. The city was also significant in the religious landscape of ancient Egypt. It was associated with the worship of the deity Anhur, the god of war and hunting, who was particularly venerated in this region. Archaeologists have sought to identify the location of Thinis for many years, with several sites in Upper Egypt, particularly near Abydos, being considered as possible candidates. Abydos itself was a major religious center and necropolis, suggesting a close connection between the two cities. Ancient texts and inscriptions, including those found in the tombs of early pharaohs and various historical records, reference Thinis, offering clues to its significance and location. However, these sources have not led to a definitive identification of the city's archaeological remains. One of the major challenges in locating Thinis is the possibility that it was overshadowed and absorbed by the expanding influence of Abydos and later Thebes, leading to its decline as a distinct urban center. Over time, the physical traces of Thinis may have been eroded or built over, complicating efforts to pinpoint its exact location. Some scholars speculate that Thinis may have served more as a symbolic or tribal center rather than a substantial urban settlement. Others argue for its more historical and political importance based on its frequent mention in ancient sources. The close association with Thinis and Abydos, where early kings were buried, supports theories that Thinis may have existed nearby, possibly serving as a political counterpart to Abydos, and honestly, in my opinion, was probably just built over in the expanding Abydos territory. Number 19. Bakaria Kanad. Bakaria Kanad, also known as Kashyapa or Kanada Muni, is a revered ancient Indian philosopher and sage credited with founding the Vaisheshika school of Indian philosophy. He is recognized for his groundbreaking work on atomism and the nature of matter, making him one of the pioneers in the development of ideas that can be seen as the precursors to modern atomic theory. His contributions are primarily documented in his work, the Vaisheshika Sutra, which he systematically laid out the principles of his philosophical system. Bakaria Kanad lived around the 6th century BC, according to traditional accounts, although exact dates vary among scholars. His period was one of intense philosophical development in India, with various thinkers contributing to the fields of metaphysics, ethics, and logic. This era saw the emergence of several philosophical schools, including Buddhism, Jainism, and other orthodox schools of thought. The Vaisheshika school, founded by Kanad, proposes a form of atomism, that the universe is composed of indivisible eternal atoms. Kanad's philosophy is notable for its systematic classification of reality into categories, including substance, quality, activity, generality, particularity, and inherence. Among these, substances are further divided into 9 classes: earth, water, light, wind, ether, time, space, soul, and mind. Atoms of earth, water, light, and wind are considered eternal and form the material world through various combinations. So the mystery here primarily revolves around the historical ambiguity of his life, the origins of his philosophical insights, and the influence of his teachings through time. While his contributions to Indian philosophy and the concept of atomism are well recognized, several aspects of his life and work remain speculative. One of the primary mysteries is the exact period during which he lived. Estimates vary widely, with some sources placing him as early as the 6th century BC, and others suggesting a later period. This uncertainty complicates the task of understanding the specific historical context of his teachings and how they interacted with other contemporary philosophical developments. Much of what is known about him comes from later texts that reference his work, leading to a mix of mythological and factual interpretations of his life, with theories coming from he was a time traveler to it was a mix of a group of people that came up with the ideas, and a lot of it takes away the credit from him. Even though we don't know when he lived, the contributions to modern society is amazing. And finally, number 20, the Kingdom of Urartu. It is often just referred to as the Lost Kingdom and flourished between the 9th and the 6th centuries BC in the region corresponding to modern-day Armenia, eastern Turkey, and northwestern Iran. Renowned for its advanced metallurgy, agriculture, and impressive fortresses, Urartu played a significant role in the ancient Near East geopolitical landscape before its decline and eventual absorption by the Medes and later by the Achaemenid Empire. Despite its historical significance, many aspects of the Urartian civilization remain a mystery, largely due to the limited archaeological excavations and the decipherment of their inscriptions only in the 19th and 20th centuries. Urartu emerged in the 9th century BC, reaching its zenith under kings like Argishti I and Sarduri II, who expanded its territory and established a formidable kingdom characterized by strong fortresses, advanced irrigation systems, and a centralized administration. The capital, Tushpa, was a political and religious center, showcasing the kingdom's architectural and artistic achievements. The origins of the people and their ethnic and linguistic affiliations are subjects of ongoing research. While their inscriptions are written in an Assyrian cuneiform script, the Urartian language itself is related to Urian, and its precise relation to other languages and cultures in the region is still being explored. The rapid decline of Urartu by the end of the 6th century BC, following the expansion of the Medes and later the Persians, is a significant mystery. The exact reasons for its fall, whether due to invasion, internal strife, or other factors, are not fully understood, and the transition from Urartian to Armenian dominance in the region is also a complex process that is not fully documented or understood. But yeah, surprisingly, we don't know much about who these people were or how their empire came to its downfall.
Tier 2.
Number 1. Roman Hold Jar. The artifact in question, a reconstructed ancient clay vessel whose fragments were in a Canadian museum, presents a unique mystery within the field of archaeology, especially concerning Roman Britain's material culture. Its rather different design, featuring numerous tiny holes, has stumped experts and ignited a series of theories regarding its purpose and its origins. The jar, standing 16 inches tall and dating back approximately 1800 years, was unearthed in a shattered state, fragmented into 180 pieces. The historical context of this artifact is from Roman Britain, an era stretching from 43 to 410 AD, during which time the Romans maintained control over Great Britain. The vessel's connection to this period is pivotal to understanding its potential uses and cultural significance. The primary question that confuses researchers is the intended use of a jar perforated with numerous holes. Theories range widely, so let's jump into a few. There's the lamp theory, which initially one might consider the jar as a form of lighting, where light could emanate through the tiny holes, creating a unique illumination effect. However, the presence of a hole at the bottom of the vessel negates this theory, as it would have prevented the jar from effectively holding oil or any lighting substance. There's also the animal container theory, which suggests the jar was used for containing animals, specifically dormice, which were considered a delicacy in Roman cuisine. Ancient texts detail recipes involving dormice, indicating the Romans' taste for these specific rodents. However, known dormouse containers from the Roman era differ in design from this specific jar, typically featuring ramps for the animals to move and store food, casting doubt on this specific theory. Then there's the snake theory, which states that the jar may have been used to contain snakes, given their significance in ancient religious practices and the jar's holes being small enough to prevent the snakes from escaping. This theory, while intriguing, definitely lacks direct evidence or similar artifacts for comparison. The jar's journey to the museum in Ontario adds another layer of mystery. Initially part of a collection from Roman Britain, it was among artifacts donated in the 1950s by archaeologist William Francis Grimes, following excavations in a World War II bomb crater near a temple dedicated to Mithra in London. The exact provenance of the jar remains uncertain, compounded by the possibility of its origin being mistakenly attributed, considering another collection in the museum from the ancient city of Ur, which dates back to 5,000 years ago. So, as it stands, the ancient clay vessel remains an interesting piece within the archaeological community, as there hasn't been much movement on what its goal was or even any other artifacts to compare it to, much less the mistaken identity, which it could be from the ancient city of Ur. So, that's about it. Number 2, how did the Dogon tribe know about Sirius B? The knowledge of the Dogon tribe in Mali about Sirius B, which is a dwarf star in the Sirius star system, has intrigued anthropologists, astronomers, and historians because they should not have had that knowledge in the first place. The Dogon are said to have had knowledge of Sirius B long before modern telescopes could detect it, a fact that became widely known through the work of French anthropologist Marcel Graillou and his colleague Germain Dieterlen. According to them, the Dogon possessed detailed astronomical knowledge, including the existence of Sirius B, which they referred to as Potolo. This dwarf star is invisible to the naked eye and was only photographed for the first time by astronomers in 1970. So let's just dive into some theories about their supposed knowledge. There are some anthropological explanations. Some anthropologists suggest that the Dogon's knowledge might be explained through their tradition of oral history and symbolic representation. The French anthropologist's interpretation of Dogon myths and symbols as literal astronomical knowledge has been questioned, with critics suggesting that the anthropologist might have projected their own understanding of astronomy onto the Dogon beliefs. Another theory states that the Dogon might have acquired their knowledge from contact with modern astronomers or through European sources before the French anthropologists' arrival. Critics of the initial report suggest that there might have been unintentional information transfer about Sirius B during the researchers' interactions with the Dogon. Not in like a time travel sense, but just like a unintended interaction with earlier contact from Europeans. Some scholars believe that the supposed advanced astronomical knowledge of the Dogon has been exaggerated or misinterpreted. They argue that the complexity of Dogon cosmology has been oversimplified and that any coincidental alignment with modern astronomy is not evidence of ancient advanced astronomical knowledge. Various alternative and other speculative theories have been proposed, including ancient alien visitations and esoteric knowledge transmission, which this goes back to the ancient advanced civilization theories that have been talked about on this channel, with the information being passed down after a cataclysmic flood that then blended into mythology and later into what we know and observe today. These theories, while popular in certain circles, lack empirical support and are generally not taken seriously by the academic community, even though their theories have very little support or evidence either. But to wrap all of this up, the general claims about the Dogon's astronomical knowledge have been the subject of significant debate. A major point of contention is the methodology used by the French anthropologists, with critics pointing out the lack of corroborating evidence from other anthropologists or from the Dogon themselves in subsequent studies. And just to note, the Dogon system of knowledge is complex and intertwined with their religious and cultural beliefs, making literal interpretations of their cosmology problematic at best, but not to discredit that. Number 3, the mystery of Bosnia's ancient pyramids. The mystery of Bosnia's ancient pyramids refers to a claim that a group of natural hills in the Visoko region, northwest of Sarajevo, are actually man-made pyramids of ancient origin. This claim was first made by Samir Osmanagic, a Bosnian businessman and author, in 2005. Osmanagic named the largest hill the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, with others being labeled the Pyramid of the Moon, the Pyramid of the Dragon, the Pyramid of the Love, and the Temple of Mother Earth. These structures, if man-made, would represent some of the largest pyramids ever discovered, surpassing the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza. So the initial claims asserts that the hills are pyramids built by a lost civilization over 12,000 years ago, suggesting they could be the oldest pyramids in the world. He points to features such as geometrically straight slopes and orientations that align with the cardinal directions as evidence of artificial construction. Excavations led by Osmanagic have reportedly uncovered sections of paved terraces and tunnels, along with various stone blocks that he claims are man-made. So these claims about the Bosnian pyramids have been met with widespread skepticism from the scientific community. First, geologists and archaeologists have largely dismissed the notion that the hills are man-made pyramids, explaining that their shapes are natural formations known as flatirons. The apparent geometric features and straight slopes can be attributed to natural processes of erosion and sedimentary layering. Many experts also argue that there's no credible archaeological or scientific evidence to support claims of a lost civilization or the construction of pyramids in the area. The materials and structures presented as evidence by Osmanagic and his team are considered by critics to be either misinterpreted natural features or remnants of medieval or more recent activity. See, this is what I don't get. Some people say that there's no evidence of any kind of human manipulation to it, but then others say that there is human manipulation, but it was done in medieval or more recent activity. So I guess that's one point. Historians and archaeologists also point out that there's no historical record or tradition among the local population that suggests the existence of ancient pyramids in Bosnia. The region is rich in real archaeological sites from the Neolithic period, the Illyrian tribes, and the Roman Empire, and medieval Bosnian states, none of which include pyramids. But despite this skepticism, the Bosnian pyramid claims have attracted significant attention from the media, tourists, and definitely some alternative history enthusiasts. Osmanagic has even established a foundation to manage excavations and promote the site, which has become a popular tourist attraction, which could be motive on its own. Who knows? Just trying to play devil's advocate. But who am I to say? If the dude does do excavations and ends up finding something significant, I think it could be pretty awesome and change the view of how we interpret history and what that might mean for the past 12,000 years of human history. Number 4, menhirs. So menhirs are large, upright, standing stones dating back to prehistoric times and are found across many parts of Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. These monolithic structures have fascinated people with their mysterious origins, purposes, and just generally the sheer effort that must have been involved in their construction and placement. The term menhir is derived from the Brittonic languages, meaning long stone. So there's that. In general, menhirs are primarily associated with the Neolithic and Bronze Age periods, roughly spanning from 4000 BC to 2500 BC, although some may be younger or even date back to later Mesolithic periods. Some are found in a singular stone, some are found in groups, and others are sometimes part of a larger megalithic complex, including circles of stones or alignments like those seen at Carnac in Brittany, France. So I have talked about that previously in another video, so check that out if you want a detailed explanation on that site specifically. Now, the mystery here is obviously, like the many other megalithic sites, is the purpose of it. Theories range from religious or ceremonial significance, serving as markers for ritual spaces, or as connections between the physical world and the spiritual or ancestral world. They also might have served as boundary markers, indicating territories of different tribal groups, or marking important routes across the landscape. And similar to other megalithic structures, certain menhirs are thought to align with astronomical events, such as solstices and equinoxes, indicating a sophisticated understanding of the celestial bodies. Some menhirs could have been raised as memorials to important individuals or events, serving as early forms of commemoration or monument building. And since this is kind of a general topic, with all of these Stonehenge-like structures being grouped into one singular grouping, it is kind of hard to say that they're all for one specific function or date or alignment because of all the different viewpoints on life, religious reasons, artistic endeavors. I mean, they could have been a wide variety of different things. And in my opinion, I think it's unfair to group these all into one reason, but those are just some of the reasons that some of them could have been attributed for. And like I mentioned, menhirs are found in a wide distribution across the globe, with notable concentrations in Western Europe, with some of the most famous menhirs and menhir sites include Carnac, Brittany, Stonehenge, the Almendres. There's a whole bunch. If you're interested, you can dive into some of those. I've covered most of them, but definitely do your own research on some of them because they're fascinating topics. But as a general grouping, the study of menhirs poses several challenges, including dating the stones accurately, understanding the tools and methods used for their construction and erection, and interpreting the significance in the absence of written records from the periods in which they were created. Advances in archaeological techniques, including radiocarbon dating and landscape archaeology, have helped shed some light on some of these different menhirs in question, but the majority of them remain mysteries. Number 5, the Blue Men of Minch. The Blue Men of the Minch, also known as the Blue Men of the Storms, are legendary sea spirits from Scottish folklore, particularly associated with the stretch of water between the Outer Hebrides and mainland Scotland, known as the Minch. These mythical creatures are part of the maritime lore in Scotland, which includes tales of mermaids, selkies, and other mythical beings that inhabit its waters. The Blue Men are described as humanoid in appearance, with blue skin and green beards and hair, inhabiting the sea and occasionally interacting with sailors and fishermen. The Blue Men of the Minch are said to live underwater in a clan structure led by a chieftain. They are known for their swimming prowess, with their upper bodies protruding from the water as they navigate the waves. According to legend, the Blue Men are capable of speaking and are known to challenge ship captains to verse battles or engage them in witty dialogue. If the captain is quick enough to respond correctly, the Blue Men will allow the ship to pass unharmed. However, if the captain fails the challenge, the Blue Men will whip up storms and try to capsize the ship. I don't know, when I was researching this, I just kept imagining, like, you're sailing along, like even it's like Sea of Thieves. You're just sailing along and a blue dude pops up and gives you a riddle. I don't know. The origins of the Blue Men legends are subject to speculation, of course, with theories suggesting they may have been influenced by encounters with real-life phenomena or as personifications of the sea's dangers. Some interpretations suggest that the legends of the Blue Men could be derived from Moorish slaves who escaped from ships or from the Viking Age, reflecting encounters between Scottish islanders and Norse sailors. The tales of the Blue Men of the Minch are definitely an integral part of Scotland's oral tradition, contributing to the country's rich folklore and cultural heritage. These stories have been passed down through generations, serving not only as entertainment, but also as cautionary tales that show the essentially violence of the sea. I joke about it, but I mean, stuff like this is so fascinating to me with essentially what humans come up with in their works of literature, art, and music, and how that kind of reflects on what they experienced at the time. But yeah, I don't really think that there's much of a mystery here. I think this is kind of similar to like the Loch Ness Monster or, fairies and gnomes, but interesting nonetheless. Number 6, Holdufolk. Holdufolk? That's hard to pronounce. Sorry. Holdufolk, or the hidden people, are supernatural beings from Icelandic folklore, deeply ingrained in the country's cultural heritage. These elusive entities are often described as resembling humans in appearance and living in a parallel world that occasionally intersects with ours. The origins of the Holdufolk legends are somewhat murky, with theories suggesting they date back to the Viking Age or earlier. Some stories propose that they were the children of Eve, whom she hid from God and subsequently declared must remain hidden from humans as well. Others believe the Holdufolk are fallen angels or lost spirits, which could be an interesting take on the lore, I guess is the word. Despite their hidden nature, they are thought to live lives similar to humans, farming the land, keeping the livestock, and living in elaborate dwellings, often thought to be inside hills, rocks, or mounds. Whenever I picture these people, I kind of picture hobbits. Maybe that's just me. The belief in Holdufolk has been a significant aspect of Icelandic culture, influencing everything from folklore and literature to modern-day environmental policies and urban planning even. It's not uncommon for construction projects to be altered or delayed to avoid disturbing rocks or hills believed to be inhabited by these beings. This respect for the Holdufolk and their dwellings underscores the deep connection between the Icelandic people and their natural environments, as well as a broader belief in the coexistence with and respect for the unseen forces of nature. Which, if there is a country or place that would coexist with invisible beings, I can't think of a better place than Iceland. Along with a lot of other mythological creatures, the tales involving the Holdufolk are varied greatly and often serve as cautionary tales that underline moral or ethical lessons. They're sometimes depicted as benevolent beings offering assistance to humans or rewarding those who respect their homes and the environment. In other stories, they can be vengeful, punishing those who disturb their dwellings or disrespect the natural world. Many tales involve interactions between humans and the Holdufolk, including love stories that usually emphasize the impossibility of lasting relationships between humans and the supernatural world. Which it is pretty interesting because the modern belief in the Holdufolk has waned among Iceland's younger and more urbanized population, with a significant portion of the population still expresses at least a nominal belief in their existence, or at least an unwillingness to outright deny it, which I do find kind of interesting. And this enduring belief is not necessarily rooted in the supernatural, but rather reflects the cultural environmental ethos that values harmony with the natural world and its mysteries. So kind of the idea rather than the actual belief, but either way, pretty cool. Number 7, were the Merovingians descendants of Jesus Christ? So the Merovingians came to power in the former Roman provinces of Gaul at a time of great upheaval during the decline of the Western Roman Empire. Their most famous king, Clovis I, converted to Christianity, specifically to the Nicene Creed followed by Roman Catholicism, in the late 5th century, which helped solidify the alliance between the Frankish monarchy and the Roman Catholic Church. This conversion is well documented and was pivotal for the spread of Christianity in Western Europe. But the idea that the Merovingian kings were descended from Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene was popularized not until the late 20th century, particularly by the speculative book Holy Blood, Holy Grail, published in 1982 by Michael Bay Gent, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln. These authors proposed that Jesus and Mary Magdalene were married and had children, whose descendants eventually became the Merovingian dynasty. This theory was further popularized by Dan Brown's fictional novel, The Da Vinci Code, which, although a work of fiction, did spark widespread interest in the Merovingians and the theories about their origins. So there is no contemporary historical evidence to suggest that Jesus was married or even had children, much less that his descendants founded the Merovingian dynasty. The genealogies of the Merovingian kings are well documented through Frankish and Christian sources, with no mention of a connection to Jesus Christ. The claims made in Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and similar works are based on speculative interpretations of medieval texts, legends, and artifacts, and many of these interpretations are considered misrepresentations or misreadings of historical sources by scholars. As a fan of the Da Vinci Code myself, if something like that were to happen, I would find it pretty crazy, but we will never know about it because if something like that did happen, it's in the bottom of the Vatican. So essentially lost to history. Number 8, Sigiriya. Sigiriya, often referred to as the Lion Rock, is a historic and archaeological site located in the central province of Sri Lanka. This ancient rock fortress and palace ruin is renowned for its significant archaeological importance and striking natural beauty. Built in the 5th century AD during the reign of King Kasyapa, Sigiriya is considered one of the best preserved examples of ancient urban planning and is a testament to the ingenuity of its builders. King Kasyapa chose Sigiriya as his capital, constructing his palace on the top of this massive rock column, which rises approximately 660 feet above the surrounding plains. The site was selected for its defensibility against invasions, as Kasyapa was a king with many enemies, including his own half-brother, Moggallana, from whom he seized the throne. After Kasyapa's death, Sigiriya was used as a Buddhist monastery until the late 14th century. So I couldn't find much mystery here other than the fact that it was built on this just incredible structure. But we do know that it was built. We don't really know how. I do want to dive into the architectural and artistic significance, though. It is famed for its frescoes. The western face of the rocks features vibrant frescoes painted in brilliant hues. These paintings depict celestial maidens known as apsaras and are celebrated for their artistic and historical value. There's also the mirror wall, which was originally polished to a high sheen. The mirror wall once allowed the king to see himself as he walked alongside it. Today, it is partly covered with verses scribbled by visitors dating from as early as the 8th century. And although kind of like graffiti, these inscriptions themselves provide insight into the thoughts and languages of ancient visitors, so still just as fascinating. There's also the water gardens at Sigiriya. They're some of the oldest landscape gardens in the world, showcasing the advanced hydraulic engineering, including sophisticated surface and subsurface hydraulic systems, some of which still function during the rainy season, which is just amazing. And the entrance to the palace on the summit is through a gateway in the shape of a lion, hence the name Lion Rock. Although the upper parts of the lion have eroded over time, you can still see the paws that flank the staircases that leads up to the top, which is pretty cool. So the creation of Sigiriya is surrounded by the legends and all that fun stuff. It's most notably related to King Kasyapa's desire to build an impenetrable fortress. According to folklore, Kasyapa sought to not only protect himself from his enemies, but also to create a symbol of his power and a heaven on earth that reflected his magnificence and the beauty of the natural world. So who knows if this was built by one king at one point in history, or if it was built by multiple kings throughout history. Either way, fascinating structure and pretty crazy. Number 9, the mystery of Silbury Hill. Silbury Hill, located in Avebury in the English county of Wiltshire, sorry, a lot of British people correcting me on the shires, is one of Europe's most interesting prehistoric monuments. This massive man-made mound, part of the complex Neolithic landscape that includes Avebury Hinge and stone circles, stands about 98 feet high and covers an area of about 5 acres. It's thought to have been constructed around 2400 BC, and Silbury Hill is the largest artificial mound in Europe, comparable in height and volume to some of the smaller Egyptian pyramids. Despite its prominence and the extensive research conducted on and around the site, the original purpose and significance of Silbury Hill remain subjects of mystery and speculation. Silbury Hill was constructed in several stages, beginning around 2400 BC, and it is believed to have taken hundreds of workers and several years to complete. The mound is made of chalk and earth, meticulously layered in a series of steps or terraces. Archaeological investigations, including several tunneling projects, have revealed that the construction of Silbury Hill was a carefully planned and executed endeavor, involving the movement of hundreds of thousands of tons of earth and chalk. However, no burial or central chamber has been discovered within the mound, which is unusual for a structure of its kind and era. Some theories suggest that Silbury Hill had a, you guessed it, religious and ceremonial function, possibly related to the worship of a Mother Earth goddess, or as a symbol of fertility and abundance. Its proximity to the Avebury complex, known for its ritual significance, supports interpretations of Silbury Hill as part of a broader ceremonial landscape. Another theory proposes that Silbury Hill was constructed as a monument to the ancestors, serving as more of a focal point for rites of passage, commemoration, and the reinforcement of community identity and cohesion. Researchers have also explored the possibility that Silbury Hill, like many other prehistoric monuments, incorporates astronomical alignments. Some suggest that its construction could relate to solstices, equinoxes, or other celestial events, although there has been no evidence to support this. So yeah, over the years, Silbury Hill has been the subject of several archaeological excavations, most notably in the 1960s and the 2000s. These investigations aimed to understand its construction, date its creation, and uncover any possible burials or artifacts. But none of these have yielded any artifacts, and no definitive evidence has found to conclusively determine its purpose. So, as of right now, we don't know much about Silbury Hill, and I guess we'll just continue to wait for some archaeologists to tell us exactly what it did. Number 10, Bérenger Saunière. Bérenger Saunière was a French Catholic priest who has definitely a very interesting story. Born on April 11th, 1852, Saunière was appointed the parish priest of Rennes-le-Château in 1885, where he served until his death in 1917. His life took a mysterious turn after he reportedly discovered something in the late 19th century that led to sudden and unexplained wealth, sparking a lot of speculation and conspiracy theories that still confuse people. The mystery surrounding Bérenger Saunière began in 1891 when he was reportedly conducting restoration work on his church dedicated to St. Mary Magdalene. According to popular accounts, Saunière found parchments hidden in a pillar of the altar, which contained coded messages or genealogies dating back to the time of Jesus Christ. These documents, and whatever else Saunière may have discovered or inferred from them, allegedly led him to immense wealth or to a secret of great importance. Following the discovery, Saunière embarked on a lavish spending spree, renovating his church with elaborate decorations and constructing several buildings in the village, including Villa Bethania and the Tor Magdala. The source of his wealth has been the subject of much speculation, with ideas ranging from finding buried treasure or gold to being paid off for keeping silent about a secret that could potentially threaten the Catholic Church, such as the bloodline of Jesus Christ or Mary Magdalene, or the treasure of the Knights Templar even. Saunière's story has fueled numerous theories and inspired works of fiction, including the Da Vinci Code, which I never would have thought I'd mention this twice in one video, but here we are. Researchers have delved into various aspects of Saunière's life and the mysteries of Rennes-le-Château, imagining everything from historical records and Saunière's personal correspondence to the architectural and symbolic features of the church and the surrounding structures. Skeptics and some researchers argue that the mystery of Saunière's wealth was exaggerated or misinterpreted. They suggest that Saunière's money came from more prosaic sources, such as donations from wealthy patrons, or through the practice of simony, selling masses, which was against church law. The discovered parchments and their supposed secrets are considered by some to be part of a hoax or a ploy by Saunière to attract donations. Some people interpret it as clues to hidden knowledge or secrets. The Magdala Tower, he named after Mary Magdalene, serves as both a library and an observatory, leading to further speculation about its purpose and significance of its placement and design. So a lot of people have looked at different alignments, different points, and jumping off points for this wild goose chase that people have been going on. There's also the secret society angle, with the region that it was in being a high interest of the Knights Templar, which had esoteric knowledge and were subjects of persecution. But in my opinion, I think this is just another wild goose chase with the weaving together of elements of historical aspects, as well as the wish for unfound treasure, the allure of secret knowledge, and all that jazz. So I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Number 11, Superhenge. Superhenge, officially known as Durrington Walls, is an enormous Neolithic monument located near Stonehenge and within the Stonehenge, Avebury, and associated sites UNESCO World Heritage Site in Wiltshire, England. This site gained attention and the nickname Superhenge following the discovery in 2015 of evidence suggesting a much larger complex of monuments than previously understood, potentially rivaling the significance of Stonehenge itself. Durrington Walls is one of the largest henge monuments in Britain, originally consisting of a large circular bank and ditch enclosure measuring around 1,500 feet in diameter, enclosing an area of about 12 acres. The site dates back to approximately 2500 BC, roughly contemporary with the later stages of Stonehenge's construction. It is believed to have been a settlement or ceremonial site used by the builders of Stonehenge, with the two sites connected both physically by the River Avon and symbolically through their architecture and potential usage. So back to the discovery. In 2015, the discovery that led to the site being dubbed Superhenge came from an extensive underground survey project called the Stonehenge Hidden Landscapes Project. Using advanced geophysical imaging techniques, researchers found evidence of up to 90 previously unknown large stones or megaliths buried beneath the bank of Durrington Walls. These stones, some of which are estimated to have stood up to 15 feet tall before being toppled over, lie in a C-shaped formation and are thought to date back to the same period as the henge's original construction. So the discovery of these buried stones has led to various theories about the original purpose and design of Durrington Walls. The first is a ceremonial complex. The size and the layout of the stones suggest that Durrington Walls was part of a vast ceremonial landscape. The site's proximity to Stonehenge and its alignment with the solstice axis does kind of give credit to theories that it was used for rituals related to the solstices or other astronomical events. There's also the theory that it was a site of gathering. Given the evidence of feasting in domestic structures found nearby, some archaeologists propose that Durrington Walls served as a place of gathering for people from across the region, possibly in connection with the ceremonies that were held at Stonehenge. And there's also some theories that state that it was just a monumental facade. The arrangement of the buried stones suggests that they could have formed a striking monumental facade for visitors approaching the site, which could have served to impress or convey a message about the community's power and their resources. But in general, the discovery at Durrington Walls has significant implications for our understanding of Neolithic Britain and the Stonehenge landscape. It highlights the complexity and sophistication of Neolithic society and suggests that the region around Stonehenge was a focal point for ceremonial activities on a scale significantly larger than previously recognized. This does challenge our traditional understanding of Stonehenge itself, but also challenges our ideas of what the Neolithic society was like and what their ideals were and how they worshipped their gods and had their ceremonies. Number 12, Westcar Papyrus. The Westcar Papyrus is a significant ancient Egyptian text dating to the Second Intermediate Period, which was around 1650 BC, though the stories it contains are thought to be much older, possibly originating from the Old Kingdom, circa 2686 to 2181 BC. This papyrus is one of the most important literary texts from ancient Egypt, offering insight into the culture's storytelling traditions, religious beliefs, and views on kinship and magic. It was named after Henry Westcar, a British adventurer who acquired the papyrus in the early 19th century. The text is currently housed in the Egyptian Museum of Berlin. The Westcar Papyrus consists of a collection of 5 stories told to King Khufu by his sons. These tales are framed as entertainments that reveal truths about the power of the gods and the potential for magic in the world. The stories are notable for their narrative quality, humor, and the insight that they provide into ancient Egyptian society. So each of these stories involves a magician who has supernatural powers to perform incredible feats, such as parting the waters of a lake, creating a wax crocodile that comes to life, and predicting the future. These tales not only entertain, but also underscore the Egyptians' belief in the power of magic and its role in ensuring order and justice. One of the most famous stories within the Westcar Papyrus is the prophecy foretelling the birth of 3 kings who would eventually lead Egypt, believed to refer to the first 3 kings of the 5th dynasty. This tale serves both as an ideological myth, explaining the divine right of these kings, and as a demonstration of the gods' direct involvement in the affairs of the state. Although the papyrus itself dates from a much later period, the content of these stories provides valuable information about the culture, religion, and the societal norms of the Old Kingdom, a time of great pyramid building and artistic achievement in Egypt. The depiction of pharaohs engaging with the magicians underscores the perceived closeness between the kings and the gods, as well as the king's role as an intermediary between the gods and the people. The Westcar Papyrus is a great example of Egyptian narrative literature, showcasing the sophistication of Egyptian storytelling, including the use of suspense, dialogue, and even moral lessons. It demonstrates the ancient Egyptians' appreciation for narrative as a means of exploring themes of power, morality, and the supernatural. It has some really cool stories within it, so if you haven't read this piece, definitely go check it out. Do some research on it. It's fascinating stuff. Number 13, Sarush/Mushrushu. The Sarush, also known as the Mushrushu, is a mythical creature depicted in ancient Mesopotamian art, most famously on the Ishtar Gate of Babylon, dating back to the 6th century BC during the reign of King Nebuchadnezzar II. This creature embodies the rich tapestry and mythology and symbolism that characterized the Mesopotamian civilization, blending elements of real and mythical animals into a composite creature that you've probably already seen on the Ishtar Gate. The Sarush is typically depicted as a dragon-like creature with a long, serpentine body, scaly skin, eagle-like hind legs, feline forelegs, a long neck, horned head with a snake-like tongue, and a crest. This combination of features from different animals indicates the Sarush's importance in Mesopotamian mythology, representing a potent symbol of the divine power and protection associated with the city of Babylon and its gods, particularly Marduk, the chief deity of the city. The Ishtar Gate, one of the 8 gates leading into the inner city of Babylon, is adorned with images of several animals that held symbolic significance, including lions, bulls, and the Sarush. The gate itself was a monumental symbol of Babylon's greatness and the divine protection over the city, with the Sarush serving as the guardian agent against evil and misfortune. Its presence on the gate underscores the creature's role in Mesopotamian cosmology as a protective entity. The Sarush reflects the Mesopotamians' interest in hybrid creatures and their role in the religious and mythological landscape. These creatures were often seen as intermediaries between the gods and humans, embodying the characteristics of the animals they represented, such as strength, speed, and ferocity. The Sarush in particular may have symbolized the power of the king and his ability to protect and nurture the city, as well as the combined strength and wisdom of the gods. In modern times, the Sarush has sparked interest among cryptozoologists and people who believe in alternative ancient mystery history theories, with some of them speculating about its basis in reality. This has led to theories suggesting that the Sarush was inspired by encounters with real animals that were then mythologized, or that it represents a memory of prehistoric creatures that lived in the region. However, with that being said, most scholars do agree that the Sarush, like other mythological creatures, was simply a symbolic representation embodying the values and beliefs of the Mesopotamian people rather than what they actually saw. Number 14, the Dictys of Crete. Dictys of Crete was a figure from Greek mythology closely associated with the story of the Trojan War and its aftermath, particularly through the connections to the legend of the Cretan king Idomeneus and the narrative of the Little Iliad. Dictys is often remembered for his role in the discovery of Danae and her son Perseus, who were cast into the sea by Acrisius, Danae's father, and washed ashore on the island of Seriphos, where Dictys found them. Dictys was a fisherman and brother of King Polydectes of Seriphos, making him a figure of some prominence on the island's mythological narratives. His life takes a significant turn when he discovers Danae and the infant Perseus inside a chest that had been cast into the sea. Moved by compassion, Dictys takes them in and raises Perseus as his own, providing a safe haven for the mother and child from the wrath of King Acrisius, and later from Polydectes' unwelcome advances toward Danae. Apart from his mythological role, Dictys of Crete is also known through his pseudo-historical account titled Dictys Cretensis, purportedly written by Dictys himself. This work claims to be a diary of the Trojan War, offering a detailed eyewitness account of the events leading up to the fall of Troy from a Cretan perspective. Dictys Cretensis is presented as an alternative source of the Homeric epics, with a claim to authenticity based on Dictys' supposed first-hand experience of the war. The Dictys Cretensis emerged in the later centuries of antiquity and was highly regarded during the Middle Ages and the Renaissance as a valuable historical source on the Trojan War. Its influence can be seen in the way it shaped medieval and Renaissance perspectives of the Trojan narrative, often being considered alongside more recognized sources like Homer's Iliad and Odyssey and Virgil's Aeneid. While modern scholars recognize the Dictys Cretensis as a work of fiction, it remains an important artifact of ancient literary traditions. The text provides insights into how the story of the Trojan War was adapted and retold in different cultural and historical contexts. So, I guess the mystery here is whether Dictys of Crete was an actual person. The figure of Dictys of Crete and the associated text exemplify the blurring of mythological narrative and historical accounts that is a hallmark of ancient literature. It's seen all across the board. Dictys' supposed diary represents an early attempt to historicize myth, a theme that recurs throughout Western literary and historical traditions. So, at this point, the understanding is that Dictys was not in fact a real person, nor were the stories or accounts in which he wrote or claimed to have written even existed. But nonetheless, Greek mythology is fascinating and one of my favorite topics. Number 15, the Kalixtlahuaca head. The Kalixtlahuaca head is a small terracotta artifact that has sparked significant debate and speculation about pre-Columbian transoceanic contact. Discovered in 1933 during excavations led by archaeologist Jose Garcia Peon in the ruins of Kalixtlahuaca, located in present-day Mexico State, Mexico, the head has been cited as evidence of Roman presence in pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. The site itself was once inhabited by the Matlatzinca people before the Aztec conquest in the 15th century. The head is roughly 5 centimeters in height and depicts a bearded man, which is notable because depictions of bearded individuals are extremely uncommon in pre-Columbian Mesoamerican art. Its stylistic features have led some to suggest that it may represent a Roman, possibly dating from the 2nd to 3rd centuries AD. The terracotta material and the craftsmanship have fueled arguments both for and against its authenticity and significance regarding transoceanic contacts. The discovery of the head has been a huge controversy, primarily due to the implications of accepting it as evidence of early contact between the Old World and the New World prior to Christopher Columbus's arrival in 1492. Critics of the theory of Roman contact argue that the head could have been a modern object that was somehow introduced into the archaeological layer, or that it might represent a case of convergent cultural development rather than direct contact or influence. Attempts have been made to date the head and the context in which it was found, but these have not conclusively established its age. The lack of definitive contextual information complicates efforts to understand how the artifact came to be at Kalixtlahuaca. Also, I apologize for any mispronunciation of any of these locations. If any of my viewers from Mexico can correct me on that, I would be greatly appreciated because it doesn't just pop up when you Google it, and the videos are all different. But back to it. Many archaeologists and historians remain skeptical of the head being evidence of pre-Columbian transoceanic contact, citing the need for more compelling evidence to support such a claim, not just the head itself. The mainstream view holds that the artifact does not conclusively prove Romans visited or had direct contact with the inhabitants of Mesoamerica. The people in this boat hold that there should be significantly more evidence to support this pre-Columbian transoceanic contact than there is. Like, if this is the only thing that they can show to try to prove pre-Columbian transoceanic contact, it doesn't hold much validity until other evidence is collected. But, I mean, if the hypothesis of Roman contact with Mesoamerica were proven true, it would have profound implications for our understanding of world history, suggesting a level of interconnectedness and maritime capability not currently attributed to ancient civilizations. It would necessitate a reevaluation of the history of exploration and cultural exchange that we have never seen before. Number 16, the Black Pyramid of Amenemhet III. The Black Pyramid of Amenemhet III, located in Dashur, Egypt, is an ancient structure built during the Middle Kingdom of the pharaoh Amenemhet III, who reigned during the 12th dynasty, roughly 1860 to 1814 BC. Unlike the iconic Giza pyramids, the Black Pyramid is less well known, but significant for its unique construction features and the insight it offers into the evolution of Egyptian pyramid building techniques. Its name derives from the dark color of its exposed core structure, which is visible due to the decay of its outer casing stones. The Black Pyramid marked a departure from the traditional pyramid building methods of earlier dynasties. It was constructed using mud brick encased in a limestone shell, a technique that, while innovative, ultimately led to the pyramid's instability and dilapidation over time. The core of the pyramid was built with a network of mud brick and stone walls forming a web-like structure intended to bear the weight of the superstructure, a design choice that was likely a response to the structural failures of previous pyramids. Amenemhet III was a prominent pharaoh known for his contributions to the prosperity of Egypt, particularly through irrigation projects and increased arable land. His reign is considered a high point of the Middle Kingdom, and he was commemorated with two pyramids, the Black Pyramid in Dashur and another in Hawara near the Fayum Oasis. The latter is better preserved and famous for the Labyrinth, a vast mortuary temple complex that Herodotus claimed surpassed the pyramids in grandeur. The pyramid originally formed part of a larger mortuary complex, including a mortuary temple, causeway, and subsidiary structures. The complex housed the burial chambers of Amenhotep III and his daughter, as well as possibly other members of the royal family. These chambers, accessible by a series of intricate passageways, offer some good insights into the burial practices and architectural innovations of this specific period. The pyramid has suffered extensive damage due to its construction materials and methods, as well as looting, obviously, and natural erosion. The mud brick core, exposed after the limestone casing stones were removed or eroded, has contributed to the pyramid's nickname. Despite its dilapidated state, the site remains a critical source of archaeological information about the Middle Kingdom. Excavations at the Black Pyramid have faced challenges due to the structure's instability and groundwater issues, which have complicated efforts to study the pyramid and its associated complex. However, archaeological work has yielded artifacts, including papyri, and they provide insight into the economic and social aspects of Middle Kingdom Egypt. Number 17, Gar Dalam. Gar Dalam, translated to Cave of Darkness, is a significant prehistoric site located in the southeastern part of Malta. This cave holds critical importance due to its rich paleontological and archaeological deposits that provide insight into Malta's ancient past, including the earliest evidence of human presence on the island, and the layers within the cave have revealed a plethora of fossils and artifacts that span a vast period from the Pleistocene era up to the more recent historical times. The initial layers of sediment in Gar Dalam contain an extensive array of animal bones dating back to the last ice age, approximately 180,000 to 10,000 years ago. These include remains of dwarf elephants, hippopotamuses, micro-mammals, and birds, many of which are now extinct. The presence of these animals suggests that Malta was once connected to the European mainland, allowing the migration of species during periods of lower sea levels. The fossils found in Gar Dalam are invaluable for understanding the Pleistocene ecosystem in the Mediterranean region. Above the Pleistocene layers, archaeologists have uncovered evidence of the first human settlers on Malta, dating back to approximately 7,400 years ago. These Neolithic artifacts include pottery, flint tools, and even human remains, providing crucial information about the island's earliest inhabitants and their way of life. The sequence of layers within the cave offers a continuous record of human activity, making Gar Dalam a key site for studying the prehistory of Malta and the central Mediterranean. Today, Gar Dalam is not only a site of scientific interest, but also a cultural attraction. The cave is part of a larger area that includes a museum, which houses a collection of fossils and artifacts excavated from the cave. The museum serves as an educational resource, showing the natural and human history of Malta through its displays. Visitors to Gar Dalam, you can actually go into a section of the cave and view the stratified layers that tell the story of the island's past. Gar Dalam continues to be an important site for paleontological and archaeological research. Conservation efforts are underway to protect the cave and its deposits for future study, and to ensure that it remains accessible to the public and researchers. The site's significance extends beyond Malta, contributing to the broader understanding of the prehistoric life in the Mediterranean and the patterns of human settlement and migration in the region. Really cool stuff. Number 18, The Legend of Ys. The Legend of Ys is a captivating myth in Brittany, a region in northwestern France, rich in Celtic heritage and folklore. This myth encapsulates the themes of wealth, hubris, divine retribution, and lost innocence, portraying Ys as a beautiful, prosperous city built below sea level and ultimately doomed by the moral failings of its people. The story of Ys is intertwined with the sea, reflecting the Breton people's deep connection to their rugged coastal environment. According to legend, Ys was built on the coast of Brittany and protected from the sea by a high wall with a gate that could be closed during high tide. The city was said to have been founded by King Gradlon, a semi-mythical figure who ruled over the region, and his daughter, Princess Dahut. Dahut is often depicted as a key figure in the city's downfall, described in various versions of the story as a priestess of a pagan religion, a sorceress, or simply a woman of loose morals. The narrative details how Dahut's actions, which included indulging in knightly actions, and in some versions murdering her lovers, ultimately led to the city's destruction. The most popular version tells of a knight dressed in red, believed to be the devil in disguise, who seduced Dahut and convinced her to steal the key to the city's gates from her father. The knight then opened the gates, allowing the sea to rush in and flood Ys. King Gradlon attempted to save his daughter, but according to divine command, he was forced to let her drown to save himself from the flood. The king survived and Ys was lost beneath the waves, with only the spire of its cathedral remaining visible above the water. In some versions of the legend, it is said that the bells of Ys can still be heard ringing from beneath the sea. The legend of Ys has been interpreted in various ways, often seen as a moral tale warning against decadent pride and the turning away from Christian values. It also reflects the Bretons' historical struggles with the sea, which both sustains and threatens their way of life. Ys has been compared to other mythical sunken cities such as Atlantis, and it kind of intertwines with this whole idea of some global flood. But again, we've talked about that. I won't get too far on that. Number 19, dragon houses in Greece. The dragon houses of Greece are a group of ancient structures found primarily in the southern part of the island of Euboea, with the most famous example located near the summit of Mount Ochi. These megalithic constructions, characterized by their large, unworked stone blocks and remarkable precision in assembly, date back to the classical and Hellenistic periods, though the exact dates and purposes of these structures remain subjects of debate among archaeologists and historians. Dragon houses are noted for their distinctive construction techniques. They are built without the use of mortar, relying instead on the careful placement of massive stone slabs to create walls, floors, and roofs. The stones are often so precisely fitted together that not even a knife blade can be inserted between them. The roofs are made of large, flat slabs, slope slightly for drainage, supported by walls that incline inward, creating a pseudo-trapezoidal shape in cross-section. This design is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also structurally sound, contributing to the longevity of these buildings. So the original function of the dragon houses is obviously still a matter of speculation. Various theories have been proposed regarding their use, including that they served as military outposts, religious temples, astronomical observatories, shelters for shepherds or hunters, but let's just go into each of them. So military outposts. Some researchers suggest that the dragon houses were strategic military structures, possibly serving as watchtowers or fortifications due to their locations on the high elevations. Others propose a religious significance, speculating that they could have been sanctuaries dedicated to the worship of specific gods or heroes. The presence of altars and other ritualistic features in some dragon houses, not all, does support this theory. A few scholars argue that the dragon houses could have been used for astronomical observations, pointing to their precise alignments with a lot of different celestial phenomena, which I feel like almost all of the ancient sites align with some sort of celestial phenomena, whether it's a constellation, some equinox, or anything of the sorts. And I feel like there's so many different celestial phenomena that it's bound to at least align with something, right? Maybe I'm just stupid, but whatever. Another practical suggestion is that these structures provided shelter for shepherds or hunters frequenting the mountainous regions. But despite their names, there is no direct connection between the dragon houses and the mythological dragons of Greek lore. The term dragon likely reflects the awe and mystery these ancient structures inspired in later populations, who may have attributed their construction to mythical creatures due to the absolutely massive size of the stones that were used. Excavations and studies of the dragon houses have provided valuable insights into the architectural techniques and societal practices of ancient Greece, particularly in the region outside of the major city-states. However, the lack of written records specifically mentioning these structures definitely makes it challenging to determine their precise roles within ancient Greek society. But yeah, other than that, we don't really know much more. Moving on. Number 20, the Derveni Papyrus. The Derveni Papyrus is an ancient Greek manuscript dating to approximately the 4th century BC, making it one of the oldest surviving European papyri. It was discovered in 1962 in a nobleman's tomb near Derveni, not far from Thessaloniki in northern Greece. The papyrus is of immense value, providing insight into ancient Greek religion, philosophy, and early Orphic beliefs. Its contents include a commentary on an Orphic poem, making it a crucial document for understanding pre-Socratic philosophy and the religious practices of that specific time. The papyrus was found among the remnants of a funeral altar, leading to significant damage. It was charred and in fragments when discovered. Despite its condition, advanced imaging technology and painstaking scholarly work have allowed researchers to reconstruct and interpret a lot of the text. The efforts to preserve, restore, and interpret the Derveni papyrus has been ongoing since its discovery, with actually significant progress made in recent years. The Derveni papyrus is primarily a philosophical commentary on an Orphic poem that details with the creation of the gods and the origin of the cosmos. The text discusses themes such as the nature of the divine, the structures of the universe, and the role of ritual and sacrifice in Orphic tradition. It references early Greek thinkers and bridges the gap between mythological religious thought and the emerging rational philosophy that would come to characterize classical Greece. The author of the commentary, while not definitively identified, demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of the allegorical interpretation, suggesting that the mythical narratives of the Orphic tradition can be understood in terms of natural philosophy. This approach reflects the thought process of the time, which sought to reconcile traditional religious belief practices with the philosophical inquiry. So it is significant for several reasons. It is one of the oldest manuscripts found in Europe. It provides a direct link to the intellectual traditions of ancient Greece, offering a glimpse into the transition from mythological to philosophical thought. The document is a key source for the study of Orphism, a religious and philosophical movement that predates the Socratic philosophy. Orphism emphasized personal salvation and the soul's liberation from the cycle of rebirths, and the papyrus sheds light on the Orphic cosmology and theology. The commentary also provides valuable insights into the early development of Greek philosophical thought, including the naturalistic explanations for the origin of the cosmos and the gods. And by discussing rituals, sacrifices, and the interpretations of myth, the papyrus illuminates the religious practices and beliefs of ancient Greece, which obviously offers that deep understanding of its society and culture that we lacked prior to its founding. So at one point, this was a mystery, with us not really being able to know what was actually on it, but through the work of the scholars who put it back together and did a bunch of research onto what it actually said, we've learned a lot about Greek culture, and it's just an amazing piece of work.
Tier 3.
Number 1, Sushruta. Sushruta, an ancient Indian physician, is known for his pioneering contributions to the field of medicine and surgery. He is traditionally credited with authoring the Sushruta Samhita, an extensive Sanskrit text on medicine and surgery, which is considered one of the foundational documents of Ayurveda, the traditional system of medicine in India. Sushruta's work is believed to have been composed sometime between 600 BC and 600 CE, with most scholars leaning towards the earlier dates within this range. Sushruta's contributions to the medical field are profound and quite varied, covering aspects of surgery, medicine, anatomy, and patient care. The Sushruta Samhita describes various surgical practices, including incisions, excisions, and the extraction of foreign objects. Sushruta is often cited as the father of surgery for his detailed descriptions of surgical techniques and instruments. One of the most remarkable aspects of Sushruta's work is his detailed description of rhinoplasty, which is the reconstruction of the nose, and other forms of plastic surgery. This knowledge was so advanced that techniques described by Sushruta were studied by British physicians in the 18th century and influenced modern plastic surgery. Sushruta also had a profound understanding of human anatomy, gained through dissection and study. His work provides detailed descriptions of the structure of the human body, including the bones, muscles, and organs. The Sushruta Samhita includes descriptions of procedures for treating cataracts or other eye diseases as well, showcasing an early understanding of ophthalmology. And apart from his surgical techniques, Sushruta's text also describes the preparation and use of hundreds of medical compounds, highlighting his contributions to pharmacology as well. The Sushruta Samhita is divided into several sections, covering different aspects of medicine and surgery. The text is a combination of Sushruta's teachings and later additions and commentaries by other scholars. Despite these later additions, the core of the text is attributed to Sushruta and his original contributions. The Sushruta Samhita not only serves as a medical guide, but also as a philosophical and ethical text, emphasizing the moral and ethical duties of physicians. Sushruta's legacy in the history of medicine is unparalleled, especially in the context of ancient medical practices. His innovative techniques and holistic approach to patient care were far ahead of their time and have influenced not only Ayurveda, but also the development of medicine in other cultures. The Sushruta Samhita remains a critical source for the study of ancient medical practices and continues to be used for other practices even today. So the mystery here mainly deals with when he was born and how he understood and gained this knowledge, but through his study and lifelong devotion to this field, it's not really much of a mystery, more so just an awe and fascination. Number 2, the Khat Shabib. The Khat Shabib is a mysterious and ancient stone wall that stretches across the landscape of Jordan, running north to south for approximately 150 kilometers, which is about 93 miles. This structure, also simply known as just the Wall, was first brought to the attention of the wider world by Sir Alec Kirkbride, a British diplomat in Jordan in the mid-20th century. Since then, archaeologists and historians have been intrigued by its origins, purpose, and just the people who built it. The Khat Shabib is believed to have been constructed in the Nabatean period or possibly earlier, with some estimates dating back to the first millennium BC. The wall varies in height and width along its course, in some places reaching up to a meter high, and in others barely discernible from the surrounding landscape. It is accompanied in parts by towers that might have served as guard posts or lookouts, I guess. But despite its considerable length, the wall is not continuous. It is broken up by natural features and in some places appears to have been constructed in segments. The construction technique and materials, mainly local stones, suggest that it was built with considerable effort but without the intention of serving as a formidable military barrier. So, as you probably guessed, the main mystery here is the actual purpose of the Khat Shabib and what exactly it was used for. There are several theories that have been proposed. The first theory is that of an agricultural boundary. It suggests that the wall was built as a boundary marker for agricultural lands, possibly to control or manage the grazing of livestock. This theory is supported by the fact that the wall does not seem to be designed for defensive purposes, which brings us to the defensive structure theory. Despite its apparent lack of fortification, this theory states that the Khat Shabib served as a defensive role, possibly as a deterrent against raiders or as a means of controlling movement across the region. Another possibility is that the wall was used to control trade routes and caravan passages across Jordan, perhaps serving as a way to tax or manage the goods moving through the area. And given the wall's nature, some have suggested that it may have held a symbolic or ceremonial significance for the people who built it, possibly related to ancient rituals or territorial claims. But yeah, archaeological interest in the Khat Shabib has increased in recent years with surveys and studies aimed at understanding its construction, dating, and purpose. Without learning a whole bunch, these investigations have revealed that the wall is more complex than initially thought, with evidence of associated structures and settlements along its length. However, definitive conclusions about its origins and functions remain quite elusive. Number 3, the lost city of Crescentis. George Gale, a diver with a passion for uncovering the mysteries of the past, has devoted over 50 years to exploring the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Louisiana in search of an ancient city he believes existed 12,000 years ago. This lost city, which he calls Crescentis, is said to have been a major civilization with connections to the architectural grandeur of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Gale's claims are based on sonar images depicting underwater structures and a pyramid, alongside reports from witnesses of strange electrical anomalies in the vicinity, reminiscent of those associated with the Bermuda Triangle. Gale's interest in the submerged city began after his studies in architecture at Louisiana State University and an archaeology trip to Mexico. His investigations have led him to large underwater granite mounds near these islands off the east coast of New Orleans. Despite the challenges posed by natural disasters including Hurricane Katrina in 2005 and the Deep Horizon oil spill in 2010, Gale's determination to uncover Crescentis has still gone on to this day. Throughout his 44 expeditions since 1976, Gale has measured a pyramidal structure he describes as comparable in size to the Superdome in New Orleans. His dives have yielded pieces of old building materials, and local fishermen have also encountered granite blocks, materials not native to Louisiana. Moreover, the area is known for causing electric equipment on boats to malfunction, further deepening the mystery. The claims about Crescentis have sparked skepticism, rightly so, among some experts. A study by Texas A&M University in the late 1980s suggested that the underwater rock mound might have been a collection of shipwrecks or ballast stones from Spanish or French vessels, rather than evidence of an ancient civilization. Despite having permission to dive at the site since 2011, Gale has yet to provide incontrovertible proof of the city's existence, and his quest has significantly strained his personal finances. Gale states that the pyramid and the surrounding structures could be remnants of a civilization predating the Maya, Inca, and Aztecs, possibly offering a new understanding of pre-Columbian history in the Americas. And if this were found to be true, this would significantly change our understanding of the Americas and how their societies operated pre-Columbian contact. Number 4, the mystery of the Shasu. The Shasu are mentioned in ancient Egyptian texts as a semi-nomadic people who inhabited the regions of the Levant and the Sinai Peninsula from the Late Bronze Age through the Iron Age. The term shasu itself is often translated to mean those who move on foot, indicating a pastoralist lifestyle. Egyptian records frequently depict the shasu as both trade partners and adversaries involved in skirmishes and raids on Egyptian territories. The mystery surrounding the shasu primarily revolves around their cultural identity, their exact origins, and their potential connection to the early Israelites, which has sparked considerable debate among scholars. The shasu are first mentioned in Egyptian texts dating back to the 18th dynasty, which was around 1550 to 1292 BC, and continue to be referenced until the end of the New Kingdom period. They are often described in these texts alongside other groups that the Egyptians interacted with, including as prisoners of war, laborers, and sometimes as causing trouble or rebellion against Egyptian authority. The shasu lands, referred to as Shasu-Ya, are of particular interest due to the possible connection to Yahweh, the God of the Israelites, suggesting early monotheistic worship practices among the shasu. So there are some theories and speculations, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be talking about it, and the first one and most interesting to me is the connection to the Israelites. Some scholars suggest that the term Shasu-Ya found in Egyptian texts refers to the followers of Yahweh, and that these nomadic groups might have been proto-Israelites who eventually settled in the highlands of Canaan. This theory is supported by the mention of the land of the Shasu of Yah in an Egyptian list of place names, which some interpret as a reference to a geographical area associated with Yahwistic worship. The shasu are believed to have been organized into tribes or clans, leading a nomadic or semi-nomadic lifestyle centered around pastoralism. Their social structure, religious practices, and the extent of their interactions with settled communities remain subjects of scholarly research because there's not much information about them. Despite the textual references, direct archaeological evidence of the shasu is also scarce. Some sites in the Levant and the Sinai have been identified as possibly associated with the shasu based on the style of habitation and material culture. However, distinguishing these sites as definitively as shasu encampments or settlements is extremely challenging. The mystery of the shasu does touch upon broader questions of identity, migration, and cultural interchange in the ancient Near East. Understanding who the shasu were could provide valuable insights into the complex nature of the peoples and cultures that essentially inhabited and shaped the region's history, even though we might not know them as much as the Egyptians. Their stories intertwine with the emergence of major monotheistic religions, the dynamics of empire, and the survival of nomadic cultures in a world of growing state power. It is a fascinating read, and it's a fascinating topic in general. So if you want to know more, definitely go look it up and do your own research because it's pretty cool. Number 5, witch cult hypothesis. The witch cult hypothesis is a controversial theory that is stated the existence of pre-Christian pan-European pagan religion devoted to the worship of a horned god of fertility. This theory was most prominently advanced by Margaret Murray, a British Egyptologist and anthropologist, in her work The Witch Cult of Western Europe and the God of the Witches. According to Murray, the witches persecuted during the early modern witch trials were not practitioners of satanic magic or heresy, as commonly believed, but were instead the remnants of this ancient pagan cult. Murray argued that the witch trials of the 16th to 18th centuries were actually the persecution of this ancient pagan religion by the Christian Church. She suggested that the accounts from witch trials across Europe contained evidence of the witches' worship of a deity, often depicted as horned or wearing animal skins. Central to the witch cult hypothesis was the idea that this religion was focused on fertility and agricultural prosperity, engaging in rituals and ceremonies to ensure good harvests and the fertility of both the land and its people. Doesn't sound all that bad, right? Murray identified gatherings described in trial records as sabbats, arguing that these were not gatherings for the practice of malevolent witchcraft, but were instead the pagan cult's religious festivals. The witch cult hypothesis has been widely criticized and largely discredited by historians and scholars of witchcraft and paganism. Pretty much, they all kind of say the same thing, which include the selective use of evidence, anachronism and misinterpretation, lack of archaeological evidence, and so forth. Critics argue that Murray selectively used evidence from witch trial records, interpreting them to fit her theory specifically, while ignoring evidence that contradicted it. Scholars also say that Murray's interpretations of the trial records impose anachronistic understandings of pagan practices on the past. Many of the rituals and beliefs she attributed to the witch cult were likely inventions of the witch hunters themselves, or were influenced by contemporary folklore rather than being evidence of some ancient religion. And just in general, there is a significant lack of archaeological evidence supporting the existence of a widespread, uniform pagan cult as described by Murray. Most modern historians and archaeologists agree that the beliefs and practices of pre-Christian Europe were diverse and very localized and were not widespread and uniform. But despite the scholarly rejection, the witch cult hypothesis has had a lasting impact on popular culture and the neo-pagan movement. Elements of Murray's theories were incorporated into the development of Wicca and other modern pagan religions in the mid-20th century by figures such as Gerald Gardner, who viewed Wicca as a continuation of the witch cult. The idea of the witch cult also continues to influence literature, film, and art, where the image of the witch as a pagan practitioner rather than a malevolent sorcerer remains extremely popular today. Number 6, the mystery of the Blythe intaglios. The Blythe intaglios, also known as the Blythe geoglyphs, are a group of gigantic figures etched into the desert floor near Blythe, California, in the United States. These earthworks, located along the Colorado River in the Mojave Desert, depict various figures, including humans, animals, and geometric shapes. The largest human figure measures over 170 feet. The intaglios are best viewed from the air, leading to their relative obscurity until the 20th century, when they rediscovered from an airplane. Their origins and purpose are the mystery here, making them a fascinating subject of study for archaeologists and historians who have continued to study them since their rediscovery. Although the Blythe intaglios were officially documented by a pilot in the 1930s, Native American tribes in the region have long been aware of their existence. The geoglyphs are believed to have been created by the ancestors of the Mojave and the Quechan tribes, with estimates of their age ranging from 450 to 2,000 years old. And like I mentioned, the exact timing of their creation and the methods used to construct them are essentially what the mystery is here. So there are a bunch of theories, and the first one is the ceremonial and religious significance theory. Many scholars believe the intaglios were created for religious or ceremonial purposes, surprise, surprise, possibly related to astronomical observations or as part of rituals invoking the gods or spirits. The figures are thought to represent mythological characters or deities significant to the creator's cosmology. And hand in hand with this, there is the theory about the alignment with celestial bodies. Some of the geoglyphs, not all, are aligned with celestial phenomena, such as solstices, suggesting they may have served an astronomical function, marking specific times of the year for agricultural or ceremonial reasons. Now, as you know, the more I dive into this, the more I have a problem with alignment with celestial bodies, just because it seems like everything has some sort of alignment. And with there being so many celestial bodies and so many celestial events, it's kind of hard for something to not align with it. Like, I think even my house is aligned with some sort of solstice or something. Anyways, they could also be used as tribal territory markers. This theory states that the intaglios could have served as markers delineating tribal territories or as signposts guiding travelers through the desert landscape, which would be a lot more useful in my opinion. But in general, for the Native American tribes associated with the region, the Blythe intaglios hold deep cultural and spiritual significance. They are not only remarkable artifacts of ancient artistry and engineering, but also sacred sites that connect present-day peoples with their ancestral past and the landscape they inhabit. Now, we may not fully understand why or how they are made or what purposes they serve, but it's interesting nonetheless. Number 7, Giant Footprint of Pingyan. The giant footprint of Pingyan is an intriguing and controversial feature located in the vicinity of the Pingyan village in the Guizhou province of China. This large human-like footprint embedded in granite has sparked significant interest and debate among locals, tourists, and researchers. The footprint measures approximately 22 inches long and 8 inches wide, suggesting an enormous size for the being that might have left it. Its existence has led to a variety of interpretations and theories, ranging from scientific explanations to more speculative ones involving mythology and ancient giants. From a scientific standpoint, the giant footprint of Pingyan poses several challenges. The main issue is that the granite is an igneous rock that forms from the cooling of magma deep within the Earth's crust, making it difficult for a traditional footprint to be imprinted in such material as it would in mud or sediment. Skeptics argue that the footprint-like indication could be a natural erosional feature or a coincidental formation rather than evidence of ancient giants or unknown hominids. The footprint has been used as key evidence supporting theories like ancient astronaut theory and proponents of the existence of giants in Earth's distant past. According to local legends and broader myths that span various cultures around the world, giants once roamed the earth, and some believe that the Pinyin footprint could be evidence of their existence. Others have linked the footprint to stories of gods or celestial beings visited from the stars, suggesting that the footprint might be a relic of their presence on Earth. The giant footprint of Pinyin is often mentioned alongside other megalithic sites and mysterious ancient structures worldwide. These include other large footprints carved into rock surfaces, massive stone constructions that defy easy explanation using unknown ancient technologies, and artifacts that seem out of place or out of time, I guess. Proponents of ancient mysteries use these examples to argue for a reevaluation of the conventional historical narratives and the possibility of lost civilizations with advanced knowledge or technology, as we've talked about way too much. But honestly, not enough. To date, there has been limited formal archaeological study of the giant footprint, and much of the discussion about it comes from anecdotal reports and the promotion of the site as a curiosity or just a tourist attraction. For a more conclusive understanding of the footprint's origins and significance, more geological and archaeological investigations would definitely be necessary since there haven't been really any of them. Such studies could determine the age of the rock formation, the processes that might have led to the creation of the footprint-like shape, and any possible human involvement in its formation or modification. So, stay tuned. Number 8. The Talus of Minorca. The Talus of Minorca are a distinctive megalithic construction found exclusively on the island of Minorca, part of the Balearic Islands in Spain. These T-shaped stone monuments, dating from the late Bronze Age, roughly 1000 to 3000 BC, have confused archaeologists and historians with their origins, purpose, and construction techniques, just like all of the rest of the megaliths. The word tala means table in Catalan, referring to the table-like appearance of these structures, which typically consist of a large vertical pillar or pillars supporting a horizontal slab. Each tala monument is located within a U-shaped or circular enclosure, which is thought to have had religious or ceremonial significance. The enclosures are often part of a larger Talaiotic settlements, indicating that the talos played a central role in the community's social or spiritual life. The precise engineering and just the sheer size of the talos, some reaching up to 13 feet high, demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of stoneworking techniques by their builders. The most widely accepted theory about the talos is that they served as religious or ceremonial functions, possibly as altars or focal points for worship. Archaeological evidence, including the presence of hearths, animal bones, and pottery fragments, suggest that rituals or offerings may have taken place within these enclosures. Some researchers have also proposed that the talos may have been used for astronomical observations or to mark significant celestial events, such as solstices or equinoxes. However, studies of the orientations have yielded mixed results, and this theory remains completely speculative. Of course. Another hypothesis states that the talos were associated with healing rituals or fertility rites, drawing parallels with other megalithic cultures where the stones were believed to possess powers or were involved in ceremonies to ensure agricultural success. The lack of written records from the Talaiotic culture have made it difficult to determine the exact significance of the talos. While comparisons with other megalithic sites in Europe provide some context, the unique features of the talos suggest a distinct cultural expression. Ongoing archaeological research, including the excavation of the enclosures and analysis of artifacts, continues to provide limited understanding of them and the society that created them, but we still are learning a little bit about them. Number 9, the Ubaid lizardmen figurines. The lizardmen figurines are a series of small artifacts discovered in archaeological sites of the ancient Ubaid culture, which flourished in Mesopotamia between about 6500 and 3800 BC. These figurines have drawn attention and speculation due to their distinctive appearance. They depict humanoid figures with lizard-like features, including elongated heads, almond-shaped eyes, and in some cases, scaly skin. The figurines were found in several sites across what is now Iraq, including Tel al-Ubaid, a site near the ancient city of Ur. The lizardmen figurines vary in size and detail, but generally share common characteristics that distinguish them from other anthropomorphic representations of the period. Some of the figurines are depicted in what appears to be a ritual attire, including headgear and skirts, suggesting they may represent deities, priests, or participants in religious ceremonies. The craftsmanship and artistry of the figurines indicate a high level of skill and a rich symbolic or religious tradition within the Ubaid culture. The most widely accepted interpretation of the Ubaid lizardmen figurines is that they represent gods, deities, or mythological beings within the Ubaid religious pantheon. Their distinct non-human features could symbolize the otherworldly nature of these beings or their association with specific elements, such as a water deity or fertility deity. Another theory suggests that these figurines depict humans wearing ritual masks or costumes, possibly for ceremonies or as part of shamanic traditions. This interpretation aligns with practices observed in other ancient cultures, where animal attributes were adopted in religious contexts to embody or communicate with the spirit world. Some scholars propose that the lizard-like features of the figurines could be symbolic representations of desired qualities, such as regeneration and rebirth, associated with reptiles' ability to shed their skin. This symbolic reading could extend to associations with water and agriculture, crucial elements within the Ubaid culture's development. And of course, there's also theories that represent aliens and ancient astronaut theorists, where essentially these are representations of ancient advanced aliens that have come down, and this was humanity's way of depicting and creating something that looked like them so that they could remember them and share their information going forward. The Ubaid culture is significant for its contributions to the development of urbanization, trade, and the social structures that characterized later Mesopotamian civilizations. The discovery of the lizardmen figurines, among other artifacts such as pottery, tools, and architectural remains, does provide valuable insight into the culture and religious practices of this early period. However, the scarcity of written records from the Ubaid period limits our understanding of the figurines' exact significance, which is exactly why we have so many different theories about what they could possibly represent. Number 10. The Oralinda Book. The Oralinda Book is a controversial manuscript that emerged in the late 19th century, claiming to be an ancient chronicle detailing the history, mythology, and culture of a purportedly ancient civilization in Frisia, a region that roughly corresponds to the modern-day Dutch province of Friesland and parts of northern Germany. Presented as a compilation of texts written in Old Frisian, the manuscript was first made public in 1867 by Cornelius Over de Linden, who then entrusted it to a librarian and Frisian linguist for translation and analysis. However, it was quickly dismissed as a forgery, a view that has been widely accepted by scholars since then. The Oralinda Book contains a mix of cosmology, historical events, and moral lessons purporting to trace the history of the Frisian people back to 2194 BC. It describes the destruction of a land called Atlant, a supposed North Atlantic civilization reminiscent of Atlantis, in 2193 BC. The text also recounts the migrations and settlements of the Frisian people, their societal structures, and their encounters with other cultures and religions. It emphasizes a matriarchal society and includes references to a goddess, promoting themes of female virtue and wisdom. Since its introduction to the public, it has been the subject of significant controversy. Critics have pointed out numerous historical inaccuracies and linguistic inconsistencies in the text, suggesting that it could not have been written in ancient times as claimed. The manuscript's language, purported to be Old Frisian, contains elements of more modern Dutch and does not conform to the linguistic patterns expected of genuinely ancient texts. The consensus among historians and linguists is that the book is a forgery from the 19th century. Investigations have suggested that it was likely authored by Cornelius Over de Linden himself, or with the help of others, possibly as a sort of historical fiction or to promote particular ideological views. Despite its dubious authenticity, the Oralinda Book has been embraced by various groups over the years for its promotion of certain ideologies, including Germanic mysticism and nationalist sentiments. It was notably appropriated by some elements within the Nazi regime for its promotion of Aryan supremacy theories. The book remains a topic of interest not only for its controversial claims, but also for its insights into 19th century European culture and intellectual currents. It reflects the period's fascination with ancient texts, nationalism, and the romanticization of the past. The manuscript is studied as an artifact of cultural history and a cautionary tale regarding the authentication of ancient texts and the susceptibility of ideological manipulation. Number 11. UFOs in classical antiquity. Unidentified flying objects, or UFOs, have captured human imagination for centuries, and accounts of mysterious aerial phenomena date back to classical antiquity. Ancient texts from civilizations such as Greece, Rome, and other early cultures often describe strange occurrences in the sky, sparking debate among historians, scientists, and UFO enthusiasts about what these things actually were. These descriptions range from flaming shields to chariots of fire and have been interpreted in various ways over the millennia. So before jumping into any of the theories, obviously what makes the most sense is to dive into some key historical accounts that have occurred over the course of history. So the first one is Julius Obsequens and the other various Roman accounts from 218 BC to the 4th century AD. Julius Obsequens, a Roman writer from the 4th century AD, compiled numerous reports of unusual celestial phenomena from earlier Roman history. In 218 BC, multiple phantom ships were reported as appearing in the sky over Rome. In 214 BC, round shields or discs were seen in the sky. Again, in 100 BC, a bright light was observed in the sky at sunset, and these accounts often described objects with shapes resembling torches, shields, or discs. Then there's Plutarch and the Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BC. Plutarch was a Greek historian and described a mysterious phenomenon that occurred during the Battle of Pharsalus between Julius Caesar and Pompey. He reported that flaming shields were seen in the sky over the battlefield, interpreted by soldiers as a divine omen. Then there's Livy, a Roman historian, and he recorded several instances of spectacula celestia, or celestial spectacles, that defied conventional explanation. In one case, a naval battle was seen in the sky, and in another, an altar appeared in the sky, and this happened around 173 BC. Cicero also mentioned several accounts of celestial phenomena that were considered omens. He described two suns appearing in the sky and reports of a fireball traveling across the sky, which were seen as signs from the gods or divine warnings. And as with the rest of this series, it's kind of hard to leave out the Bible. It seems to be a commonplace in these lists. But the next one is Ezekiel's vision, which occurred roughly in the 6th century BC. In the Hebrew Bible, the prophet Ezekiel described a vision of wheels within wheels and a great cloud with a raging fire engulfing itself. Some modern theorists suggest that this could be an ancient account of a UFO encounter, although religious interpretations consider it a vision of divine beings. So either way, I guess. So now into the theories and interpretations. And little side note, since I've been gone, I've kind of had some time to reflect and review some of the previous videos that I've done. And I want to kind of break it down into a more logical progression of ideas, with the first being kind of a background of ideas, the second being kind of some theories and interpretations, whether that's widely known or commonly accepted, and then moving more towards the wacky and more fun theories, I should say. Anyways, the theories and interpretations. So the first one are the natural explanations, which could be meteors and comets. Many historians suggest that ancient reports of flaming shields or torches in the sky could be descriptions of meteors or comets, common celestial events that would have appeared extraordinary to ancient observers. There's also auroras and atmospheric phenomena, which could be like the northern lights, and other rare atmospheric phenomena like ball lightning could account for some of these sightings. Atmospheric optical effects such as sundogs or halos could also have appeared as unusual objects to these ancient people. And there's also the astronomical bodies. Bright planets such as Venus or Jupiter often appear unusually bright in the night sky, and during certain conditions, their movements or reflections could be interpreted as celestial signs or flying objects. Now, even though all those things are probably what actually did happen, it is still super interesting to look at the cultural and religious context and what the ancients might have thought. Many ancient cultures viewed unexplained phenomena as divine omens. For example, the Romans and Greeks believed in these signs essentially being warnings from the gods or advising certain people to do certain things. Celestial anomalies were often interpreted within this framework, and descriptions might reflect religious or superstitious beliefs rather than objective observations. Ancient authors often used symbolic language to describe natural phenomena or political events. What modern readers interpret as UFOs could have been allegorical descriptions meant to convey divine favor or disfavor rather than literal sightings. Some modern interpretations of ancient texts may be influenced by contemporary UFO theories. Scholars caution against reading too much into these ancient accounts, as the original context might be lost or misinterpreted. Also, over the centuries, translations of ancient texts can introduce errors or biases. Words describing celestial phenomena in ancient languages do not have direct modern equivalents, leading to potential misinterpretations. Okay, so now that we have all that out of the way, let's talk about more of the other theories. Some modern proponents of the ancient astronaut theory suggest that these accounts are exclusive evidence of extraterrestrial visitations. They argue that the descriptions of chariots of fire or flaming shields are the best approximations ancient people could make of advanced technology. Some other theorists speculate that ancient civilizations may have had advanced technologies now lost to history. This is something we have touched on thousands of times. But in this context, the flying shields or the celestial chariots could have been early attempts at flight or unknown machines. But regardless of what they actually were, it is super interesting to see that these accounts of UFOs in classical antiquity show that humans have always had a fascination by unexplained phenomena, especially in the sky. Number 12, Mysteries of the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor, also known as Huangdi, is a legendary figure in Chinese history and mythology. He is traditionally regarded as one of the 5 emperors and a founding figure in Chinese culture and civilization. His life, achievements, and the myths that surround him are pretty much a mystery, making him a central figure to Chinese lore. As a mythical emperor, his legacy is interwoven with historical events, spiritual beliefs, and technological advancements, blurring the lines between what is myth and what is reality. Huangdi is considered a great cultural hero who established many aspects of early Chinese society. He is credited with inventing or discovering important technologies and practices, including medicine, agriculture, the calendar, and even writing. According to tradition, the Yellow Emperor reigned from 2697 to 2597 BC, though these dates are not historically verified and belong more to the realm of myth. One of the most famous stories about the Yellow Emperor involves the Battle of Zulu, where he fought against the warlord Qiyu. Using innovative military tactics and inventions such as the south-pointing chariot, a non-magnetic directional device, Huangdi is said to have triumphed, unifying the tribes of China under his rule. Some more of his cultural feats: there is a pivotal text in Chinese medicine known as the Huangdi Neijing. This ancient book is attributed to Huangdi himself. The work, composed as a dialogue between the emperor and his ministers, provides a foundation for traditional Chinese medicine, outlining theories of yin-yang, the 5 elements, and even acupuncture. Whether Huangdi himself authored this text or it was attributed to him later to lend it credibility still remains a mystery. In Taoist tradition, Huangdi is believed to have sought the secrets of immortality. He is often associated with Taoist practices and even alchemy. According to some legends, the Yellow Emperor did not die, but ascended to heaven on the back of a dragon, symbolizing his divine status and immortality. So the main mystery here is whether or not he was a historical or mythological figure, or even a mix of both. While he is depicted as a historical ruler in many ancient Chinese texts, no archaeological evidence directly supports his existence. Many believe he is a composite of several leaders or a symbolic representation of Chinese unity and cultural genesis. So it is also important to look at everything that was attributed to him. The mass amounts of inventions and innovations might suggest that he was more of a symbolic figure rather than an actual inventor. His association with such advancements reflects the desire to root Chinese culture in a divine or semi-divine past, presenting China as a civilization of long-standing innovation. So if he was in fact a real emperor, he should have a tomb, which is why the location of his tomb has been a huge matter of intrigue. It is traditionally believed to be in the mountains on the Shaanxi province. However, despite the site's reverence, no concrete archaeological evidence confirms it as his actual burial site. Some legends claim his tomb contains untold treasures and advanced knowledge. So if he wasn't a real person, his mythological legacy is still extremely important. Huangdi's role in Taoist thought is significant, as he is often depicted as a proto-Taoist sage who mastered the secrets of alchemy and immortality. His supposed ascent into heaven on the dragon plays into most Taoist motifs of immortality and divine transcendence. Some theories propose that stories about his quest for immortality reflect early Chinese experiments with alchemy, metallurgy, and herbal medicine. He's also frequently associated with other mythical figures such as Yandi, or the Flame Emperor, who is sometimes even considered his brother. The two figures are said to represent opposing but complementary forces, with Huangdi embodying stability and order, and Yandi embodying fiery passion and change. This duality has led to interpretations of Huangdi as representing balance and harmony in the cosmos. And of course, the stories of Huangdi's military campaigns, particularly his use of magical weapons and devices like the south-pointing chariot, contribute to his mystique. Some theorists speculate that these stories may hint at lost technological knowledge or early Chinese advancements in military engineering and strategy. And of course, Huangdi is often regarded as the common ancestor of all Han Chinese people, and this has significant political and cultural implications, linking the vast diversity of Chinese people to a single unified origin. Number 13, the Tower of Jericho. The Tower of Jericho, located in the ancient city of Jericho in the West Bank, is one of the oldest known stone structures in the entire world. Dating back to around 8000 BC, this Neolithic tower has confused so many people across the years. Its construction predates the pyramids of Egypt and Stonehenge by thousands of years, and raises significant questions about the capabilities and motivations of early human societies. The Tower of Jericho stands approximately 28 feet high with a circular base of around 28 feet in diameter. It was constructed using undressed stone blocks and features an internal staircase with 22 steps leading to the top. The structure's thick walls and solid stone construction suggest a significant investment of labor and resources, indicating a high level of social organization and planning among the builders. And it is interesting to note that Jericho is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world, located near the Jordan River. The tower itself is part of a larger prehistoric settlement that dates back to the pre-pottery Neolithic A period around 10,000 BC. The tower is adjacent to a stone wall, which some archaeologists believe served as a protective fortification for the early settlement. But with even the connection to the wall, the exact purpose of the Tower of Jericho remains debated. Theories range from it being a defensive structure to a storage facility, or even a religious or ceremonial monument. Its location facing west and the setting sun has led some to speculate that it may have held astronomical or calendrical significance, perhaps used to mark the summer solstice or other celestial events. So to just dive into some of the theories, one of the earliest theories about the tower's purpose is that it served as a defensive structure, possibly as part of a larger fortification system, protecting the settlement from invaders or even wild animals. However, the tower's placement and construction do not clearly align with this theory, as it seems impractically situated for strictly defensive purposes. Some scholars propose that the tower and the associated wall were built as a defense against flooding from the nearby Jordan River or other water sources. This theory suggests that the tower might have served as a lookout to spot rising waters or to coordinate efforts to protect the rest of the settlement. And like mentioned before, the tower's alignment with the setting sun has led to theories that it was used for astronomical observations or calendrical purposes. It could have served as a solar marker, helping inhabitants track the passage of time and seasons, which would have been crucial for agricultural planning. The construction of such a monument structure at a time when human societies were transitioning from nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyles to settled agricultural communities may symbolize the consolidation of social or political power. It might have been built to demonstrate the leadership's power and control, or as a communal project to unify the settlement's inhabitants. Another theory states that the tower was built for religious or ceremonial purposes. It could have served as a platform for rituals or offerings to deities, reflecting early spiritual beliefs and practices. The effort involved in its construction suggests it held significant importance to the community, possibly as a sacred site. Some researchers have suggested that the tower might have been used as a granary or storage facility. Its thick walls and substantial construction would provide protection for stored goods, such as grains from the elements or pests. However, like the rest of the theories, there is little to no evidence of this theory. But regardless of what you think, it is fascinating to see that yet another structure suggests a level of social complexity and organization previously thought to have emerged much later in human history. Number 14, mitochondrial Eve. This one I might have to get a little more backgroundy on, so just bear with me. So mitochondrial Eve is a theoretical construct in genetics representing the most recent common matrilineal ancestor of all living humans. This means she is the woman from whom all humans alive today have inherited their mitochondrial DNA, passed down through the maternal line. Importantly, mitochondrial Eve is not the only woman living at her time, nor the first human woman. She is simply the most recent woman from whom all humans share a direct, unbroken line of maternal descent. Okay, so unlike nuclear DNA, which is inherited from both parents, mtDNA is inherited exclusively from the mother. Mitochondria are cellular organelles that provide energy and have their own DNA, which is separate from the nuclear DNA in a cell's nucleus. mtDNA undergoes mutations over time, which can be traced back through the generations. By comparing mtDNA sequences from people around the world, scientists can reconstruct a genetic lineage and estimate the time to a common ancestor. So mitochondrial Eve is estimated to have lived about 150 to 200,000 years ago in Africa during the Middle Paleolithic period. This time frame coincides with the emergence of anatomically modern Homo sapiens. Okay, and just to reiterate this point because it was so heavily emphasized in all of my research, mitochondrial Eve was not the first human or the only human alive during her time. She was essentially part of a population of early humans, and her unique status as a common ancestor arises because her line of descendants survived to the present day without any interruptions in the maternal line. And this concept of mitochondrial Eve is specific to the maternal line, meaning all humans share her as a common ancestor through their mothers. This is a corresponding concept for the paternal line known as the Y chromosomal atom, who represents the most recent common ancestor from whom all modern Y chromosomes are derived. Okay, so with all of that out of the way, mysteries and theories. The mitochondrial Eve supports the out of Africa theory, which proposes that all modern humans originated from a single population in Africa before migrating to other parts of the world. This does contrast with the multi-regional hypothesis, which suggests that modern humans evolved simultaneously in different regions. Genetic evidence from mitochondrial Eve supports a single origin point for modern humans, followed by a migration out of Africa and subsequent spread across the globe. And in all of my topics that I've covered, I don't think I've been as direct or concise on an answer. So I'm going to have to throw in a couple of wacky theories. So this one is so widely accepted that I kind of had to do some digging, and there's are going to be kind of your typical theories, but you got to add them regardless. So here we go. The first wacky theory about the mitochondrial Eve is the alien ancestry theory. Some fringe theorists speculate that the mitochondrial Eve was not entirely human, but a hybrid of early hominins and extraterrestrials. According to this theory, aliens visited Earth around 200,000 years ago and genetically modified or interbred with a small group of early humans, creating a new superior lineage that eventually led to modern humans. These aliens supposedly chose one woman, mitochondrial Eve, to carry their advanced DNA, which was then passed down through her generations. Another theory states that the mitochondrial Eve was a time traveler from the future. Proponents of this idea argue that she was sent back in time by a future civilization to ensure the survival and evolution of the human species. This theory suggests that Eve possessed knowledge and abilities beyond those of her contemporaries, which allowed her lineage to dominate and survive through natural selection. There's also the Garden of Eden simulation hypothesis, which never thought I'd read that sentence. This theory combines elements of the simulation hypothesis with biblical allegory. It proposes that the mitochondrial Eve was a construct within a vast simulated environment created by advanced beings or future humans. In this Garden of Eden scenario, Eve was the central figure in a controlled experiment to observe human evolution. The goal was to monitor how humans would develop morally, socially, and technologically when given free will. The discovery of mitochondrial Eve's genetic legacy is considered a glitch in the simulation that offers a clue to the true nature of our reality. And I think I'm just going to backtrack here a little bit because I find the science behind this a lot more fascinating than the random theories. So I'm just going to continue rambling about some of this. So the rate at which mutations occur in mtDNA is a key factor in estimating the time to mitochondrial Eve. If the mutation rate is slower or faster than currently understood, it could affect the estimated age of mitochondrial Eve. The mutation rate itself can be influenced by several factors, including environmental pressures and population sizes, which does give you that kind of range that we talked about earlier. And for me, at least, it was kind of hard to kind of wrap my head around how one person could share DNA with everybody. But this all kind of leads back to the idea of population bottlenecks. A population bottleneck occurs when a significant portion of a population is wiped out, leaving only a few survivors to repopulate. These survivors' genetic material, including mtDNA, becomes more prevalent in the gene pool, potentially leading to a situation where all living humans can trace their mtDNA back to a single woman. And while mitochondrial Eve is the most recent common ancestor for the maternal line, she coexisted with many other women whose descendants are also alive today, albeit through different lines of descent. Other ancestral women may have descendants today, but not through an unbroken maternal line, making them less prominent in the context of mtDNA inheritance. Okay, so with all that being said, I found this topic extremely fascinating. So just had to kind of get into the nitty gritty with y'all and share some of that stuff. But moving on. Number 15, Shahar Sukte. Shahar Sukte, or the Burnt City, is an archaeological site located in the southeastern portion of Iran on the banks of the Helmand River near the Afghanistan border. Dating back to around 3200 BC, this ancient city flourished during the Bronze Age and is known for its sophisticated urban planning, unique artifacts, and just history in general. The city's name derives from the evidence suggesting it was destroyed by fire multiple times throughout its history, leading to its abandonment around 1800 BC. Shahar Sukte covers an area approximately 370 acres, making it one of the largest Bronze Age sites in Iran. The city was meticulously planned with distinct residential, commercial, and industrial areas. The site includes a well-organized network of streets, houses, workshops, and even public buildings. There is evidence of an advanced urban infrastructure such as an extensive drainage system, demonstrating a high level of civic planning and engineering. Numerous artifacts have been discovered at Shahar Sukte, including pottery, jewelry, tools, and textiles. The city is particularly famous for a unique board game set believed to be one of the oldest in the world, and a prosthetic eye made of tar and animal fat, possibly used for cosmetic or medical purposes. Evidence of advanced craftsmanship is apparent in items like intricate stone vessels, copper objects, and finely woven textiles. These artifacts suggest a highly skilled population and engaged in various crafts and trade. Alongside these artifacts, archaeologists have also unearthed a significant number of graves at Shahar Sukte, providing insight into the city's social structure and cultural practices. Some burials show evidence of elaborate funerary rites, including the placement of grave goods and personal belongings with the deceased. A well-known discovery is the remains of a young woman with an artificial eye in skull surgery, indicating early forms of medical intervention or symbolic practices. So, like I mentioned before, the city's name, the Burnt City, reflects the multiple layers of ash and burnt remains found at the site. It is believed that the city was destroyed by fire on at least 3 occasions, which eventually led to its abandonment around 1800 BC. So some of the main mysteries surrounding Shahar Sukte is essentially why it was burnt so many times, and then essentially the decline of the civilization after the burnings. Some theories suggest accidental fires due to dense urban construction and the use of flammable materials. Others speculate that invasions or internal conflicts might have caused these fires as well. Another theory states that natural disasters such as earthquakes combined with fire could have contributed to the city's repeated devastation. Along with the fires, the actual origins of the people who built and inhabited Shahar Sukte remain unclear. The city's advanced culture seems to have developed independently with limited evidence of external influence. Its sudden decline and abandonment around 1800 BC also remain a subject of speculation. Some suggest environmental changes such as shifts in river courses or drought may have led to a decline in agriculture and trade, prompting the population to abandon the city. So with that being said, some of the fringe theories suggest that advanced technology and unique artifacts found at Shahar Sukte, such as the artificial eye and the possible surgical tools, do indicate contact with extraterrestrial beings or highly advanced civilizations that were more advanced in the time. The classic spiel, so we'll leave it there. But one of the wilder theories that I found, which was actually only on one webpage, states that Shahar Sukte could be the remnant of the lost civilization of Atlantis, or like a satellite city of Atlantis or something like that. I didn't really understand the article I was reading, so yeah. But I think the whole gist was that the repeated destruction by fire and the city's ultimate abandonment might have tied to catastrophic events described in some of the ancient legends we have discussed previously. One theory that I found that was a little less covered, but still I think pretty fascinating, is that the burning actually had some kind of influence with the secret cult practices. Some speculate that the repeated fires were the result of ritualistic cleansing practices by a secret cult that worshipped fire or saw it as a purifying force. According to this theory, since we don't know much about the inhabitants' cultural or religious practices, the city's inhabitants might have been involved in esoteric practices that required the periodic burning of the city to renew spiritual or cosmic energies. And then, of course, you also have the interdimensional portal theory, which suggests that Shahar Sukta was built on a site believed to be a gateway or a portal to other dimensions, and the fires were an attempt to open or close the portal. So, yeah. Regardless of what actually caused the fires, it still is fascinating to look at Shahar Sukta because it does provide a critical understanding to the development of urban life in these early human societies. Number 16, Urim and Thummim. The Urim and Thummim are these objects mentioned in the Hebrew Bible associated with the Israelite high priest's breastplate. They were used for divination or seeking divine guidance, particularly on matters of state and significant decisions. Despite their frequent mention in biblical text, the exact nature, appearance, and function of the Urim and Thummim remain kind of a mystery, with these various interpretations and theories that have sprouted from it. The Urim and Thummim are primarily mentioned in the Old Testament, specifically in the books like Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy 1, 1 Samuel, and Ezra. They are described as instruments through which the high priest could communicate with God and determine his will. The earliest mention is in Exodus chapter 28, verse 30, where they are placed in the high priest's breastplate of judgment. The text does not provide a clear description of their appearance, leaving a lot to interpretation. Like I mentioned before, the Urim and Thummim were used for divination, helping leaders make decisions on warfare, leadership, and other specific matters. The high priest would consult them kind of like an oracle to obtain a yes or a no answer from God. They were likely used in a ritualistic context where the priest would ask a question and then receive a response through these objects, though the precise mechanics of how this kind of worked and played out are still unknown. Also, the exact meanings of Urim and Thummim is uncertain, but they often get translated as lights and perfections or revelation and truth. This ambiguity adds to the mystery surrounding their function and significance because the meaning of the names don't actually provide any insight within themselves. Some scholars suggest that the names reflect their function. Urim, lights, could indicate revealing or clarifying, while Thummim, perfections, could signify completeness or decisiveness. But even then, I'm not seeing it. The high priest's actual breastplate, also known as the breastplate of judgment, contained 12 stones representing the 12 tribes of Israel. The Urim and Thummim were either kept within a pouch of this breastplate or sewn into it, symbolizing their role in divine judgment and decision-making. So, if you can kind of already guess, the mystery here lies within the physical description, their composition, the method in which they were used, and if they existed at all. The Urim and Thummim's physical appearance is not described in the biblical texts, leading to various theories. Some suggest they were stones or lots, possibly similar to casting dice. Others believe that they were engraved objects, perhaps similar to gemstones or oracular devices. Another theory states that they were part of a larger contraption or device, essentially used by the high priest for divine communication, but other than that, we don't really know. The method in which they were used is still unclear. Like I said, they could be like casting dice or arranged to fall on some sort of yes or no indication. Others propose that the stones would light up or change color to signal the divine answer. And another theory is that they worked through a more mystical or spiritual process where the high priest would receive divine intuition or a vision, kind of similar to like the oracle that we discussed. And the actual fate of the Urim and Thummim remains unknown after the destruction of the first temple in Jerusalem in 586 BC by the Babylonians. There are no further references to their use in the biblical texts. Some believe they were lost during the Babylonian exile or were hidden to prevent desecration. Jewish tradition and later writings suggest that the Urim and Thummim were never a part of the Second Temple, which does raise questions about their disappearance or their just complete destruction. It is also important to look at this in terms of the Near Eastern divination practices and kind of look at their similarities. It does in fact bear similarities because a lot of other Near Eastern divination practices show the use of lots, casting bones, or reading animal entrails. They could be seen as part of a broader tradition of seeking divine guidance through ritualistic objects. Some scholars do suggest that the objects may have originated from earlier Canaanite or Mesopotamian divination practices, adapted by the Israelites in their specific religious framework. And then some modern interpretations also argue that the Urim and Thummim were not physical objects, but metaphorical or symbolic tools representing divine truth and guidance. And according to this view, the high priest's breastplate symbolized the divine presence of wisdom rather than being a literal device for receiving answers. Number 17, the cynocephali. The cynocephali, or the dog-headed people, are essentially a mythical race described in various historical texts, folklore, and legends across multiple cultures. These beings are characterized by their human bodies and dog-like heads, often portrayed with a range of attributes from barbaric warriors to wise mystical beings. These beings are characterized by their human bodies and dog-like heads, often portrayed with a range of attributes from barbaric warriors to wise mystical beings. The concept of the cynocephali has persisted throughout history, appearing in Greek, Roman, Indian, and even medieval European texts, blending myth, history, and speculation over the wide course of history. Greek and Roman writers like Herodotus and Pliny the Elder wrote about the cynocephali in their accounts of distant lands. Herodotus, our favorite historian, mentioned them as inhabitants of the region around Libya, while Ctesias described them as living in India, and Pliny the Elder elaborating on their supposed behavior and lifestyle. According to these accounts, cynocephali were often depicted as fierce warriors or barbaric tribes who communicated through barking or other non-human sounds. They were also noted for their strength, hunting skills, and sometimes even their intelligence. The concept of cynocephali was widely circulated in medieval Europe through religious texts and explorers' reports. Christian writers such as St. Augustine discussed the cynocephali in the concept of theological debates on the nature of humanity and salvation, pondering whether these beings, if they existed, possessed souls. The Alexander Romance, a medieval collection of legends about Alexander the Great, described encounters with the cynocephali in his conquests in India. These texts often portrayed them as both a fearsome other and a subject of curiosity and speculation. Indian texts, including the Mahabharata and accounts by ancient Indian scholars, also mention the existence of dog-headed tribes in remote areas. Some descriptions suggest that the cynocephali were more mystical beings with access to secret knowledge or even spiritual power. In Chinese texts, the cynocephali were sometimes described in accounts of distant lands, usually along the western frontier or in more mythical kingdoms, further cementing their status as beings from the edge of the known world. And even the Venetian explorer Marco Polo described encountering cynocephali during his travels in the East. In his travels, he reported seeing dog-headed men on the Andaman Islands, reinforcing this European belief that these beings are real, albeit distant, but they're still inhabitants of the world. Some scholars suggest that the cynocephali might be symbolic representations rather than literal beings. They could symbolize the fear of the unknown, representing distant, foreign tribes seen as other due to their different languages, customs, and appearances. They may also represent human fears and misunderstandings of those who were culturally or geographically distant. The concept of cynocephali could have emerged from exaggerated descriptions of unfamiliar peoples, particularly those who wore animal masks or had distinct rituals and customs. A common theory is that the cynocephali were based on early encounters with tribes or groups who used animal symbolism, possibly wearing animal heads or engaging in shamanistic practices involving animal transformations. Some suggest that the cynocephali accounts were the result of misinterpretations or even exaggerations by explorers or traders who encountered foreign customs. Another theory states that sightings of possibly just baboons or other primates, especially in North Africa or India, might have led to stories of humanoid creatures with canine features. The cynocephali also appear in Christian theological discussions, where their ambiguous status raises questions about the nature of humanity and redemption. Some theologians, such as St. Augustine, debated whether the cynocephali, if real, were human enough to be saved by Christ's sacrifice, indicating their importance in medieval religious thought. In some religious texts, the cynocephali are portrayed as having been converted to Christianity, adding kind of this weird other layer of complexity to their depiction as both monstrous and capable of redemption. Some modern interpretations suggest that accounts of cynocephaly might have been influenced by medical conditions or genetic mutations that result in facial deformities, causing individuals to resemble more canine-like features. And other theories state that ancient observers could have mistaken certain congenital disabilities or injuries as evidence of hybrid beings, leading to the creation of myths about the cynocephaly. There are some theories that I found, like the alien hybrid theory, which suggests that they were extraterrestrial human hybrids created through ancient genetic experiments. Or there's the interdimensional beings, which they're not from our physical world, but some alternate dimension. According to this theory, they occasionally crossed over into our realm, which explains their sporadic appearances in historical records and their mysterious behavior. Another unusual theory I found was the werewolf ancestry theory, which suggests that the cynocephaly were early ancestors of werewolves. It argues that the legends of dog-headed men are based on sightings of a precursor race to modern werewolves who were eventually driven to extinction or interbred with humans to create the creatures of this specific myth. And then some believe that the cynocephaly were spiritual guardians or protectors of sacred or forbidden knowledge. Their role as guardians of secrets or mysteries could explain their frequent portrayal as both fearsome and wise, serving as gatekeepers between the mundane and the mystical. With all that being said, I think it is really cool to see how, just like the flood myth, this myth kind of persists across cultures and across generations. Number 18, the Huashan Caves. The Huashan Caves, also known as the Huashan Mystery Caves, are a series of artificial caves located in Huashan, a region in the eastern Chinese province of Anhui. Discovered in 1999, these caves have puzzled archaeologists and historians due to their immense size, advanced construction techniques, and the lack of traditional historical records. Dating estimates for the caves vary widely, but they are generally believed to have been constructed over 1700 years ago during the Eastern Han Dynasty or earlier. The purpose, builders, and methods of construction for the Huashan Caves remain unknown, making them one of China's greatest archaeological enigmas. So, to give you a breakdown, the Huashan Caves consist of 36 separate caverns, with the largest, cave number 35, spanning an area over 129,000 square feet and reaching a height of up to 98 feet. The total area of all the caves is estimated to be around 540,000 square feet. The caves are carved directly into granite bedrock, featuring smooth, polished walls, regular columns, and intricate geometric patterns. Some walls have a distinctive chisel pattern, suggesting the use of advanced stone cutting tools. The precision and scale of the construction indicate a high level of engineering and architectural skill. The caves contain perfectly carved support pillars, symmetrical arches, and large flat surfaces, which would have required extensive planning and labor. Evidence of drainage systems, ventilation shafts, and channels suggest the builders understood complex civil engineering principles to prevent flooding and maintain air circulation within the caves. Despite their complexity and the effort required to create them, there are no known historical records or writings about the Huashan Caves in ancient Chinese texts. This absence of documentation, definitely very odd, has, as you can imagine, led to significant speculation about their origins and purpose. Few artifacts have ever been found within the cave, and there's little evidence to suggest that they were used as living spaces or for storage. Some pottery shards and simple tools have been discovered, but their connection to the construction or the use of the caves remain unclear. So obviously the most significant mystery surrounding the Huashan Caves is their intended purpose. Some believe that their caves were constructed as a military installation or fortress, possibly used for shelter, storage, or as a hideout during times of war. However, the lack of defensive features and historical references make this theory extremely questionable. Others suggest the caves were used for religious or ceremonial purposes, possibly by a secretive cult or religious group. The cave's size and layout could have accommodated large gatherings or rituals, but again, no religious artifacts have been found to support this theory. Another theory states that the caves were intended as an underground city, built to protect against invasions or natural disasters, but there is no evidence of permanent habitation, such as fireplaces or waste disposal areas. And then some speculate that the caves were part of a large-scale mining operation, possibly for valuable minerals or stones. However, there is no evidence of valuable minerals, and the labor-intensive construction seems to be disproportionate to any known mining effort. The cave's construction would have required an enormous workforce, advanced tools, and sophisticated engineering knowledge. The sheer volume of stone removed and the precision of the work suggest a well-organized and highly skilled team. Their labor and resources needed for such a massive project raises questions about the social and political organization of the builders. Were they commissioned by a powerful ruler, a wealthy individual, or a religious organization? We just don't know. And the precise dating of the caves is difficult due to the lack of organic material for radiocarbon dating and the absence of specific historical records. Some scholars suggest they date back to the Eastern Han Dynasty between 25 and 220 AD, while others propose much older or younger origins based on the style of construction and available artifacts. The Huashan Caves have been compared to other ancient underground complexes around the world, such as the rock-cut churches of Lalibela in Ethiopia or the caves of the Cappadocia in Turkey. However, the purpose and context of these sites are better understood, and it does make the direct comparisons kind of challenging. And to get away from the interdimensional portal and aliens and advanced technology theories, I found two theories that I thought that I would share. Some believe that the caves were created as a secret vault to store vast treasures, valuable artifacts, or knowledge from an ancient empire. And the lack of significant artifacts found so far is seen as evidence as the treasures being removed, or there are hidden and undiscovered chambers within the complex. Another theory that I thought was interesting suggests that the caves were part of an ancient energy grid or generator built to harness Earth's natural energy, kind of similar to the Egyptian electrical pyramid theory that I keep seeing all over my social medias for some reason. But the cave's precise construction and positioning are thought to align with the ley lines or geomagnetic fields, allowing them to tap into and distribute energy. But until we know more and find any artifacts of anything, at this point it's all just kind of guesses. Number 19, the Noah skeleton. The Noah skeleton refers to a set of human remains discovered in a cave in the northeastern region of Iran near the Caspian Sea. Unearthed in the early 2000s, the skeleton was nicknamed Noah due to its remarkable state of preservation and the mysterious circumstances surrounding its burial. Some researchers believe the skeleton may provide evidence of a catastrophic flood, similar to the biblical story of Noah's Ark, while others see it as an intriguing case of ancient human burial practices. Obviously, this discovery has sparked significant debate among archaeologists, historians, and theologians. So the skeleton was found in a cave near the Elburz Mountains in Iran, a region known for its rich archaeological heritage. The cave was previously unexplored, and the discovery was made during a routine survey by a team of archaeologists from the Iranian Cultural Heritage Organization. The cave is situated near the Caspian Sea, an area that has long been associated with ancient human settlements and has numerous legends of great floods and ancient disasters. The Noah skeleton is noted for its exceptional preservation, which has allowed researchers to gather a wealth of information about the individual. The bones are well preserved with minimal damage or signs of decay. The skeleton was found lying on its back in a fetal position, surrounded by pottery shards and other artifacts, suggesting a deliberate burial. This positioning, combined with the surrounding artifacts, indicates that the individual was buried with care and possibly with some form of ritual significance. Radiocarbon dating suggests the skeleton is around 5,500 to 6,000 years old, placing it in the Neolithic period. This timeframe aligns with other significant archaeological finds in the region and is contemporary with other early human settlements around the Caspian Sea. The dating also coincides with geological evidence suggesting a period of intense flooding in the region around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, adding to the speculation that the individual may have lived during a significant flood event. Alongside the skeleton, several artifacts were found, including pottery, tools, and decorative items. These artifacts suggest the individual was part of a settled, possibly agrarian community with access to various resources and trade networks. The pottery and tools found near the skeleton are characteristic of early Neolithic cultures in the region, indicating a relatively advanced society with established cultural and technological practices. So the exact cause of death for the Noah skeleton remains unknown. There are no obvious signs of trauma or disease visible on the bones, leading some researchers to speculate that the individual may have died due to natural causes or in a flood-related event. The careful positioning and burial artifacts suggest the individual was of some importance to their community, the fetal position often associated with rebirth or the afterlife in various ancient cultures indicates a possible belief in an afterlife or spiritual journey. But one of the most intriguing aspects of the Noah skeleton is its potential connection to a great flood event. Geological surveys around the Caspian Sea have found evidence of significant flooding around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, possibly caused by rising sea levels or a sudden influx of water. Some researchers suggest that the Noah skeleton could be evidence of a survivor or victim of this catastrophic event, drawing parallels to flood myths such as the biblical story of Noah's Ark or the Mesopotamian Epic of Gilgamesh. The discovery has prompted discussions about possible cultural or religious connections between the Noah skeleton and ancient flood myths. The name Noah was given to the skeleton not only because of its location and age, but also because of the possible symbolic association with the flood legends. If the skeleton is connected to a flood event, it could provide insights on how ancient cultures perceived and mythologized natural disasters, using them as foundational stories to explain human existence and divine will. And just to go along with the biblical Great Flood kind of theories, one theory states that the Noah skeleton was planted in the cave to fulfill a biblical prophecy about discovering evidence of the Great Flood. According to this idea, the skeleton was placed here by some divine or supernatural force as a sign of the accuracy of ancient religious texts. So take that as you will, but moving on. Number 20, the Veil of Veronica. The Veil of Veronica, also known as the Sudarium or True Image, is one of the most revered relics in Christian tradition. According to legend, the veil bears the miraculous image of the face of Jesus Christ. The story holds that Saint Veronica offered her veil to Jesus to wipe his face as he carried the cross to his crucifixion, and in return, his likeness was miraculously imprinted on the cloth. This relic has been a subject of intense devotion, speculation, and controversy throughout history, with numerous claims about its authenticity and its whereabouts. The Veil of Veronica is not mentioned in the canonical Gospels of the New Testament, and the story of Veronica appears in apocryphal writings and Christian tradition, particularly in the medieval period, which we do know did have a lot of forgeries and stories that aren't canonical to Christian religion. According to these accounts, Veronica was a pious woman who, moved by compassion, stepped forward from the crowd to wipe the sweat and blood from Jesus' face as he made his way to Calvary. Miraculously, the image of Jesus' face was transferred onto the cloth, creating the true image or Vera icon. The Veil of Veronica is typically described as a rectangular piece of cloth, often portrayed as a white or off-white linen. The image on the veil is said to be a faint yet detailed imprint of Jesus' face, displaying expressions of suffering, serenity, and compassion. Artistic representations of the veil have varied over the centuries, often reflecting the stylistic preferences of different periods and regions. The veil's image is usually depicted as frontal, with a bearded Jesus gazing directly at the viewer. The Veil of Veronica became one of the most revered relics in medieval Christianity. It was believed to have miraculous healing powers and to provide a direct physical connection to Jesus Christ. Pilgrims flocked to view the veil, particularly in Rome, where it was reportedly housed in St. Peter's Basilica. It became a focal point of devotion, especially during the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. Several churches and locations claim to possess the true Veil of Veronica, leading to confusion and controversy over its authenticity. The most prominent claim is by St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican City, although the veil has not been publicly displayed since the 17th century. Other claimants include the Monastery of the Holy Face in Spain, the Capuchin Monastery in Italy, and several other churches across Europe. Each site presents its version of the veil as the original or an authentic copy. So the central mystery surrounding the Veil of Veronica is whether it is a genuine relic bearing the face of Jesus Christ or a later medieval creation. The lack of direct biblical reference and reliance on later apocryphal texts casts doubt on its authenticity. Skeptics argue that the veil is a pious forgery created to inspire faith and devotion among believers. They point to the proliferation of copies and relics during the Middle Ages, often driven by the lucrative nature of relic veneration and pilgrimage. The earliest references to the Veil of Veronica date back to the 4th and 5th centuries, although detailed descriptions and widespread veneration began in the 11th and 12th centuries. The sudden emergence of the veil's story in this period raises questions about its origins and the motivations behind its promotion as a relic. Some theories suggest the veil may have originated from earlier traditions and compares it to the Mandilion of Edessa or the Shroud of Turin. with which this is actually sometimes confused. Believers maintain that the image on the veil is a miraculous imprint formed by divine intervention and bearing unique characteristics that distinguish it from human-created artworks. They cite the delicate, ethereal nature of the image and its reputed healing properties as evidence. Critics, however, argue that the image could have been painted or otherwise crafted using contemporary artistic techniques. Some suggest that the veil may have been produced using earlier forms of contact printing or rubbing. But regardless of its authenticity, the veil of Veronica remains a powerful symbol of faith for many Christians. It represents the compassionate act of Veronica and serves as a tangible reminder of Jesus' suffering and humanity. So regardless of its authenticity, I think it's a fascinating story and definitely deserves to be on this list.
Tier 4. Number 1. Wandjina Rock Art. The Wandjina Rock Art, located in the Kimberley region of Western Australia, is a remarkable collection of ancient paintings depicting spirit beings called the Wandjina, who are central to the mythology of the indigenous Australian tribes, particularly the Warora, the Ngarnien, and the Wunambal peoples. These figures are believed to be the spirits responsible for rain, fertility, and creation. The Wandjina rock art, estimated to be thousands of years old, is characterized by its striking imagery, its large round-eyed figures with distinctive headdresses, surrounded by halos or radiant lines. So just to give you a little bit more background, the Wandjina figures are characterized by their large oval-shaped heads, prominent round eyes, and lack of mouths. The omission of vowels is believed to signify their supernatural ability to communicate telepathically, or that they are so powerful that they just don't need to speak at all. The figures often feature halo or lines radiating from their heads, which some interpret as a rain or spiritual energy. These haloed figures are commonly depicted in white with red, black, or yellow accents using natural ochre pigments. Wandjina spirits are associated with rain, water, and fertility, making them central to the survival and prosperity of the indigenous communities in the harsh Kimberley environment. The Wandjina are revered as rainmakers who bring life to the land and are depicted alongside symbols of water, plants, and animals. The rock art sites themselves are often situated near water sources, emphasizing the importance of water in both the physical and spiritual life of the community. Unlike many ancient rock art sites around the world, the Wandjina rock art is part of a continuous cultural and spiritual tradition. The art is periodically repainted and maintained by the indigenous custodians, who consider it their duty to preserve these depictions and keep the Wandjina spirits alive. The Wandjina are seen as ancestral beings who continue to watch over the land and its people, ensuring the well-being of the community. These sites are sacred and access is often restricted to preserve their sanctity. In the eyes of the indigenous communities, the Wandjina figures are not merely artistic representations, but are imbued with a power of the ancestral beings that they depict. To these indigenous communities, they are real and powerful presences, embodying the spiritual connection between the land, people, and the dream time, the creation period in Aboriginal belief systems. And not only are they depicted in the rock paintings, the Wandjina also feature prominently in oral traditions, songs, and ceremonies, serving as essential components of the Aboriginal cultural identity and worldview. So, the mysteries and theories about the Wandjina rock art. First off, the exact age of the Wandjina rock art is uncertain. Estimates vary widely, with some archaeologists suggesting it could be as old as 5,000 years, while others argue it may be closer to 10,000 years. The lack of organic material in the pigment makes direct radiocarbon dating extremely challenging. The indigenous custodians maintain that the art has existed since the Dreamtime, a timeless era of creation, suggesting a cultural significance that transcends specific dates in their eyes, whereas in the eyes of archaeologists, it's just kind of hard to date in general. There's also the mystery of the meaning of the mouthless figures. Some indigenous explanations suggest that the Wandjina's power is too great to require speech. Others interpret it as a sign of their telepathic abilities. Another theory suggests that the omission of mouth signifies restraint, as the Wandjina must hold back their potentially destructive power to prevent constant rain and floods. The appearance of the Wandjina figures with their large eyes and radiant halos has led to comparisons with otherworldly beings, including deities from various cultures. Some researchers draw parallels to depictions of gods or spiritual beings in other parts of the world, particularly the idea of powerful rainmakers or being associated with water. Theories of cultural diffusion have been proposed, though they remain speculative and are not widely accepted by the mainstream archaeologists. Some UFO enthusiasts and fringe theorists argue that the Wandjina figures resemble modern depictions of extraterrestrial beings with large eyes, glowing halos, and the otherworldly features. According to this theory, the Wandjina represent an encounter between indigenous people and aliens, whose likenesses are preserved in the rock art itself. However, indigenous communities strongly reject these interpretations, viewing the Wandjina as sacred ancestral beings specific to their cultural beliefs rather than alien visitors. The halos or headdresses surrounding the Wandjina's heads are often interpreted as representing rain clouds, linking the figures directly to their role as rainmakers. Indigenous interpretations of these symbols are complex and often multi-layered, and often relating to the aspect of dreamtime stories and natural forces, particularly rain and fertility, essential for the life in the Kimberley region. And just to dive more into the wacky theories, there is an interdimensional beings theory. This theory is that the Wandjina are depictions of interdimensional beings who crossed into the human world through the dreamtime. This theory suggests that the dreamtime itself might be a portal or an alternate dimension where supernatural beings interact with the human world. A few theorists suggest that the Wandjina art sites serve as portals or stargates through which the Wandjina or other beings entered our world. The continuous repainting of the figures is seen as a ritual to keep these portals active or open, I guess, for spiritual or supernatural forces to move through. And then some other researchers propose that the Wandjina are symbolic remnants of a highly advanced prehistoric civilization, possibly connected to other ancient sites around the world. According to this theory, the Wandjina could represent leaders or deities of the lost culture, who later became mythologized as supernatural beings, as they are somewhat connected and similar to other rock site paintings around the world and other mythological beings found elsewhere. Regardless of where they came from or what they depict, the Wandjina rock art holds profound spiritual significance for the indigenous communities of the Kimberley region. This is obvious by the constant repainting and protection of these sites. So regardless of any of the theories, I think it's a fascinating thing to learn about to begin with. But yeah, moving on. Number 2, the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus. The Emerald Tablet, which is attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, is one of the most influential texts in Western esoteric tradition. The tablet is a brief, cryptic inscription said to reveal the secrets of alchemy, cosmology, and spiritual enlightenment. Hermes Trismegistus, often equated with the Egyptian god Thoth and the Greek god Hermes, is a legendary figure in the Hermetic philosophy, representing wisdom, knowledge, and the mystical sciences. The tablet's core tenet, as above, so below, has become a foundational concept in Hermeticism, symbolizing the unity between the macrocosm and the microcosm. Legends suggest that the Emerald Tablet was a green stone or slab inscribed with alchemical wisdom. The tablet itself has never been found, and it exists solely in textual form, first appearing in Arabic sources around the 8th century AD. Though attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, the tablet's origins remains uncertain, with some scholars speculating it may have been written by an unknown alchemist or philosopher during the early Islamic Golden Age, while others suggest a much older origin, possibly tied to ancient Egypt. The Emerald Tablet is incredibly concise, typically containing between 12 and 15 sentences. It uses metaphorical and symbolic language to describe the alchemical process, the nature of reality, and the relationship between spirit and matter. Key phrases include "that which is above is like that which is below," and "the father of it is the sun, the mother of it is the moon," reflecting Hermetic ideas about the interconnectedness of all things and the process of creation. The Emerald Tablet is foundational to Hermetic philosophy, a tradition that seeks to explore the hidden spiritual truths behind physical existence. Hermeticism holds that the knowledge of the divine and the material world can be obtained through alchemical processes, mental discipline, and spiritual insight. Alchemists viewed the tablet as a guide to the great work, or magnum opus, the process of transmuting base metals into gold and achieving spiritual perfection. The language of the tablet is filled with metaphors of transmutation, which alchemists interpreted both as physical and spiritual transformation. So, some mysteries and theories. Some historians argue that the Emerald Tablet is a purely mythical object itself, while others believe it could be based on a real artifact, possibly a gemstone or tablet that has been lost over time. There are various legends about its discovery, with one story claiming Alexander the Great found it in the tomb of Hermes in Egypt. Alternatively, some suggest the Emerald Tablet was a metaphorical or symbolic creation, not a literal object, representing hidden knowledge passed down through oral and esoteric traditions. The connection between Hermes Trismegistus and the Egyptian god Thoth supports the theory that the tablet's origins may lie in ancient Egyptian wisdom traditions. Thoth was the god of knowledge, writing, and alchemy, paralleling Hermes' role as a divine messenger and alchemical master. Some theorists propose that the tablet contains teachings from the so-called Hermetic corpus, a body of esoteric texts attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, which blends Greek, Egyptian, and Hellenistic thought. Alchemists viewed the Emerald Tablet as both a literal and symbolic guide to transforming base metals into gold, but also to achieving spiritual enlightenment, or the Philosopher's Stone, a mystical substance that grants immortality. The symbolic language of the tablet is interpreted as a guide for transforming the soul, aligning the spiritual seeker with the divine principles, and understanding the mysteries of creation. The Emerald Tablet's influence extends across multiple mystical traditions. Its principles of cosmic unity, spiritual transformation, and secret knowledge have shaped Western occult traditions for centuries. In modern times, the tablet's teachings have been adopted by New Age spiritual movements and are cited in discussions of the law of attraction, metaphysical healing, and consciousness expansion. So with all that, and without an actual archaeological artifact, some wacky theories have come out of it. Some fringe theorists propose that the Emerald Tablet is not only of extraterrestrial origin, but an advanced ancient alien technology containing encoded knowledge of physics, alchemy, and space-time. According to this theory, Hermes Trismegistus was a messenger from an advanced civilization that left behind this tablet as a guide for human advancement. Another theory states that the Emerald Tablet's teachings link to modern quantum mechanics. Proponents argue that the concept of as above, so below parallels quantum entanglement and the idea of interconnectedness at a subatomic level, suggesting that the tablet contained insights into the nature of reality long before modern science. There's also this theory I found about it being some kind of cosmic hard drive, which stores interdimensional knowledge accessible through meditation or ritual. This idea, I guess, implies that the tablet is like a conduit to higher consciousness or hidden realms, enabling users to download knowledge from a universal source. And then there's like the theory about it actually being a stone of immortality. And it said that if you hold the stone, it can like bestow eternal life on whoever holds it. People think this because of its references to rebirth, creation, and the unity of all things, but since we don't actually have it, I don't really know how to test it. So yeah, I wish I could say Hermes Trismegistus more. It's kind of fun to say. But yeah, moving on. The Etruscan Pyramid of Bomarzo. The Etruscan Pyramid of Bomarzo is a mysterious rock-cut structure located in the dense forests near the town of Bomarzo, Italy, in the Lazio region. This stepped pyramid-shaped monument was rediscovered in 1991, hidden beneath moss and vegetation. While little is known about its origin, the pyramid is thought to date back to the Etruscan civilization, which flourished in central Italy before the rise of Rome. The purpose of the Bomarzo pyramid remains unknown, with theories ranging from it being a sacred altar or temple to a site for astronomical observations or ritual gatherings. The Bomarzo pyramid is carved directly into a massive volcanic rock, forming a step structure that resembles a pyramid with multiple terraces. It is approximately 7.5 meters high and features a series of steps leading to the top platform. The top platform has a flat area with a shallow basin carved into the rock, which some believe could have been used for ritualistic offerings or libations. Various carvings and indentions around the monument suggest functional and symbolic use. The pyramid is widely believed to be of Etruscan origin, though there is no conclusive evidence pinpointing its exact age or creators. The Etruscans, who lived in central Italy from around 8th to the 3rd century BC, were known for their elaborate tombs and rock-cut structures, some of which show similarities to the Pyramid of Bomarzo. The Etruscans had a rich religious and spiritual culture, and it is speculated that the pyramid could have served as a site for sacred rituals or astronomical alignments, reflecting their knowledge of cosmology and divination. There are some unusual carvings and channels within the pyramid, though. The pyramid features various channels and gutters, some of which may have been designed to direct rainwater or other liquids, possibly for ceremonial purposes. Small basins and recesses carved into the rock indicate potential use in rituals involving libations or even sacrifices. The carvings on the pyramid itself are minimalistic and quite mysterious, with no inscriptions or symbols that would conclusively link it to a specific purpose or cultural group. The design and the immense precision of the cut suggest a high degree of skill and intent in its construction. And also, it is kind of weird of where it's located. The pyramid is situated in a secluded forested area near Bamarzo, an area rich with other ancient Etruscan sites and tombs, particularly along the Tiber River Valley. Its remote location has led to speculation that it was intentionally placed in a sacred or isolated setting, perhaps to keep it hidden or to enhance its spiritual significance. But yeah, with all that being said, we really just don't know the purpose of the structure. Like I've mentioned, there are several theories, but none have been conclusively proven. And also, the connection to the Etruscan religion and deities is up for question. The Etruscan civilization was known for its rich pantheon and religious practices. The pyramid may have been associated with specific deities or ancestral spirits, but there's no real connection to any of them. Given that the Etruscan significant influence on early Roman religion and culture, some historians suggest that the practices performed on the Bamarzo period could have impacted Roman religious rites and beliefs. The Romans later adopted aspects of Etruscan religion, including augury and certain architectural styles. So with this being said, it is possible that the Romans repurposed or built upon Etruscan sites like the Bamarzo period, though there are still no clear evidence of Roman modifications to this particular structure. Some researchers have proposed that the structure's alignment may correspond with solstices, equinoxes, or other seasonal changes, which could suggest an astronomical function. The Etruscans were known to incorporate celestial alignments into their sacred sites, and the pyramid's height would have made it an ideal place for solar observations. The positioning of the steps and platform may have been designed to observe the movement of the sun or stars, aligning the structure with certain Etruscan cosmological beliefs. Of course, there are theories about aliens, as there always are. This theory suggests that the pyramid was used as a landing platform or like a guidance beacon for UFOs. In some other theories, it was also said that it was a portal to the underworld. And then another one suggests that the pyramid was created as a sacred site where Etruscan priests sought to find out the secret of immortality. They argue that the elaborate rituals performed there were intended to capture life essence, providing priests with eternal youth or knowledge beyond death. And then one final theory I thought was interesting. There is a theory that suggests that the pyramid may have been an ancient site for psychological or spiritual testing. It would be used as a place where they could go to undergo different psychological enhancements, I guess, and then they would use this place as a way to confront fears, undergo a rite of passage, or gain a vision through any of those altered states that they would come upon. But again, these are just some wacky theories that I found interesting, so there's no evidence to support them, but there's also no evidence to support any of the archaeological claims. So moving on. Number 4, the miraculous liquefaction of St. Genarius's blood. The liquefaction of St. Genarius's blood is a long-standing phenomenon observed in Naples, Italy, where the dried blood of the city's patron saint, St. Genarius, is believed to miraculously liquefy several times each year. This unusual event, first documented in the 14th century, has drawn widespread devotion and curiosity, especially since the phenomenon has resisted definitive scientific explanation. The blood is kept in a sealed glass vial housed in the Naples Cathedral and is publicly displayed during religious ceremonies on specific feast days. Believers view the liquefaction as a sign of St. Genarius's intercession, while skeptics continue to debate its origins and mechanisms. St. Genarius, known in Italian as San Gennaro, was a 3rd century bishop and martyr. He is believed to have been beheaded during the Diocletian persecution around 305 AD. His relics, including his blood, were preserved by early Christians and have been venerated in Naples for centuries. The blood is kept in 2 glass vials, one of which is nearly full and the other one only partially so. Both vials are sealed and encased within a larger metal reliquary. These vials contain what appears to be solid dark red material, which is said to liquefy during specific religious events. The blood of St. Genarius is said to liquefy on at least 3 regular occasions on each year: his feast day on September 19th, the celebration of his patronage over Naples on December 16th, and the first Saturday of May. Additional liquefacions may occur in times of crisis or at the request of religious authorities. During each event, the reliquary is brought out in a ceremony where the faithful gather to witness the liquefaction. The solidified blood appears to gradually turn into a liquid state, sometimes bubbling or changing in color, before returning to solid form after the ceremony concludes. The liquefaction of St. Januarius' blood is seen by the faithful as a sign of divine favor and the saint's intercession on behalf of Naples. When the blood does not liquefy, it is traditionally viewed as an ill omen. For instance, failed liquefations are often linked to disasters such as plagues, earthquakes, or political upheavals. The phenomenon is a significant part of Neapolitan culture, and the people of Naples maintain a strong devotion to San Gennaro, crediting his intervention with protecting the city from calamities, including the eruptions of Mount Vesuvius. Despite various investigations, scientists have not been able to conclusively explain the phenomenon. The composition of the blood and the mechanism behind its liquefaction remain unknown, as the Catholic Church has not permitted invasive testing of the vials. Observers have noted that the process does not always follow a predictable pattern. Sometimes the liquefaction occurs quickly, while other times it takes hours or does not occur at all. This unpredictability adds to the mystery and prevents clear scientific conclusions. Some scientists propose that the liquefaction could be due to a chemical reaction in the substance within the vials. One hypothesis suggests that the vial might contain a substance that changes states when agitated or warmed, similar to substances like thixotropic gels, which become fluid under specific conditions. Another theory is that a substance known as a colloid, or a suspension of fine particles in a liquid, might be at play. Colloids can exhibit properties where they shift between solid and liquid states when exposed to changes in temperature or movement. However, without direct testing, this still remains speculative. Some researchers believe that environmental factors such as temperature, humidity, or even atmospheric pressure could influence the state of the contents within the vials. According to this theory, the heat from the crowd or the handling of the vial might cause a substance inside to liquefy temporarily. However, this theory is not entirely satisfactory, as the liquefaction has occurred in various conditions and seasons, even when the reliquary was not exposed to heat or agitation. Skeptics argue that the liquefaction may be an optical illusion caused by light reflecting off the vial as it is tilted or handled. According to this theory, the changes in appearance could be due to the angle of viewing, make it appear, though, that the substance is in fact liquefying. This theory, however, fails to account for instances when bubbles or visible movement have been observed in the contents of the vials. Some scholars suggest that the phenomenon could involve a psychological component where the faithful's expectations and excitement contribute to perceived changes in the vial. This theory aligns with the idea of collective faith or a psychosocial effect, though it does not directly explain the physical changes reported in the vials. Many devout Catholics and believers maintain that the liquefaction is a miraculous act occurring through St. Januarius' intercession. They argue that the unpredictability of the liquefaction is consistent with the concept of a divine mystery beyond the realm of human understanding. This explanation is embraced by the faithful, who see the phenomenon as a supernatural sign affirming the power of faith and the protection of Naples by its patron saint. Number 5. Why is the Temple of Thoth mentioned in the Westcar Papyrus? The Westcar Papyrus is an ancient Egyptian text dated to the Middle Kingdom, 1800 BC, that contains a collection of magical tales set during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, who built the Great Pyramid. One of the key figures in these stories is Thoth, the Egyptian god of wisdom, writing, and magic. The sanctuary of Thoth is referenced as a sacred and mysterious place associated with the god's power, especially in a story involving divine prophecy and the passing of kingship. This mention highlights the significance of Thoth's sanctuary as a mystical source of magical and royal knowledge, as well as a repository of divine power in Egyptian mythology. So, just to give you a little background, the Westcar Papyrus contains 5 tales told to Pharaoh Khufu by his sons, each story revolving around magical events. These stories are set in the mythological past, illustrating the powers of the gods and the role of magic in daily life and kingship. The most notable story where Thoth's sanctuary is mentioned involves a prophecy about the future kings of Egypt and the birth of 3 royal heirs who are destined to found the 5th dynasty. So again, Thoth was considered the god of wisdom, writing, magic, and the moon. He was believed to have authored sacred texts and possessed divine knowledge, including the power of prophecy and judgment. The Sanctuary of Thoth therefore represents a place with Thoth's wisdom and power, a sacred place where knowledge of the future, the divine law, and magic in general could be accessed. This location is invoked in the Westcar Papyrus as a source of legitimacy and foresight, reinforcing the authority of prophecy. In the Westcar Papyrus, the goddess Redjedet gives birth to 3 sons who are destined to rule Egypt. The story hints that these children, who represent the beginnings of the 5th dynasty, were prophesied within Thoth's sanctuary. The prophecy about these future kings and their connection to Thoth's sanctuary is significant because it emphasizes the divine endorsement of kingship, suggesting that royal succession and legitimacy were under the guidance of divine wisdom. So, the mention of Thoth's sanctuary as the origin of a prophecy ties the god's wisdom to royal lineage and the concept of divine kingship. Thoth's sanctuary is viewed as a place where the future could be known, reinforcing the belief that Egyptian rulers were divinely chosen. The actual location of the Sanctuary of Thoth is unknown, but it may have been an important temple or shrine in ancient Egypt, likely connected to the city of Hermopolis. Hermopolis was a renowned center of learning and magic, aligning with Thoth's association with knowledge and writing, and it was Thoth's primary cult center. Alternatively, the sanctuary could have been a mystical or mythical location, rather than a physical temple, representing an otherworldly realm or a metaphorical library of divine knowledge accessible only to the deities or chosen individuals. It also might be linked to the legendary Books of Thoth, ancient texts said to contain powerful spells and secret knowledge. These mythical books were believed to grant magical abilities and forbidden knowledge, accessible only to the initiated. This connection suggests that the sanctuary served as a symbolic gateway to hidden wisdom, where only a few, such as priests, prophets, or kings, could gain access to Thoth's secret teachings. Side note, saying Thoth a lot in this video has made me feel like Mike Tyson, but let's continue. So other than the Sanctuary of Thoth being some mystical or mythical place that doesn't actually exist, since we haven't found it yet, we really just don't know. Some other theories suggest that the Sanctuary of Thoth was not only housing mystical scrolls, but it also housed ancient technological devices, and since that it was so ancient and advanced, they thought that it was just magic. So yeah, we just don't really know if it existed, if it did exist, where it was, and what it held. So yeah, moving on. Number 6, Vajra. The Vajra is a significant spiritual symbol in Hindu and Buddhist traditions, representing a weapon of immense power, wisdom, and spiritual transformation. Translated as thunderbolt or diamond in Sanskrit, the Vajra combines the dual qualities of being indestructible, like a diamond, and powerful, like a thunderbolt. In Hinduism, the Vajra is depicted as the weapon of the god Indra, the king of the heavens, associated with storms, lightning, and war. In Buddhism, especially Vajrayana Buddhism, the Vajra is a ritual object symbolizing the powerful, transformative force of enlightenment, cutting through ignorance and illusion. So just to break this out into 2, in Hindu mythology, the Vajra is primarily associated with Indra, the king of the gods, and the god of thunder, rain, and war. The weapon is depicted as a club-like object with a ribbed or spiked structure representing the might and authority of Indra. According to Hindu texts, the Vajra was fashioned from the spine of the sage who sacrificed himself so his bones could be used to create a weapon capable of defeating the demon Vritra, who was essentially a demon associated with drought. With the Vajra, Indra was able to defeat Vritra, restoring the rainfall and fertility to the earth. And in Buddhism, particularly Vajrayana Buddhism, the Vajra represents the indestructible nature of truth and the force of spiritual awakening. It is often used in rituals alongside a bell, symbolizing the unity of wisdom and the method or compassion. The Vajra is typically a double-ended tool with 2 symmetrical prongs representing dualities in life that are united in the state of enlightenment. Holding the Vajra during ritual symbolizes cutting through ignorance and achieving the clarity and strength of an awakened mind. The traditional Vajra has a unique symmetrical design, often featuring a central spherical handle, flanked by prongs or blades extending outward, with 5-pronged or 9-pronged forms symbolizing different spiritual concepts. In Buddhist iconography, the Vajra is typically paired with the bell in ritual practices. The practitioner holds the Vajra in the right hand, representing compassionate action, and the bell in the left hand, representing wisdom. Together, they symbolize the unity of opposites and the journey towards enlightenment. The Vajra plays a key role in Vajrayana Buddhist ceremonies, where it is used by monks, priests, and practitioners to invoke powerful energies, protect against negative influences, and invoke clarity. Holding the Vajra and bell together signifies balance between action and wisdom, a core concept in Buddhist teachings. In Hindu rituals, depictions of Indra with the Vajra emphasize the protection of the cosmic order and the destruction of chaos or evil, reinforcing the role of divine power in maintaining balance and natural order. So some theorists propose that the Vajra may have been an ancient electrical or lightning-based device, possibly linked to advanced knowledge possessed by early civilizations. This theory suggests that the Vajra could have been generated or directed electric energy similar to a thunderbolt, explaining its association with lightning and power. Proponents argue that the descriptions of the Vajra in ancient texts sound similar to accounts of lightning, sparking theories that ancient cultures might have experimented with forms of electrical technology or used naturally occurring static electricity in ways that we have yet to understand. In Buddhist thought, the Vajra represents indestructible truth and the ultimate realization of enlightenment. So, given this, some theorists believe that this symbolism suggests a hidden meaning in the Vajra as a tool to unlock higher levels of consciousness or hidden spiritual dimensions. According to this theory, the Vajra may serve as a key to transcending ordinary reality, a guide for initiates in meditation or spiritual practice, leading to mystical states that only advanced practitioners could access. A popular French theory suggests that the Vajra could represent advanced technology introduced by extraterrestrial beings. According to this idea, the Vajra was a powerful weapon or device left by aliens who interacted with ancient cultures, influencing their mythologies and technologies. This theory is often cited alongside ancient astronaut hypothesis, proposing that the descriptions of gods using weapons with extraordinary power, such as Indra's Vajra, might indicate contact with alien beings who possess technology far beyond human capabilities. Some scholars see the Vajra as a prototype for Eastern philosophical and scientific concepts, representing not only the power of natural elements like lightning, but also a symbol of indivisible knowledge. In this view, the Vajra is an allegory for atomic or subatomic theories, where particles are small yet hold incredible energy. This interpretation suggests that the Vajra's symbolism reflects an early understanding of the unity of matter and energy, as expressed in the form of an indestructible diamond-like essence and the power of transformation, key ideas in the atomic and quantum theories. Number 7, Coso petroglyphs. The Coso petroglyphs are a vast collection of rock art found in the Coso Range, a desert region in eastern California near the China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station. With an estimated 100,000 images spread across the Coso Mountains, this site is one of the largest and most significant concentrations of Native American petroglyphs in North America. The petroglyphs, believed to be between 1,000 and 10,000 years old, depict a variety of images, including animals, hunting scenes, abstract shapes, and anthropomorphic figures. The exact meaning and purpose of the Coso petroglyphs remain a mystery, but they are thought to reflect the spiritual and cultural life of the indigenous people who inhabited the region. The Coso petroglyphs include images of animals such as bighorn sheep, lizards, turtles, and snakes, along with geometric patterns, spirals, and anthropomorphic figures. Bighorn sheep are the most frequently depicted animals, often shown in large numbers, suggesting they held special significance for the people who created the petroglyphs. Many of the petroglyphs depict scenes of hunting, with hunters holding bows and arrows or spears aimed at animals, which may represent ceremonial depictions or symbolic expressions of hunting practices. The petroglyphs are difficult to date precisely due to the lack of organic materials in rock art in general, but researchers estimate that they range from 1,000 to as old as 10,000 years. This time frame suggests that the rock art was created by early Native American cultures, likely the ancestors of the modern-day Paiute and Shoshone tribes. The petroglyphs have been carved or pecked into volcanic rock using stone tools, a labor-intensive process that indicates a strong cultural or spiritual motivation behind their creation. Archaeologists believe the Coso petroglyphs had spiritual and ceremonial purposes, possibly related to shamanistic practices or rituals. Some researchers theorize that the images served as a form of hunting magic, intended to ensure a successful hunt or to honor the spirits of animals. The prevalence of bighorn sheep and hunting imagery suggests that the people who created the petroglyphs held the animals in high regard, potentially viewing them as spiritually significant beings. The petroglyphs were created using different styles and techniques, including incising, pecking, and abrading, which have helped archaeologists categorize and date the images. Certain stylistic elements, such as the representation of bighorn sheep, are characteristic of the Great Basin style, a regional form of rock art. The site's varying styles and complexity suggest that multiple generations contributed to the petroglyphs, possibly using them as a communal record or sacred place over thousands of years. The primary mystery of the Koso petroglyphs is their intended purpose. Some researchers propose that the images were created as part of hunting rituals or ceremonies, with the belief that depicting animals and successful hunts could influence the real-life success of future hunts. Others believe the petroglyphs represent shamanic visions or spiritual journeys, possibly depicting otherworldly experiences or interactions with animal spirits. The abstract designs and surreal figures suggest a connection to altered states of consciousness. The abundance of bighorn sheep imagery has led to various interpretations. Some scholars suggest that the Koso people may have seen the bighorn sheep as a sacred animal or even a spiritual guide. Others believe the bighorn sheep may symbolize fertility, abundance, or strength, qualities that were celebrated and invoked in rituals. The petroglyphs could also be a record of an ancient belief system in which animal spirits played a central role, with the bighorn sheep possibly symbolizing a protective or guiding spirit for the tribe. Some researchers theorize that the petroglyphs may have astronomical significance. Certain spirals, concentric circles, and patterns that have been linked to solar and lunar cycles, and some petroglyphs align with specific celestial events. This theory suggests that the Koso petroglyphs may have served as a calendar or observatory. If true, this would indicate a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and an integration of celestial cycles into the spiritual and ceremonial life of the Koso people. And many researchers believe that shamans, the spiritual leaders or healers who entered trance states to communicate with the spirit world, played a significant role in creating the petroglyphs. Some of the images, especially abstract shapes and anthropomorphic figures, may represent shamanic visions or journeys to other realms. The petroglyphs could have been part of rituals where shamans guided the community, meditated with spirits, or sought guidance for practical matters like hunting and survival. The only wacky theory that I found for this topic was essentially that it wasn't made by the Koso people and was made by an earlier, more advanced civilization where they encoded some sort of mathematical or scientific knowledge into these rock arts that were meant to be encoded by future generations. But like I've said before, I don't like theories like this unless there's clear evidence that it does show that, because it does take the credit away from these ancient civilizations and puts it onto something that probably didn't actually happen. So, moving on. Number 8. Who built the temples of Malden Island and where did they go? Malden Island, a remote uninhabited atoll in the central Pacific Ocean, is home to a mysterious temple ruin that have puzzled archaeologists, historians, and explorers for over a century. The island, which is part of Kiribati, has evidence of ancient stone structures, including temple platforms, walls, and other remnants of a complex society. These structures resemble Polynesian sacred sites, but there are no records or traditions connecting any known Polynesian or Pacific peoples to Malden Island. This has obviously led to questions about who built these temples, when they were constructed, and why the island was abandoned in general. So, Malden Island contains approximately 40 stone structures, including temple platforms, house sites, and other raised structures. Some of these stone platforms reach up to 10 feet in height and are made from coral blocks and other locally available materials. The layout and construction style resemble Polynesian sacred sites, suggesting the builders might have shared cultural or religious practices with Polynesian societies. However, Malden Island's isolation from known Polynesian settlement areas complicates this theory. In addition to the platforms, the island has petroglyphs and stone alignments, possibly used for religious ceremonies or astronomical observations. The structures align with certain celestial bodies, which has led to speculation that the island served as an astronomical observatory or ritual site. The presence of petroglyphs and alignments suggests that whoever inhabited Malden Island had knowledge of astronomy and used the island for both spiritual and observational purposes. And it is interesting, Malden Island lacks a natural freshwater source, making long-term settlement very challenging. This has raised questions about how an ancient population could have survived on the island without access to fresh water. Some theories propose that inhabitants may have relied on rainwater collection or periodic voyages to neighboring islands for resources, or that they only inhabited the island temporarily for specific ceremonies or seasonal purposes. The age of the temples on Malden Island remains uncertain, but estimates range from around 1000 CE to 1500 CE, aligning with the period of Polynesian expansion across the Pacific. However, there is no direct evidence linking the Malden Island builders to other Polynesian societies. Archaeological surveys suggest that the ruins were abandoned long before Europeans arrived in the Pacific, further deepening the mystery of the island's inhabitants and their fate. One prevailing theory suggests that Malden Island was inhabited by Polynesians who built the temples as religious or ceremonial sites. This theory is supported by the resemblance of the temple platforms to Polynesian sacred sites found on other islands in the region. The builders might have been a seafaring group who voyaged to Malden Island as part of an exploration or ritual network. However, the lack of oral traditions linking Malden to known Polynesian societies complicates this theory. Given Malden Island's lack of fresh water, some researchers propose that the temples were built as a temporary ceremonial site rather than a permanent settlement. The island may have been a sacred location where rituals or gatherings took place, with inhabitants bringing supplies from other islands. This theory would explain the island's abandonment, suggesting that the people who used it for specific ceremonies stopped returning due to shifts in political alliances, resource shortages, or cultural changes. Some believe that Malden Island may have been settled by an unknown or distinct cultural group that was neither Polynesian nor Micronesian. According to this theory, the island's builders could represent a lost or isolated civilization that vanished due to environmental factors, disease, or conflict. This theory remains speculative due to the lack of material evidence and the obvious similarities between Malden's structures and those found elsewhere in Polynesia. And in general, the alignment of the temple platforms and petroglyphs with certain celestial bodies has led to speculation that Malden Island served as an astronomical observation center. In this view, the island structures were used to track celestial events such as solstices and equinoxes, possibly for religious or navigational purposes. The people who used this site may have been part of a larger network of astronomers or navigators, but they abandoned the site as navigation techniques evolved or as resource limitations made regular visits unfeasible. Two fringe theories I found about this are the Atlantean outpost theory and the secret navigational experiment theory. So some speculate that Malden Island was an outpost of the lost civilization of Atlantis. According to this theory, the temples were part of a network of Atlantean sites that extended across the Pacific. Malden's isolation and eventual abandonment are seen as consequences of Atlantis' fall. This theory argues that the temple's construction style and lack of connection to other known civilizations indicate an Atlantean influence that was lost or forgotten after the civilization's collapse. The other theory suggests that Malden Island was used as a secret navigational experiment by ancient Polynesians or other seafaring cultures. The temples, according to this theory, were part of an early scientific project to understand the movement of stars and celestial navigation. This theory proposes that the island's abandonment occurred once navigation technology advanced, rendering the temple-based system obsolete and unnecessary. Number 9. Jesus Family Tomb. The so-called Jesus Family Tomb, also known as the Talpiot Tomb, was discovered in 1980 in the East Talpiot neighborhood of Jerusalem. This ancient burial site contains a set of limestone bone boxes bearing inscriptions that resemble names from the New Testament, including Jesus, son of Joseph, Mary, and Judah, son of Jesus. These findings have led to controversy and speculation about whether this tomb could be the final resting place of Jesus and his family. The possibility of identifying a physical tomb for Jesus raises significant questions and has sparked debate among archaeologists, theologians, and historians. So the Talpiot tomb was unearthed in 1980 during construction in East Talpiot, a suburb of Jerusalem. Inside the tomb, archaeologists found 10 bone boxes dating to the 1st century CE, a period that is consistent with the time of Jesus. 6 of the boxes contain inscriptions bearing names associated with figures from the New Testament. The discovery remained relatively obscure until 2007 when the tomb gained attention through the documentary The Lost Tomb of Jesus, directed by Simcha Jacobovici and produced by James Cameron. The most striking feature of the Talpiot tomb is the inscriptions on 6 of the boxes. Among the names are Jesus, son of Joseph, Mary, Mary Magdalene, Joseph, Matthew, and Judah, son of Jesus. The presence of these names has led some to suggest that this could be the burial site of Jesus of Nazareth, his family members, and possibly Mary Magdalene and a son named Judah. However, these names were relatively common in 1st century Judea, complicating this identification. The boxes feature simple decorations, including rosettes and geometric patterns. One box contains an unusual symbol that some interpret as a chevron and circle or a fish symbol, possibly linked to early Christian iconography. The tomb's interior has niches and burial shafts that reflect typical Jewish burial practices of the time, consistent with Jewish customs of reburying bones in ossuaries after the body decomposed. The Talpiot tomb is located around 2.5 miles from the Old City of Jerusalem, close to other ancient burial sites. This region has a high concentration of tombs from the Second Temple period, a time associated with significant figures in Jewish history. Jewish families during the 1st century commonly reused family tombs, and it is conceivable that multiple generations were interred in this same burial site. The context of burial in ossuaries also aligns with a period when Jewish burial practices shifted toward ossuary use. So obviously the most controversial question is whether the tomb actually belongs to Jesus of Nazareth and his family. While the names match figures from the New Testament, these names were also common among 1st century Jews. Statistically, there are multiple families that could have had these names, which raises doubts about the identification. Supporters argue that the combination of names is significant, especially the presence of Jesus, son of Joseph, alongside Magdalene, suggesting a connection to Jesus and Mary Magdalene, and possibly a lineage or family unit. These inscriptions have led some researchers to hypothesize that one of the specific ossuaries belonged to Mary Magdalene. Some interpretations suggest that Mariamene was a title for Mary Magdalene used in early Christian texts, such as the Gospel of Philip. If this interpretation is correct, it could imply that Mary Magdalene was close to Jesus' family, perhaps even as a partner or spouse, sparking theories of a marital relationship between her and Jesus. There is also an ossuary inscribed Judah, son of Jesus, which has raised significant debate, with some proposing that it represents a son of Jesus. This theory, while controversial, suggests that Jesus may have had a family lineage, a concept explored in apocryphal texts but widely rejected by traditional Christian doctrine. Critics argue that the identification of Judah, son of Jesus, is speculative, as the name Yeshua was common, and there is no definitive evidence that this Judah was directly related to Jesus of Nazareth. And scholars in general question whether the Talpiot tomb could realistically be a Christian burial site, as early Christians believed in resurrection rather than traditional Jewish burial practices involving ossuaries. Some suggest that if the tomb does indeed belong to Jesus' family, it may imply that his followers initially retained Jewish burial customs before Christian practices evolved. Alternatively, it could challenge traditional beliefs about Jesus' resurrection and ascension, suggesting that his followers may have interred him in the family tomb. So this can be a touchy subject. Some proponents argue that the Talpiot tomb suggests Jesus and Mary Magdalene had a royal bloodline, which was preserved in secret. According to this theory, Judah, son of Jesus, represents an heir, and the lost bloodline continued covertly, influencing European royalty and becoming the basis for later legends of the Holy Grail. This theory is popularized by novels like The Da Vinci Code and interprets the tomb as evidence of a hidden lineage between the Merovingians and other royal houses. Another fringe theory proposes that the Talpiot tomb was discovered or protected by the Knights Templar, who might have relocated remains or documents to safeguard knowledge of Jesus' true family history. This theory argues that the Templars knew of Jesus' descendants and relocated relics to Europe, where they became hidden treasures of the Templar order. But in general, if the Talpiot tomb were definitively proven to belong to Jesus of Nazareth and his family, it could have profound theological implications, especially for beliefs about the resurrection and the nature of Jesus' family life. The idea of a physical burial site for Jesus directly challenges the mainstream Christian doctrine about his resurrection. But with all that aside, the Talpiot tomb does shed light on 1st century Jewish burial practices and the historical context of the New Testament. Regardless of the tomb's connection to Jesus, it does provide valuable insights into how people in Jesus' time honored and interred their dead, particularly prominent families. Number 10, Magonia. Magonia is a legendary land in medieval European folklore, described as a mysterious aerial realm inhabited by cloud-dwelling people who travel in skyships. That was a wild sentence. The term Magonia first appeared in the 9th century in a text by Bishop Agobard of Lyon, who claimed that peasants believed in sky sailors from this land who manipulated the weather and stole crops. Magonia is a fascinating example of medieval superstition and may represent early beliefs in otherworldly or supernatural phenomena. Though Agobard denounced their belief as heresy, Magonia endures as a symbol of humanity's fascination with aerial mysteries and has even been connected to UFO lore. The earliest reference to Magonia was written in 815 CE by Agobard, the Bishop of Lyon. Agobard described how local peasants believed in a land called Magonia, from which sky sailors arrived in ships to manipulate weather, steal crops, and bring storms. According to Agobard, the people believed that these cloud ships were piloted by Magonians, who worked with local sorcerers, or weather makers, to summon destructive weather. Agobard himself was skeptical and denounced these beliefs as heretical and superstitious. Magonia is depicted as a mystical land beyond the clouds or an alternate sky realm. Its inhabitants, the Magonians, were said to sail through the skies in ships made of mist or clouds, descending to Earth to harvest or steal crops after storms. The Magonians were believed to have magical powers or advanced knowledge that allowed them to control weather, collaborating with the storm bringers and weather makers to bring storms that destroyed crops or forced farmers to pay to protect their harvests. The belief in Magonia was closely tied to the concept of the Tempestari, weather wizards who could summon or repel storms. Peasants believed that these wizards could summon Magonian ships to bring destructive storms or hail, while others paid them to ward off the Magonians and protect their crops. The Tempestari were often feared or respected, as they were seen as intermediaries between humans and the Magonians. These weather wizards could supposedly appease the sky sailors in exchange for safety or material gain. Agobard condemned belief in Magonia as heresy, citing it as an example of misguided superstition. He dismissed the idea of sky ships and weather control as pagan remnants that contradicted Christian doctrine. Belief in Magonia was sometimes used to accuse individuals of witchcraft or consorting with supernatural forces. People believed that farmers or Tempestari who profited from storm protection were in league with the Magonians, making the tale part of a broader medieval witchcraft accusation. So one theory states that Magonia reflects a medieval allegory for nature's unpredictable forces. These sky ships and their inhabitants may represent personified weather phenomena, and the Tempestari may reflect human attempts to understand or control nature. Some scholars argue that Magonia was a projection of rural anxieties about crop failures, famine, and disaster. In a time when people had little understanding of natural weather patterns, supernatural explanations provided comfort and a sense of agency over uncontrollable forces. Agobard's denouncement of Magonia as heresy could also be seen as part of the church's effort to suppress pagan or folk beliefs. The church often sought to reframe local beliefs, casting them as superstition or heresy, to maintain doctrinal authority. By discrediting the belief in Magonia, the church reinforced its teachings on divine intervention and moved to control interpretations of natural disasters, positioning itself as the sole mediator between humanity and divine forces. Some researchers suggest that Magonia might have been an early example of unexplained aerial phenomena. The idea of flying ships and aerial beings has parallels in modern UFO encounters, where unidentified flying objects and beings are often perceived as descending from the sky. In 1969, UFO researcher Jacques Vallée referenced the Magonia in his book Passport to Magonia, arguing that folklore about sky beings could share roots with modern accounts of UFO sightings and extraterrestrial encounters, suggesting continuity in human experiences with unexplained aerial phenomena. The role of the Tempestari in Magonian folklore hints at possible economic exploitation. Some historians propose that local weather wizards might have used fear of storms to extort payments from villagers, promising protection from Magonian-induced storms. The story of Magonia might therefore reflect a real social dynamic, with the Tempestari symbolizing individuals who profited from manipulating local beliefs, or offering supernatural services for a fee. Number 11, the Green Man. The Green Man is a mysterious figure found across centuries of folklore, mythology, and art, primarily in Europe, but with evidence of it occurring worldwide. Typically depicted as a face surrounded by or made of leaves, vines, or other vegetation, the Green Man is a symbol of nature, rebirth, and the cycle of life and death. Though most famously associated with medieval church carvings, his origins may stretch back to ancient pagan traditions, raising questions about his true significance and why such a seemingly pagan symbol found its way into Christian art and architecture. The Green Man is commonly depicted as a human face surrounded by foliage with leaves sprouting from his mouth, nostrils, or eyes. It's found in carvings, sculptures, and even stained glass windows. The Green Man appears in churches, cathedrals, and even secular buildings throughout Europe, particularly during the medieval period. While the term Green Man is mostly associated with Europe, similar figures appear in many cultures. For example, in Islamic art, vegetal designs occasionally depict human faces with intertwining with nature. In India, the deity Shiva is associated with the lush growth of forests and is sometimes depicted with foliage motifs. Celtic traditions feature nature spirits that bear striking resemblances to the Green Man, tied to fertility and the vitality of the natural world. So many scholars, despite there being evidence worldwide, many scholars believe that the Green Man has his origins in pre-Christian pagan traditions. He may be linked to nature deities such as the Celtic god Cernunnos or even the Roman god Bacchus, both associated with fertility, vegetation, and the natural world. Early pagan celebrations celebrated the rejuvenation of nature and may have contributed to the Green Man's association with renewal and vitality. And then during the medieval period, the Green Man began to appear in Christian architecture, particularly in the UK, France, and Germany. His presence in churches and cathedrals has definitely puzzled historians, with it not really being relevant in the Christian theology. Some believe he symbolized the integration of pagan traditions into Christian ideology, representing the unity of nature and the divine. In Christian context, the Green Man may have been reinterpreted as a reminder of humanity's mortality and dependence on God, akin to the biblical idea of dust returning to dust. The term Green Man itself wasn't coined until the 20th century and was popularized by Lady Raglan in a 1939 article. Before that, the figure was simply part of architectural design with no definitive name or standardized interpretation. And just to get into some theories, the Green Man may represent the balance between humanity and nature, urging respect for the environment. This interpretation aligns with his resurgence in modern times as a symbol for environmental movements and ecological consciousness. Some scholars link the Green Man to ancient fertility rites, where his leafy look represents the life-giving force of vegetation. This connects him to harvest rituals, ensuring the land's abundance for future generations. The Green Man may be a symbolic representation of nature spirits, believed to guard forests and wild places. These spirits were common in folklore and may have been adapted into artistic form as Christianity spread throughout Europe. And then in Christian art, the Green Man could symbolize resurrection, tying into the rebirth of Christ. Just as spring revives the natural world after winter, Christ's resurrection represents a new beginning for humanity. And then more of the theories towards the collective archetype, the psychologist Carl Jung's idea of a collective unconscious may explain the Green Man's recurring appearances across cultures. As an archetype, he embodies humanity's shared connection to the cycles of nature, life, and death. And another wacky theory, aside from the collective unconscious theory, some fringe theorists suggest that the Green Man is the remnant of a lost earth-worshipping religion predating known pagan practices. His presence in churches could signify an effort to preserve these beliefs under the guise of Christian art. But other than that, it's kind of just a symbol that we've seen throughout history. So either way, pretty interesting. Number 12, Kumari Kandam. So Kumari Kandam is a mythical lost continent mentioned in Tamil literature and folklore, believed to have existed in the Indian Ocean. It is often associated with the Tamil Sangam civilization, thought to have thrived before parts of the land were submerged. Alleged to have connected southern India, Sri Lanka, and parts of modern-day Indonesia, Kumari Kandam is sometimes referred to as Lemuria due to its speculative connection to another proposed lost landmass. Early Tamil texts describe vast territories submerged by rising seas, displacing ancient Tamil populations. Sangam literature references 3 Tamil academies, with the first 2 allegedly held on Kumari Kandam before the land was lost. 19th century colonial interpretations linking Tamil myths to Lemuria fueled modern interest in Kumari Kandam. So some suggest that Kumari Kandam aligns with submerged land masses in the Indian Ocean, such as the Sunda Shelf or areas near Sri Lanka. Geological changes such as tectonic shifts or rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age could explain submerged lands. The Tamil diaspora across South Asia and links between Dravidian languages and other regional tongues support the idea of a once-connected landmass fostering early Tamil civilization. Sangam literature provides a poetic but still very vague record of floods, potentially referencing real geological events. And then some scholars see Kumari Kandam as a metaphorical or allegorical construct, symbolizing Tamil pride and the endurance of their culture. The theory may also reflect historical displacements of Tamil populations due to local floods rather than a massive lost continent. And of course, there's the Lemuria connection. The 19th century theory of Lemuria, a lost landmass that once connected India, Madagascar, and Africa, was debunked by plate tectonics, but remains tied to Kumari Kandam in speculative history. Kumari Kandam is also sometimes compared to Atlantis, serving as a cultural identity, similar to how Atlantis functions in Western civilization. Proponents suggest that myths preserve fragments of historical truths, such as a thriving coastal civilization lost to ancient climate shifts. Of course, the main speculative theory here is that Kumari Kandam was part of a network of advanced prehistoric societies sharing knowledge and culture before its destruction. It's been linked to Atlantis as part of some portion of the Atlantis civilization or just some global prehistoric ancient advanced. You know the drill, we've done this a million times. Number 13, the Margate Shell Grotto. The Margate Shell Grotto is an underground chamber adorned with millions of seashells arranged in intricate patterns. It was discovered in 1835 in Margate, England, and its origin and purpose remain a mystery. The grotto covers approximately 2,000 square feet, with walls and ceilings covered in mosaics made from an estimated 4.6 million shells, including oyster, mussel, cockle, and whelk. Along with that, there is no record of its construction or purpose, which just leaves people very confused. The grotto was discovered accidentally in 1835 when a local farmer was digging a duck pond. His son fell into a hole, revealing the subterranean structure. The grotto was then opened to the public in 1838, drawing immediate fascination due to its intricate designs and mysterious origins. So the shells themselves are in pretty intricate patterns, including spirals, stars, and geometric designs that cover all of the walls and the ceilings. Some motifs appear symbolic, resembling elements like the sun, snakes, and flowers, leading to speculation about religious or ceremonial meanings. There is a central altar. This raised area, resembling an altar at least, sits at the heart of the grotto, suggesting it may have had a spiritual or ritualistic function. The layout includes a central dome and passageways resembling, again, religious or ceremonial architecture. And then there is a skylight which allows natural light to illuminate the grotto, but questions remain about how it was lit before discovery, as soot or evidence of lamps has not been found. Most believe that the grotto was a temple built by an ancient civilization or a pre-Christian religious sect. The designs and layout may have been used for ceremonies or rituals honoring nature or fertility. So if it was used for a while, the skylight would have been open and illuminated it, but then it was put into disuse and probably buried under a bunch of mud. Others suggest it was created during the medieval period as a hermitage or a spiritual retreat. The symbolism in the mosaics could reflect Christian or pagan beliefs, blending religious and mystical themes. And there's a theory that the grotto was an ornamental folly constructed in the 18th century, a time when shell art and decorative grottos were fashionable among wealthy landowners. However, no records or patron names have been associated with its construction. The grotto's secrecy and symbolic imagery have led some theories to it being built by Freemasons or another secret society for initiation ceremonies or private gatherings. The altar-like structure and esoteric symbols align with rituals used by some of these groups. And then some theorists propose the grotto predates recorded history, potentially created by Neolithic people or even Roman settlers. The lack of documentation could be due to its extreme age or just the loss of records over time. And just to make this even better, no conclusive methods have been used to date the grotto accurately, as the shells lack organic material suitable for carbon dating. There's no artifacts or inscriptions, so the exact age remains extremely speculative. Number 14, Frankenstein mummies in Scotland. The term Frankenstein mummies refers to two prehistoric skeletons discovered in 2001 at a Bronze Age settlement in Scotland. These mummies dated to about 1600 BC. They were found buried in a crouched position under the floors of ancient roundhouses. The skeletons were revealed to be composites made from the bones of multiple individuals, raising questions about the purpose and significance of this specific practice. So one skeleton, identified as male, was composed of bones from 3 different individuals. The other, identified as female, contained parts from at least 2 different people. The skeletons showed signs of deliberate preservation. Some bones were partially desiccated or chemically treated, indicating they had been mummified before burial. The preservation methods were likely similar to techniques used in other cultures, such as drying the bodies in peat bogs or smoking them. Radiocarbon dating revealed that some bones in the same skeleton differed in age by hundreds of years. This suggests that the mummies were constructed by combining bones long after the original individuals had died. So the mummies may have represented a symbolic union of different ancestors, embodying a collective lineage or tribal identity. By combining bones from multiple people, the living community could have created an ancestral figure that represented unity and continuity across generations. The mummies may have also been used to maintain social or political power. By keeping ancestors alive in a physical sense, leaders could claim legitimacy through their connection to the past. This practice may have reinforced the community's ties to their land and heritage. And of course, the mummies might have also just served as generic spiritual or ritual objects used in ceremonies or as intermediaries between the living and the dead. The composite nature of the skeletons could symbolize the merging of spiritual forces or the integration of multiple lineages into one. And then some researchers propose a more practical explanation. The mummies might have been reassembled to replace lost or damaged body parts, ensuring that a full skeleton could be buried for ritual purposes. And then a final theory suggests the practice may have been tied to superstition, with the composite mummies designed to confuse or trap spirits, preventing them from returning to haunt the living. Number 15, the Sudarium of Oviedo. The Sudarium of Oviedo is a blood-stained cloth housed in the Camara Santa, the holy chamber of the Cathedral of Oviedo in Spain. Tradition holds that it is the face cloth mentioned in the Gospel of John, used to cover the face of Jesus Christ after his crucifixion. Unlike the Shroud of Turin, which shows a faint image of a body, the Sudarium is stained with blood and bodily fluids, but contains no visible image. The cloth measures approximately 34 by 21 inches and is made of coarse linen, which is consistent with ancient textiles from the Near East. The stains on the cloth align with the shape and flow of blood from facial wounds, including what appears to be from a crown of thorns, nasal injuries, and post-mortem bodily fluids. So it's found in the Bible in the Gospel of John, chapter 20, verses 6 through 7. It mentions a face cloth, or sudarium in Latin, found in the tomb of Jesus, folded separately from the main burial shroud. Some believe this is the same cloth. According to legend, the cloth was carried from Jerusalem to Alexandria, then to Spain during the 7th century to protect it from invading Persians. It was later moved to Oviedo to safeguard it from Muslim invasions during the early medieval period. And it starts to first appear in historical records in the 8th century, suggesting its presence in Oviedo predates many other Christian relics. This is the part that's interesting. They did do scientific analysis to it, of course. I mean, you have to if you're going to make a claim like this. And studies confirm the stains on the sudarium contain type AB blood, which actually is the same blood type as found on the Shroud of Turin. The blood patterns match what would be expected from a person in an upright position, consistent with the crucifixion. And then pollen grains identified on the sudarium are consistent with plants native to the Jerusalem area, supporting its potential origin in the Near East. And then on the other hand, a carbon-14 test performed in the 1980s suggested a date range between the 7th and 9th centuries, much later, obviously, than the time of Jesus. However, contamination from centuries of handling may have skewed these results, but it does coincidentally align with the exact time period that it starts to show up in the historical records. So some theories. Proponents argue that the sudarium is a genuine face cloth mentioned in the Gospel of John, used to cover Jesus' face after his death. The matching blood type, flow patterns, and alignment with Gospel accounts lend weight to this claim. And then some scholars believe that the sudarium is not an actual burial cloth, but rather a devotional object created later to commemorate Christ's sufferings. Its stains may have been deliberately applied to evoke religious veneration. The carbon-14 test performed does add weight to the theory that it is just a relic of devotion, because that's about the same time that it does show up in the historical records. The sudarium and the shroud of Turin are sometimes linked, with theories suggesting that they were used together in Jesus' burial. Their blood patterns and shared history of being smuggled out of the Holy Land bolster this connection, but other than that, it's kind of eh. And then skeptics suggest that the sudarium was created in the Middle Ages, possibly to attract pilgrims or assert Oviedo's religious importance. The carbon dating and lack of earlier documentation definitely fuel this theory. But yeah, other than that, moving on. Number 16, the tomb of Jesus in Japan. So there's a small village in Shingo, Japan that claims to be the final resting place of Jesus Christ. It's called the Tomb of Jesus and is marked by a mound surrounded by a fence and accompanied by a museum explaining the legend. According to local folklore, Jesus survived the crucifixion, traveled to Japan, and lived a peaceful life as a farmer and died at the age of 106. The story originates from the Takenouchi Monogatari, a set of mysterious scrolls allegedly discovered in the 1930s. These scrolls claim to document secret histories of the world, including Jesus' journey to Japan. The scrolls state that Jesus traveled to Japan during his youth to study theology, returned to Judea, and was crucified in his brother's place. Jesus then fled to Japan via Siberia, settling in Shingo, where he married, raised a family, and lived as a rice farmer. So yeah, I'm going to leave this one here. I've talked about this one extremely thoroughly, so I don't want to overdo it here, but you get the general gist. I'll leave a card up here. It's the video about Jesus on my channel. Go check it out if you're interested. It's kind of crazy. Number 17, Big Circles of Jordan. The big circles in Jordan are a series of enormous circular structures etched into the landscape, believed to date back to at least 2,000 years ago, though some estimates place their creation as far back as the Neolithic period. These circles, ranging between 720 and 1,500 feet in diameter, are visible primarily from the air and are made by arranging stones in circular patterns. Their purpose, creators, and exact age remain a mystery, sparking theories about ancient rituals, agriculture, and, of course, aliens. So, the circles were first documented in the early 20th century by aviators flying over Jordan. Modern archaeologists have studied them using satellite imagery and aerial surveys. They're spread across Jordan and neighboring regions with at least 12 confirmed circles. The circles are not perfect, but they are pretty close, suggesting a great deal of intentional planning. They consist of low stone walls with no clear evidence of entrances or pathways leading into them. The materials used are local stones, and the walls are not tall, which indicates that they were likely not defensive in nature. So most of the circles are concentrated in Jordan, but similar formations have been found in Syria and other parts of the Levant, suggesting that they were part of a broader cultural practice. One prevalent theory is that the circles served as ceremonial or ritual spaces for early communities. Their size and visibility from above suggest that they may have had symbolic or religious significance, possibly tied to solar or lunar cycles. Some archaeologists propose that the circles were related to ancient agricultural practices, such as herding or marking boundaries between grazing lands. Their size and layout could have served as markers for land ownership or seasonal meeting points for pastoralist groups. The circle symmetry and positioning have led to speculation about astronomical purposes. They may have been used to track celestial events such as solstices, serving as early observatories or even calendars. The construction of the circles could have been a communal effort, serving as a demonstration of social unity or power. They may have symbolized a tribe's territory or been used for gatherings to reinforce community bonds. And while no human remains have been found within the circles, their design has similarities to other megalithic structures associated with burial rituals, so they could have marked sacred sites or memorials for the dead. And of course, some French theorists suggest that circles were created as landing sites or communication markers for extraterrestrial beings, citing their large scale and visibility from above. And I did keep seeing this theory that apparently the people that made them didn't have the astronomical knowledge to make them into massive clocks or calendars, and then some say they do. So there's a little bit of disconnect between there. I'm not really sure what the correct answer is to that. So if anybody knows if that's possible, let me know down in the comments, because I kept seeing that that was some sort of ancient advanced historical thing. So yeah, moving on. Number 18, did Socrates go to space? Socrates is one of history's most influential philosophers and has long been admired for his profound insights into human nature, ethics, and existence. There is a lesser-known aspect of his teachings that has sparked a little bit of intrigue among modern enthusiasts of aviation and has been tied into ancient astronaut theories as well. Socrates describes the Earth as appearing like a colorful ball when viewed from above, a depiction that bears a striking resemblance to how modern astronauts describe Earth from orbit. This passage has led to speculation about whether Socrates had access to extraordinary knowledge or even first-hand experience of the planet from space. In Phaedo, Socrates describes Earth as a sphere adorned with colors more vibrant than those visible to us from the ground. He speaks of it as a harmonious, beautiful object when seen from above, contrasting the limited perspective humans have while bound to the surface. To modern readers, this description is eerily similar to photographs of Earth taken from space, showcasing its vibrant blues, greens, and whites. Enthusiasts of space exploration view this as a poetic yet strikingly accurate portrayal of Earth from orbit, emphasizing Socrates' imaginative brilliance, and then others suggest a deeper layer that Socrates' descriptions could indicate he either had first-hand experience of viewing Earth from above or access to records from a lost civilization capable of ancient spaceflight. So, just to dive into that, some theorists proposed that Socrates was knowledgeable to advanced knowledge passed down from lost civilizations with the capability of viewing Earth from space. The civilization could have documented their findings in texts or oral traditions that influenced Socrates. See, I don't get this. If they were so advanced that they could go to space, why would they still be using oral traditions? Like, wouldn't we have some sort of text or something? Whatever. And then, of course, a more speculative theory suggests that he didn't actually go into space, but had contact with celestial beings or extraterrestrials capable of spaceflight. But yeah, I just think he was pretty imaginative. Moving on. Number 19, the ancient yew tree. Ancient yew trees are among the oldest living organisms on Earth, with some believed to be over 5,000 years old. They are found primarily in Europe, particularly the UK, and these trees hold deep cultural, spiritual, and ecological significance. So, like I said, yews can live thousands of years, making them one of the longest lived tree species. Dating ancient yew trees is challenging due to their hollow trunks, which prevent traditional ring counting methods. Estimates rely on historical records and girth measurements. Yew trees are known for their ability to regenerate. As the trunk hollows with age, new shoots grow from the inside or roots, essentially giving the tree a second life. So most parts of the yew tree, this is just a fun fact, including its needles and seeds, are highly toxic due to the alkaloids like taxine. Despite this, the bark contains Taxol, a compound used in modern cancer treatments. So there's your fun fact for the day. There are some famous ancient yew trees. They range from like 2,500 years old to 5,000 years old. So if you want to see like a specific tree that's really old, just Google famous ancient yew trees or something. But yeah, doing research on this one, I didn't really find any mysteries about it other than that they're just interesting because they're really old. So if you do know any mysteries, just let me know down in the comments. It is kind of hard the lower you go on some of these icebergs, the more it's just hard to research some of these things. So I apologize. But moving on. Number 20, the FBI and the mystery of the mummy's head. In 2009, the FBI became intertwined in this kind of weird investigation involving a severed mummy's head. The artifact appeared during a bizarre series of events tied to private collectors with questionable origins and even potential crimes. The mummified head was discovered during an unrelated FBI investigation into stolen property in Florida, The artifact surfaced among private collections, which raised concerns about its origins and legality. Initial analysis confirmed it was an authentic ancient artifact, possibly of Egyptian or South American origin, but its exact provenance was unknown. The head itself is well preserved, displaying typical characteristics of mummification, including desiccated skin, resin coatings, and tightly bound wrappings. Experts noted the techniques could align with either Egyptian embalming traditions or Inca practices, complicating the identification. Radiocarbon dating suggests the head could be over 1,000 years old, though contamination and modern handling limited precise results. And forensic analysis confirmed it was a genuine mummified head rather than a modern forgery. So the head's appearance led to the FBI to investigate whether it was part of a larger network of stolen or smuggled artifacts. The illegal antiquities trade often involves looting archaeological sites and smuggling artifacts across borders. So due to the mummification techniques, including resin application and wrapping styles, it did suggest that it was leaning more towards Egyptian origin. It may have been looted from an unmarked tomb during periods of instability or the 19th century antiquities boom. Some experts propose the head could belong to South America, specifically the Inca or Nazca cultures, known for advanced mummification techniques. This theory aligned with evidence of looted South American artifacts entering the global black market. The head's presence in a private collection does raise the possibility that it had been illegally acquired, smuggled, or traded through the shadowy world of antiquities markets. Black market antiquity trades are crazy. Some of them have been pretty wacky. But yeah, other than that, we really don't know much more about the head. So, well, that wraps up Ancient Mysteries Volume 3. If there's a topic you'd like me to explore more in depth, drop a comment below. I've been doing some deep dives on my channel. I'd love to hear your suggestions. A huge thanks to my patrons and to everyone who has supported my channel. Your support means the world to me. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.